on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number. Fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. What fucking face are you pulling to start with already? We're back, episode 2.
I just saw myself on the side.
Well, you're gonna be on this. What do you mean on the side? See, you can tell this is already gonna be carnage. I haven't even got the intro done as planned. And he's already gone on about his looks and being on the wrong side of the screen. But anyway, episode 2, Just Milking It podcast. We're back. We have a co-host of a crazy midget Latina and a guy that can't decide if he wants to be from Canada or Kazakhstan as well. So should be in for a good treat. But yeah, we've got Roxi as our co-host. She hasn't got a camera on because she's a pleb. She doesn't like to have a camera on. Yeah, she can't afford one, unfortunately. And well, we got some Canadian that likes to think he's a cop in the top corner as well. So welcome in to everyone. Round of applause, please. All right, Roxy, your mug. Take it away.
All right. So, Tiessen, can you tell us about yourself?
In general, you little bitch. In general. Like, what do people not know? Well, start from the top. Are you Canadian or are you from Kazakhstan?
He's from both.
Both.
Are you?
Both.
Hold on, this is gonna be a real shit. Hold on. Hold on. Are you actually from Kazakhstan? Are you actually like?
Part of my family is.
Okay, I'll be honest. I just had to Google it because I didn't know it was an actual place. I thought it was made.
Yes, Kazakhstan, known for Borat and the burning pit of fire.
Yes, I was gonna say I thought that was made up because of the whole Borat film. But yeah, so apart from revealing your exact address, tell us a bit about you, where you are in the world, and what you were doing before you became Tiessen, before you became like Mr. Streamer.
Well, I'm Tiessen. I'm from a nice little small town in southern Ontario, just outside of Toronto. Been back and forth across this godforsaken country for most of my life. And then you wanted to know what I did before I became a streamer?
Yeah, when you're a normal human being like the rest of us, what were you doing?
I was never a normal human being.
You were never normal. What were you doing?
He's a robot.
No. So before I started streaming, aside from like the odd random trades job, I was actually a national footy referee.
Oh.
I remember you saying about this actually, yeah.
And that's literally what I did for a career for like 10 years before I started streaming. Why
did you stop it? Or
was it ACL?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, now it's clicked. I remember now. Did you have any like big major games that people may know about that you were like the referee on or anything like that? Like, have you got any of them one claim fame stories from that at all?
No.
No?
No, it's a very competitive environment, and
okay.
I mean, I'm only 31, and want to say it was 2016 or 17 when I tore my ACL, so I wasn't very old.
Okay.
And you'll do like a lot of, like national matches in like your country, and you'll do like a lot of like the junior national events.
Yeah.
Like the U14 nationals, U16 nationals, so on and so forth. I'd say like my only real claim to fame is that I refereed a national college match.
I mean, that's decent.
That was the year before. That was the year before I tore my ACL, so 2015, 2016. And yeah, that was about it.
Okay, fair enough. Like you said, it was competitive. Are we talking like competitive, like describing it as like platinum, for example, where people are trying to push each other out the way for sales? Like, are you trying to push other refs out the way to get your name on that paper for that match, or do they just randomly pick from a hat, be like, okay, you're doing this one?
You're definitely trying to be better than everybody else.
Okay.
Because a lot of your match points are based on your fitness, your performance in previous matches, and in a sense, who you know.
Okay. So
I'm not sure if it's like that everywhere, but
When you were doing it, do you get to decide what games you do, or does that get assigned to you by the board?
No, they assign them to us.
They assign. Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, so Mr. Referee, before you were streaming, then, so we'll get on to like the stuff that I know people are going to want to hear a bit more about, because obviously not everyone knew that you were a referee beforehand, but I don't think there are many football, aka soccer fans out there either. Not here anyway. But Roxy, take it away with the next one, and I think that'll be getting into what people want to hear.
So, what made you get into streaming?
So I started streaming flights, and it was back. It was the same channel. It was a Tiessen channel, but it went under the name The Mile High Guy. And I don't even know what year I started streaming, to be honest. 4 years, 5 years ago, somewhere in there. But I had always been into aviation, always in the pilot thing, and then I had always done flight simming, like since I think I started in like 2004, 2005. Like I was a kid. Um, and so one day, I can't remember who I was watching, to be quite honest. Actually, it might have been Duluth.
I was going to say, I have a funny feeling it was, because I swear
Yeah,
you told me this before.
there's this guy. His name is Duluth Fly, and he was streaming flight sim, and I'd never seen like a flight sim stream before. Because before I started kind of getting into streaming and the content creation stuff, it was never really huge about the internet. Like I had Facebook and I had Messenger and I had MSN Messenger back in the day. And I had a MySpace page when I was a kid.
Oh, that is
Okay.
ancient.
So I was never really like into like all the content creation stuff. I was never really into like the social media stuff, other than just shit posting on Facebook all day long, like everybody else my age. But yeah, so I saw Duluth doing it, and I was like, "Oh, this is kind of cool. I can just sit talk to people when I'm flying," and that might actually, because back then I was doing like a lot of the long haul flight sims, right? And I mean like really long haul flight sims, like 10 to 12 hour flights, and it'd just be boring sitting there by yourself, watching Netflix or whatever. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna start streaming. And I did, and apparently people like my personality or something because it blew up pretty quick. Um, and it took me like all like 30 days to get affiliated. And I think maybe like it took me like 6 or 8 months to get my first 1,000 followers. Um, so that's how I started streaming. What was the second part of that question?
It was literally just how you got into it.
Yeah, that was kind of
And
how
then I think somebody else tried to ask a question. But...
Yeah, that's all right. I've put the forms out in the chat, so if people want to ask their questions, they can put them in there. But to be fair, Roxy, you may as well ask your next question, to be fair, because that kind of links into the second part of that one as well.
So what advice would you give people who want to start streaming part-time or full-time?
The most cliche advice ever. Do it because you want to enjoy it, not because you want to make a career out of it. And the reason that I say that is because, like, even when I started, I never wanted to make a career out of it. It just kind of played out this way, like when COVID lined up with everything, um, and me, being stuck at home all the time and just streaming all the fucking time, and then it just got to the point where like I didn't even need to go back to work after that. But if you go into it with the mindset that you're just gonna make money, you're not. I mean, even for me, I still don't live like a glorious life. I get by. Some months I don't even do okay. Um, but like there are some months where I only make like $1,500. It sucks to suck. It just happens.
I feel that pain. That's what my wage is on for my 9 to 5, so I feel that pain.
Yeah.
So if you think that it's gonna be one of those things where you're just gonna like hit go live and people are just gonna randomly find you and then come back, that's a big one. People will randomly find you a lot. People It's like you'll get new follows all the time. The hard part is giving them something that they want to come back to, or they actually look forward to when you get live. I'd say that's it.
What
Use
would-
your personality.
what
Don't
would you
neglect the
say
fucking
is
chat.
your best bit though? Because obviously I know you're good with the chat. I mean, to be fair, I feel like I can say, including myself in this, without going cocky or anything. I feel like all three of us in here, obviously we all stream. Roxy's kind of here and there with it, getting into it again and everything like that. But we're all very good with replying to streams, so we've all got that strength. But Tiessen, what is it for you that sets you aside? So like, take the whole I keep up with chat out of it. What is it about your stream that you think everyone keeps coming back for? Like, I'm not talking about from like
knew.
I'm not talking about from now, but like in general for the whole thing. What would you say?
I wish I knew,
do this well?
because if I knew, I'd probably be able to capitalize on it a little bit better and make it work a little bit more in my favor. I'm not sure if it's just like my personality, or people like it when I get all angry and flustered. I'm not sure. But one thing that I've always kind of done with my chat is to try and be personable with them. Like, I'll ask them how their day is going, or if they like tell me something in the chat about how their day went, the next time they come in, I will remember that and I will bring it up and be like, how did this work out for you? Are you feeling better than you were last time? I think it makes things a little bit more personal, and they don't feel like they're just another number.
Yeah,
That's what I think. I could be way off.
I started watching you like when we first met, long time ago.
It was a long
And I
time
went
ago.
in your chat and you were an asshole, and I was like, "Yep, this is gonna be my best friend."
Yeah, but that kind of links in with you anyway, because you're like that on your stream sometimes. Or like,
I am.
take that one famous academy, for example. Like, we'll get into GTA RP later, but take that one famous academy where Tiessen got a pretty well watched clip of you
that clip is still
basically
going around.
tearing into a cadet. And if
she
I heard,
wasn't basically tearing into a cadet. She fucking tore into
got
it. She
fucked
beat
up.
him up.
if I heard correct, did the cadet that I'm not going to mention the name of because we're not about naming the shame in here, but didn't they cry? Am I not mistaken, or something like that?
No, they didn't cry. They just never came back.
They just never came back.
Yeah, I'm kind of not surprised, to be honest. I mean, if I didn't know you the way I did and you were like that to me, I'd be like, yeah, you know what, fuck this bitch. I can't be arsed with this shit. I'd have been out, but no, that's fair enough. I mean, to be fair, when you talk about like getting to know your chat on a personal level, obviously I can vouch for that. Because
that's how we met.
Yeah, I was gonna say what I started streaming September 2019, and I was watching you for at least a year before that. So that would have been when I was about 17.
Your name was Wookie something.
Yeah, Wookie657. Like back in the old days before I was worried about having my ass lubed up by Star Wars and taken to court. But
well, I think it got worse once Disney bought them.
Yeah, and I think the worry then got higher and higher because it was like copyright. I was like, yeah, you know what, I'm not about this. If I'm going into stream, it's got to be something else. And then Born was TRD Swifty, but to be fair,
and then it was Swifty Entertainment, then it was SC Creations, and then it was Swifty Entertainment. You gotta stick with one, and I think that Swifty Entertainment, like, you're always going to be Swifty to most of us. So
yeah, exactly, and that's why I've kind of gone back to this one.
Those of us that remember it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's why I've gone back to this one because it's like people know obviously me and Swifty, like you say. To be fair, all I'm trying to do is be fucking entertaining, regardless of how it is, whether it's just me being a dumb British bastard or what. I'm still here for the entertainment and trying to go about it. But
just be yourself. That's why we like you. That's why they'll like you too. Trust me.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I do on stream. And to be fair, I'll say that's probably about the same for everyone in here. Everyone obviously on this podcast right now. So all three of us, I feel like we're about the same in terms of that kind of thing in stream. And we're all ourselves. And, we're not trying to be someone that we're not. Apart from Roxy, who's trying to make it out like she's 5 foot, but she's not.
She's not.
But no, I'm 5'2", okay?
You wish.
I am.
Nah, no way. So, when it comes to obviously keeping up with your chat and things like that, what would you... So this is going to be a bit more of a tricky one, I feel. Might get the cogs turning a little bit more. You say with streaming, keep up with your chat, get to know them on a personal level, everything like that. What if you have a chat that doesn't talk as much? Like, obviously, your chat is quite talkative, you're in a good position. For those people starting streaming.
It really depends on the day because there'll be days where there'll be 60 people in my chat and they're not talking at all. They're just sitting there
Mm,
lurking.
yeah.
Um, I'd say the best advice is just talk to yourself because the more that you talk to yourself, eventually you're going to say something that somebody's going to pick up on and then they're going to join in the conversation that you're having with yourself. You might feel crazy talking to yourself, but it's still engaging. It's like almost like commentating your own bullshit.
Yeah. I
All
mean,
right. So if you're constantly talking, just talking to yourself, or just like narrating or talking about this, that, and the other, somebody eventually is going to give their 2 cents on that or going to join in the conversation.
correct me if I'm wrong, but what I normally say is pretend you're like doing a YouTube video and you're doing a YouTube tutorial for what you're doing on stream. That's normally what I
Yeah.
say because then at the whole time you have to be talking. So that's normally what I tend to say. So and to be fair, we've got Beast42 at the minute saying exactly the same thing, agreeing with you in the chat, saying commentating is huge. So obviously
It
keeping
is.
that speech going is the best thing for it, really. But so with your streaming, then the next question 3, which I'll let Roxy take over from here, but that question links into kind of what we were just talking about with the flight sim thing. But Roxy, take it away.
So how did you feel when moving streaming from Flight Sim to RP?
Um, how did I feel about it, or why did I do it?
Both.
So, I mean, like the whole being a cop thing in RP, I didn't really start streaming RP until I became a cop, but it really kind of took over because like I was streaming flight sim, like I said, like 12 hours a day, and RP really took a chunk out of that time where I was streaming flight sim. So I was like, well, I'm gonna start streaming this too. And at first, I wasn't really feeling it, but part of like being a cop is it's always good to have footage of what the fuck happens because either the admins are gonna want it for something or the DOJ is gonna want it for something in RP. So it just like stuck it on, left it on, and that's just kind of how I started streaming RP. At first, it was very uncomfortable because it was a whole new game. It was a whole new like demographic of people. I think I pissed off a lot of the flight sim people when I started streaming RP all the time, but
Yeah, but are
I
there
mean
any
that was just
regrets there when you jumped? Like,
um
be honest, because obviously there will be some people that will be annoyed no matter what you say here, whether you say yes or no. There will be some people who be like, really. But honestly, from you,
do I
do you
wish
have?
that I had more
Yeah,
energy
no, no. Do
to
you wish that you were still the Mile High guy and still doing your Antonov flights and all these long hauls and things like that?
yes and no. Do I wish that I had more energy to stream flight sim? Yes.
Hmm.
Do I think that I ever would have been able to get to the point where I could like support myself streaming on Flight Sim? No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very niche group of people.
Yeah, I
And I mean like it's not, when it comes there's a lot more people that watch GTA RP and your discoverability is a lot higher than with Flight Sim.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like it was a good decision for growth, but my passion's always gonna be with Flight Sim.
yeah. I mean, that's understandable. I mean, I've done a couple of flight sim streams myself, and they've done all right. And I have to admit, sometimes my flight sim numbers were better than ever on like compared to
Yeah.
5M, but that was on a rare occasion. And again, that was in COVID, like for you. Um, Before we kind of move down the list of other things as well, I do kind of want to touch on that COVID thing. So you were saying about how COVID fell in a good place for you. And the way things worked, obviously you were able to stay at home every day and just stream. I'm assuming, so if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to obviously give out this information if you don't want to. You said about you didn't have to go to work again after COVID. So were you on furlough? Like, were you getting paid to stay at home kind of thing during COVID? Or did they just say, oh, we don't need your services right now, we'll contact you after lockdown?
So in Canada, our government shut everything down.
Okay.
So our government was basically paying us to stay at home, but yeah, it wasn't really up to the businesses. There were very few essential services that were
Yeah, yeah.
allowed to stay open, and everybody else stayed at home. Like they completely shut our country down for like It was supposed to be a couple of weeks, but I feel like it was more like 6 or 8 months.
Yeah. I mean,
It was
I was
straight
technically
shutdown.
homebound for 2 years, for the COVID thing.
It might have been 2 years, man. To be fair, it's all a blur now.
Yeah, I was gonna say it feels like literally it was a week or something, but I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I started streaming in September 2019, which was the start of COVID. I think I was about 6 months late. We had been in COVID for a good while. I was still watching you, and I remember I didn't have a PC by this point. I had a laptop that barely worked, but I didn't have a PC. I had an Xbox, and I was streaming Xbox Daisy. I remember that's where I started. That was my first ever thing, and then obviously I was talking to you on your streams every day. I got convinced by you to get a PC, then convinced my folk at home to get a PC, that I should get a PC, and here we are today. But I mean, when you were streaming during COVID and everything like that, obviously your numbers aren't as high as what they would be to modern day. You were obviously sitting probably a little low on viewers, I imagine, because I know you had that spike where you were literally, I hate to say this, but you were like touching distance of obviously that partner.
There was actually a period of time where I was over.
Yeah, because I remember DMing you about it.
I just wasn't able to sustain it for long enough.
Yeah. But was it so when we came out of this whole lockdown, COVID situation, was it the numbers, the money, or just pure passion for streaming that made you think, you know what, I'm sticking with this and we're going forward with this? Like, what was it that kind of made you think, yeah, you know what, working ain't for me, I'm gonna do this?
Okay, so this is gonna probably come
say it as it is.
Really fucking funny to a lot of people out there. But I've always kind of been the person that's always wondered why the fuck that I would spend a huge chunk of my life working for somebody else just to have like 20 minutes of my life in retirement, or 20 years, left, hopefully. I mean, there's no guarantee anybody's making it to 100. You retire at 65. I didn't think I was going to make it to 30. And here I am. I turn 32 next month. Actually, 32 in exactly a month. My birthday's on January 9th.
Note that down for
so, listen. Yeah, I didn't think I was going to make it this far. There's no fucking guarantee that I'm making it to retirement age. So, kind of like towards the end of COVID and things started opening back up, I was working, I think it was like for a roofing company or some shit at the time. They're like, hey, are you gonna come back to work? And nah. Like, why the fuck am I gonna go work for somebody else for, a shitty wage when I can just work for myself for a shitty wage?
Yeah, I mean,
wait, wasn't that the time you like literally hurt your finger too?
Oh shit, yeah.
That's what it was. So
shit.
Yeah, I did go back for a bit, and I chopped off my fucking finger in. I had chopped off my finger because I'd been up too late the night before RPing. I hadn't slept. I was fucking exhausted. And then after that, I was like, yeah, fuck it.
I shouldn't laugh, but I remember seeing the photo and I was like, dude, half of this guy's finger's fucking gone. Like, that's a weight reduction package and a half.
So it actually healed really well.
Is that the finger?
Because I cut it, I hit it on the saw straight down the middle and right down to the knuckle. And so it kind of went bloop, but they were able to stitch it back. So it actually healed up okay, but yeah, I was drugged up
I was going to say, I swear, I remember you messaging like a load of people because no one wanted to see the photo of it, and you just sent that photo to everyone like, hey, look what I did today. Like it was a fucking trophy.
It was a fucking trophy.
I mean, yeah, that's a fucking like war injury, really.
I literally thought I was gonna have to call you like 9-fingered guy or something like that. I don't remember.
No.
Like,
it's funny though because this whole finger is still like it has no nerve endings in it. It's like the whole thing's just numb.
So you like can't feel anything really.
So if you have pain like right here in the top, can you feel that or not? Like right at the top.
What?
If you have pain
right at the top, yeah, I can feel that knuckle, but anything above that is just like a pins and needles pressure. Like if your foot falls asleep. Yeah. I fucked all the nerve endings. So apparently you have a lot of those in your fingers.
Yeah, I can imagine. To be fair, after hearing that, but
I mean, at least I didn't run my dick through a saw. That would have been worse.
I mean, that's true, but I can't lie. If I managed to do that, one, it'd be skillful because that's a small target to hit dead on the nose. But two, I'm just saying, if I cut that in half, call me Double Dick Callum from now on. Like, fuck me.
Oh
Mhm.
Lord.
Walking around with two of them, hell yeah, that's a powerful move. That is. But no, I
Yep.
completely forgot about that whole cutting of the
Yeah,
finger
yeah.
thing.
That was I fucked my finger.
That was prime revival days. That
I
was.
remember that because I wanted to call
It
him
was.
Nubby.
Yep. I remember it.
I'm
Nobby.
pretty sure there were little Minecraft jokes going around as well, saying that you'd be like the next Minecraft Steve with your little nubs and everything like that.
Oh my
That
god.
was quite
Right?
entertaining. Then again,
And
that might have
that's
just been
something that
me.
I've always kind of appreciated. It doesn't matter what the fuck happens in my life, y'all will just take the opportunity to talk mad shit.
Yeah. Mate, to be fair, that's just
We've
the
known
way it
you for
works.
long enough. I'm pretty sure I have, rights to talk shit to you.
Yeah, probably. That is true.
I think we've all got rights to talk shit about each other, to be fair. I think that's just how it
Oh,
works.
yeah, that's
Like, we've known
true.
each
I
other
think
for
the only
such a long
person that
time.
she talks shit about more than me is you. And
Yeah.
and
That's
she
true.
lays it on you thick.
Yeah, but that's because she had to put up with my ass for like over a year, like in a very close quarter combat as well. So it
Yeah.
wasn't too pleasant. So she's probably just letting off all that steam and stress now that's all built up over that year. So yeah, no, that was an interesting time. But yeah, I do get ripped apart. But moving on then in the RP world, in the RP scene, shall we say, Roxy, take it away with the next one, number 4.
Okay, what was the motivation behind becoming a cop in the servers you have been a part of?
Well, so it was Reigns, actually. I found Reigns' stream.
Oh, I remember
Um,
him.
Do you want to explain
yeah.
who Reigns is first of all before you kind of carry on? Because there'll be some people that don't know. Because some people hear Reigns and they'll think you're talking about Rain, not Reigns. So do you want to explain who Reigns actually is for everyone?
OG Revival days. Tyler Reigns. He was the captain of it. Well, one of the captains. It was him and Bedlam. But he was the patrol captain of SASP, and he used to stream. And he was the most blunt, upfront, assholey, nicest everything ever. He a lot of people thought he was just a giant dick. Realistically, he just had zero time for bullshit. He didn't like beating around the bush. He still doesn't to this day. He still don't like beating around the bush at all. Um, and I think that's where I got a lot of it from because when I became a cop, he was kind of like the person that I looked up to and that I tried to learn the most from. Because
Was he not major at the time when you joined the force?
no, he was the captain. There was no major.
Oh, okay.
It went literally the whole structure was a bunch of troopers.
Hmm.
And then it went Reigns, Bedlam, Penny, Gallon.
Yeah, that's true. I
And
remember that.
so 4 really good people to learn how to be an RP cop from, actually. Um
I do miss Penny.
but yeah, I miss
No,
Penny too.
I miss Bedlam picking on him. His deep ass voice.
Bedlam as well. But I have to. What's his name?
Bedlam had a voice like, sir, sing me lullabies at night. Like
I
I'm gonna fall
miss.
asleep
Oh,
on
and
your
everybody thinks
lap.
Waddles is, deep. Nah, Bedlam.
No, I miss. Is it Penny's other half? Iro other half?
So you actually want to know a funny story?
What's that?
Zach is the
That's his name,
fire chief
Zach.
at INRP now.
Is he?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm going back. Fuck.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, they don't think they've relaunched yet, but yeah,
Yeah.
he's the fire chief at INRP.
I do miss him. Out of all of them, I like Reigns, but to be fair, I'm more got on his nerves than anything else, and he got on my nerves as well. So it's more just it was
That's the
kind of like me
thing
and
though with
Roxy
Reigns is
in a
that,
way.
like, I would still consider him a good friend. Like, I have a lot of respect for him. And I'm sure, like, he's gotten on my nerves, I've gotten on his nerves, like, we fucking yelled at each other before. That's just part of it though with Reigns. It's like that doesn't really matter if you get on his nerves as long as you don't fuck him over, you know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
like betray his trust.
I think the more when I say like getting on each other's nerves, it's more like when you and him like tag teamed to come find me when I was doing the trucking job to pull me over and give me some bullshit reason as to why you've got me stopped for 20 minutes. on a 2-minute
Because
delivery.
you're driving a commercial vehicle and we reserve the right to stop you and check.
Yeah,
you.
exactly.
Or you were literally
came out
drifting
with all this
somewhere.
shit, and yeah, but I'm one of the city's best drifters. I can't
Don't
say
lie.
the best anymore because there's another person in Ascend now that's pretty good, but I can't say that. But I'm one of the best.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that was yeah, I remember those days. They were quite fun and interesting. But yeah. Anyway, like carry on with your whole cop thing. Anyway, you kind of got into it from Reigns and that.
Yeah, I kind of forgot what the question was, but yeah, Reigns was kind of like what motivated me to be a cop. Just the way that he went about it, and like from watching Reigns' stream, I found Pennies, and I think Bedlam's, and Callum's was like actually the last stream that I found, and I never liked watching it at first.
Yeah.
Really
And
didn't.
can I ask why, or do you not want to go over that?
Nah, I'll say it because I think
Right,
that it's
okay, here
something
we
that's
go.
it's something that's in the past. But I mean, everybody knows that I'm kind of just like really bullheaded and opinionated. But everybody knows that I get really irritated by the smallest things.
Yeah, that's
And
valid.
that man's fucking forehead irritated the shit out of me.
Oh my god.
Love it, the forehead.
Does it still irritate you?
No, it doesn't anymore. I've gotten used to it.
Damn.
Have you ever like said this to him face to face?
I don't think so.
Okay, well,
I mean,
I
don't
can
get me
promise you
wrong,
this:
like-
someone's going to clip that, and that's going to make its way to him. I can
Like,
guarantee
don't
you
get
now.
me wrong. Like, that's all like shit in the past. Like that's just
Yeah.
me being like fucking whatever. But it's past it now. Like, Caleb and I talk a lot, and we communicate a lot. And like, obviously, I've probably been one of his mods that have been around the longest for his Twitch. It's been like 4 years or something, minus a little break. But I mean, I tell him he never needs to wonder what I'm thinking about him because I just tell him, and I've always been that way.
Hmm.
Like I will, if I think he's being a fucking idiot, I'll tell him I think he's being a fucking idiot. Tell him when I think he's dumb,
Yeah.
and like I have never been like one of a brown noser really to Callum. In fact, the exact opposite. I think I'd go out of my way to disagree with him on a lot of things just to bring a different perspective.
And boss, your schedules are like completely opposite as well when it comes to streaming. So people can't even say you're copying each other when streaming because 9 times out of 10, whenever Callum goes live, you're like, right, I'm going to raid him and I'm going to call it quits.
Yep, and that's completely deliberate. Actually, that's a business choice.
That's for the partner push. Am I not mistaken in saying?
Yes and no. It's just that like ultimately, it's Callum's community, and I'm just gonna touch on that in a chat real quick. Gummy, I publicly disagree with him all the time in situations that I shouldn't, and I really don't have a lot to worry about. I don't think. But I deliberately don't typically stream at the same time as Callum because everybody goes to watch Callum. I'll be there by myself with my dick in my hand with like 1 or 2 people watching, so like
I'll be honest, I do exactly the same for someone else in server right now as well.
is it me?
Yes, it is.
How did we know? That wasn't obvious.
Fucking big time. Big time. Like, the moment I get home, I'm like, right, I've got to shower as quick as I possibly can. Quick little squeak up of the balls. Come out the shower. Boom. Before I've even got my hair dry or anything like that. Boom. Go live. Turn the PC on. All that shit. And I'm like, right, I've got an hour or two till he goes live. Let's fucking go. Numbers are good. Numbers are good. Numbers are good. Bang. I'm like, oh, fuck. He's gone live, and it's like the moment I see the drop off, I'm like, blasted. That's right. I got them.
Sorry.
I got them. No, that's right. Because to be fair, by the time you go live, it's normally about 9 p.m. my time, and on a work night especially, I probably got up till about 10, maybe 11 at a push. So to be fair, it's only like 1 or 2 hours that things kind of died down. But to be fair, recently I've noticed it's still maintaining itself for now. So even though the people may not be actively chatting, I'm now starting to maintain those numbers I had before you went live. So it's now starting to get better. But I used to do it really bad in Revival.
Kind of gotta push through it.
Yeah.
The only problem is that, like, with streaming during Prime when Callum's around is you can only push through it so far.
Hmm.
You know, um, I guess it does get a little discouraging watching
When you see that
all your
number
people
drop.
up and when you
Yeah.
just see like everybody up and leave and it's like okay, but I get it because it's kind of like community that was based around
Hmm.
Callum.
But I mean, to be fair, that's when it then kicks in with what you said earlier as well, with like the whole you just got to then commentate to yourself at the end of the day. So yeah, people may not be talking there and then, but then you talk about topics, especially at the minute for streamers. This is key point, and we're going to get onto this later. Obviously, big things happening in the world right now. Biggest one that's probably going to break game stuff everywhere is obviously GTA 6 release, trailers, things like that. So streamers have massive talking points at the minute. So even if you are sitting there on your own, your chat's kind of quiet. Talk about that shit. If you're doing RP or you're doing even like when I do my racing streams, the things are kind of dead, quiet. Like I'm not the quickest racer in the world, so if I'm cruising around the back, I start either dancing while I'm driving or I'll talk about random shit. So that's what other people have to do. So just so other people know as well, kind of diverting question onto Roxy here. Roxy, when would you normally stream? Like what kind of time would you normally stream?
So I have a weird ass schedule because I work third shift, so it depends on the day, and if I've had enough sleep.
So when if people wanted to look out for your stream, when would they likely be to like looking out for your stream then in particular?
Probably more during the day. So like,
More like my time.
yeah.
Right. Okay.
And then if I'm off, then like it's an evening one, but I won't go like too long, I guess. Just simply because like the day before I probably like didn't sleep much.
Yeah. Obviously, like for those people that aren't watching here live at the moment as well, those that are, obviously you know where to find these channels for these people. You have access to their discords on Ascend and everything like that as well, and any other servers you might be in that share those places with these guys. You'll find their links in the YouTube description down below underneath the podcast as well. So obviously, if you want to go check these guys out, drop them a follow, share the love. Obviously, go do that. You can catch all their stuff if you turn notifications on as well. But yeah, with the whole streaming thing, I noticed there's a few people that tend to time their streams when they go live and when they stop it. Obviously, I'm guilty for it. Obviously, Tiessen, you've done it a little bit before, but like you say, it's best for business in a way. And yeah, I mean, I'm guessing your goal currently still stands at partner push, if I'm not mistaken, or are you just not about that anymore? You're just like, what happens.
If it happens, it happens. Right now, I'm just kind of focused on growing my discoverability.
Yeah,
which is why I'm trying to get more followers on TikTok so I can start streaming on TikTok. I have a Kick account so I can start streaming over there. Fucking hate YouTube.
Yes, I agree. I had a YouTube channel, but that's actually going to be getting a makeshift turnaround, and it's actually going to be the Just Milking It podcast YouTube channel. So that's where all these will go. So, because
I feel like see, I jumped on the Kick bandwagon rather early, and actually it was funny because I didn't go to Kick. Kick came to me.
Yeah.
I got an email and they're like, "Hey, like we want you to come stream on our platform, and we'll just kind of like give you affiliate, whatever, allow you to monetize yourself right off the bat." I was like, "Yeah, cool." And I was really new to like Kick, so like I did my first stream on Kick, and I got like an 800 person raid, and I didn't even notice that it happened.
Holy
So I kind of
fuck.
botched that.
How did you not notice it? Was it just like notifications weren't turned on or
Well,
something? Or how does it work?
Because I didn't know how to set them up through OBS at the time. Because Kick was such a new platform, right? I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't have a bot. I didn't have nothing. And it's not like Kick integrated at the time through OBS like it might be now, where you had your chat up and shit. Like I had to have a separate browser window open, try and like resize all these things, and every time you click off the browser, they fucking snap back to the original size. It was something. It was something.
So I'm kind of curious. What was going through your head and what were you feeling when Kick emailed you and said, "Hey, look, we want you"? Like, how does that feel when people are reaching out to you? You don't have to reach out to them anymore. they reach out to you? Like, what goes through your head when you get these things? Like, you can sound as big-headed or as cocky as you want. I generally want to know the feelings about it, because obviously someone like me never had that before.
Same thing happened with Rogue.
Mate, plug it if you want to plug it. Go for it.
Yeah, Rogue reached out to me and they're like, "Hey, we want to partner with you." And I had been through a couple of other like energy drink companies before, so I kind of pushed them a little bit, and I was like, "What's in it for me?" Like,
Yeah.
you know, like I think not me being cocky, but just making sure that it wasn't going to be a whole lot of take from the company and all the give from me, right? Which is why, like in the past, I've had other companies like Swift Lifestyles and
I remember that one.
Dubby, and I dropped them pretty quick because it wasn't getting me anywhere. It wasn't anything. I mean, Rogue has been extremely supportive. They have a lot of good content creator tools. Um, you know, like they added me to their stream team. I get a little bit more of a support group. It's not just the people that I RP with or whatever. And they send me free shit.
I mean,
So.
for people like, for example, I'm going to be taking notes on this one. For people that are like me, and others out there that want to get involved with these companies like Rogue, like any of them, whether it's energy drinks, chair companies, anything like that, where they're not sitting on an acrylic piece of shit like this, anything like that. If someone wants to get involved, like in those companies, how do they go about it?
Secret Labs.
Yeah, fuck off. Plug. How do they go about it though? How did you get yourself involved in that? Did you start off by pushing yourself out there, or did they just all flock to you when you reached a certain point?
Okay, so companies like Swift Lifestyles, Dubby, Juju, which is
we'll skip over that one.
There's some people in the community, okay, that have a thing going with Juju. I'm not sure if you're still one of them or not.
Me?
Yeah.
I never was. I got denied, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Anyways, I fucking hate them. I think that they're trash. I don't like the products. I don't like the way that it tastes. I don't like the film that it leaves in my mouth. Nothing. I don't know how people can drink that stuff. Part of the reason why I push Rogue as hard as I do is because y'all see me drinking it all the damn time because it's actually tasty. This isn't really a Rogue plug. This is more of me going on an anti-Juju hate. But yeah, there's everything about the product I did not like.
So what is it that people have to do to get noticed though?
Probably not be a whore and try and apply for every affiliate program that pops itself up. I don't think that's a good plan. Your best bet is to probably find a product that you enjoy, that works for you, that you can actually get behind. Show it off on your stream a lot. Apply for their affiliate program. And when you apply for their affiliate program, keep pushing the product, and they will take notice of that because I do have people from Rogue that like pop in my stream from time to time, and I'm always sitting here fucking chugging back Rogue to the point where they were actually like, you probably shouldn't drink that much of it. I was like, shh.
Right, so I'm going to get closer to the mic on a personal level.
Okay.
Any sponsorship programs out there? I'm not a whore. I don't apply to every affiliate program, and I'm actively looking for a new one. So please reach out to me as soon as possible. Back to the podcast.
$20 is $20.
Exactly. Street corner's a street corner. It's only dirty when you make it dirty.
Honey, you both were on the street corner. I knew it.
Oh yeah, I used to run that bitch. I still do it actually on a Saturday.
Oh.
On a Saturday?
He does it on Saturdays.
At least you don't do it on Sunday. That's God's day.
Wait, fuck, it's a Saturday today.
So, Tiessen, that's when you do it then.
Yeah, exactly. Hail Stan.
Jesus Christ. So, you're with Rogue at the minute then? Is that the only company you're with, or is it just Rogue at the minute? Like, are there anyone else involved? Is there any sort of secondary sponsors or programs that you're connected with?
Right now, just Rogue. And that's because like I'm not gonna be a sellout. And I'm not just gonna go with every sponsorship or partnership opportunity that presents itself. if that's the case, I would spend most of my stream time playing League Shadow Legends. Like,
I
fuck
was
it, dude.
literally about to say the same thing.
Oh
Does that not
my
interest
God.
you?
Like,
Raid Shadow Legends.
listen, okay, if there's one respectable thing I've done, it is not bombed my viewership with Raid Shadow Legends streams 3 times a week, because these guys keep offering me like $500 a stream to play it
Yep.
for 4 hours.
Okay,
It's
I
4
don't
hours
get
of
that
your
good of a
life
deal,
you'd never
but
get back.
I think the offer I got was something like $500 for four people to sign up and reach a certain level. And this level's obviously
It
way,
might
way
be
down
something
the
like
game.
that too.
Yeah.
I don't, because honestly, like, I get them and I just chuck them in the bin.
Ones for little
I'm
mobile
not-
games, I'm exactly the same. I've got 4 that currently need an answer, whether yes or no, that are pending. And I'm denying every single one of them, because when it comes to mobile games, I'm just not interested. I don't play games on my phone. It's not what my phone's for.
And if you are trying to kind of like do something like that though, because that is appealing to some people, right? Like some people do want to go do that. Stream Elements. Shout out to Stream Elements, because they will just send them your way.
That's exactly where I've got mine from. That's exactly where the 4 I've got.
They will just send these opportunities your way. And granted, unless you got 4 people really close to you that are willing to step up and play this game and get to a certain level so you can get your $500, it's probably not going to do a whole lot for you, but I mean, you can still try, right?
Yeah.
Like, I could probably convince 4 of my viewers to play Raid Shadow Legends and just get to a level up so that I could get $500.
I seriously
Probably
reckon
not.
you could turn it into a community stream. Like, I know you said you don't want to like have them do that, but I reckon you could easily sit there one day and say, right, at the start of, say, your next subathon or something, like for the first 4 hours, everyone's going to play it, and we're going to see how far people can get.
Yeah,
Like,
we're playing Shadow Legends.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that happening. I can see you making something of that.
And I can already see people like Sloan DMing me like, dude, stop being such a fucking sellout.
Yeah, just go grab a beer and get on with fucking GTRP.
Yeah,
or something.
exactly.
Like, sort your shit
just
out.
go grab a bottle of vodka and do something that you actually like.
Yeah, yeah. No, I can imagine that.
What was the other one that I got not too long ago? World of Tanks or some shit like that. It was.
I've had World of Tanks Blitz. I've had World of Tanks.
Yeah,
Blitz.
that was it.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, this was kind of decent, but I'm gonna get bored in 25 minutes. And then people are gonna be like, "Do you actually recommend this game?" And I'm gonna like have to smile and say yes. And really, I'm like,
Thing is, I would promote World of Tanks, but not World of Tanks Blitz, because World of Tanks Blitz is just the arcade version. It's not as good. But the actual World of Tanks, yeah, solid game. There's people that fucking love that game.
See, I remember back in the day, War Thunder used to do that all the time.
Yeah.
Like, War Thunder used to do that all the time. They used to be like, hey, come play our game for... And seeing how big War Thunder is now, I kind of regret not doing it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I played the shit out of that game last year.
Yeah.
Absolutely played the shit out of it. And I've still got all my high tier planes.
I remember that's the only thing you used to play.
Yeah, it was like... Whenever
what are you
people
doing?
like...
Playing War Thunder? What are you doing? Playing FIFA? What are you doing? War Thunder.
Yeah.
Exactly. Switch between the two.
And the best bit is obviously I'll be sitting there and then you just hear random countries being shouted. I'll be like, oh fuck, the Germans are chasing me or something like that, and it's because I'm so immersed in like the whole thing flying first person. Like it's an incredible game, but you get hooked so easy. But I feel like now there's so many sweats in the game, my attention span goes.
You wanna? Is it cool for me to advertise something in your stream real quick?
You may advertise whatever you like.
It's a different Twitch channel, completely different. But I just wanna.
Sure. When you're on a podcast, you can advertise whatever you want. That's why I said you can plug Rogue if you want. I just don't know if you like the fancy Rogue thing.
So they're not live right now, but I'm gonna put this in your stream chat. If y'all want a very, very immersive flight sim stream experience, I have linked the Twitch in the chat here for the Warthog project. This guy has an A10 Warthog cockpit in his house that's wired up to DCS, and all he does is shoot shit in an A10 Warthog in DCS in this cockpit that's in his house, like full wraparound screen, big ass cockpit. It's really cool. Sorry, that was just, we were talking about like immersive things and how you got immersed in War Thunder. I think you and DCS would be really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, I've just taken a look at that, dropped a follow as well. That actually looks really incredible. So
Oh,
yeah,
what? That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. I've been following him for a while.
So I've also just seen that obviously we do, for those that don't know, we do have a question form up, which I'll put in the chat as well now. So if you want to ask a question, obviously you can do so via that link. But someone that's just jumped in our chat recently to join us on this fantastic night, Smoky Koala. Brackets Peyton back in 5M. Would T do a Terramana sponsorship? I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, but he's put in brackets the Rox Tequila. So would you ever do a sponsorship with the Rox Tequila?
Let me Google this.
I was gonna say, yeah, have a little gander at that and tell us what you think. And then Roxy, you can fire away with your next question on when we find.
So
out.
my thing that I'm gonna be honest with about this is that I almost killed myself on tequila when I was like 15 years old.
Fuck.
So would I
Right.
be like, hey, let's guys, go out and buy this tequila? Yeah, I probably would. Would I drink it? Absolutely not, because to this day I cannot even smell tequila without just bleh, everywhere.
Yeah.
You
Oh yeah,
cannot
like
come
it's
to my house, then.
instantaneous, just projectile vomit.
That's understandable. I mean, I can't argue with that. And Koala says that it's delicious, apparently. So
tequila is fucking tequila, my friend. Okay, and
I don't know. There's tequilas are different in different ways.
y'all want to hear this story?
go on.
What story? Tell us.
All right, so I was like 15 years old, and my buddy and his friend and his family had just come back from Mexico, and they brought this bottle of tequila, like the old 40-ounce bottle. And we were all little junior alcoholics at the time, and I say junior alcoholics because I became a real alcoholic eventually. But we would just party every weekend, and it
At
was
15.
bad. I think I would have technically called myself an alcoholic when I was 17.
Just for legal reasons, he was 21.
Well, you only have to be 19 in Canada. But,
Oh, well, there you go. Legal reasons, he's 19.
But yeah, so they were like, yeah, like we brought this tequila, we're gonna drink this weekend. I was one of those people that would know something was stupid, but I'd do it anyway.
So you do it anyway.
Just to be that guy and to be like, it's like nowadays, and somebody's like, no balls. I'm like, oh really?
Yeah.
So we all kind of like were passing this bottle back and forth. They hated it. They thought it was disgusting. I thought it was delicious. And I drank the just about the entire bottle and ate the worm. And I woke up with a tube down my throat in the hospital the next day.
You did not drink the worm.
I ate the worm.
You are an absolute moron.
And I woke up with a tube down my throat in the hospital the next day.
So there you go. I mean, if we're going on sponsorships, sponsor it and promote it as much as you want. Just don't go to that fucking point, whatever you do. Don't get that
exactly.
bad.
Yeah, don't drink the worm.
Yeah, don't get that rocked.
Yeah, that's
good tequila don't have a worm. I don't know. This stuff was from Mexico.
Oh yeah, the tequila from Mexico. Fuck you up.
All right, Roxy, bring us back to RP and take us out of this drunk world. Bring us back to number 5.
Okay. How do you feel RP has changed either for better or worse since your first day in GTA RP?
Just saying, that's a banger of a fucking question.
This is a loaded question, and it's also extremely baited, but I'll take a bite. All right. Do I feel like it's gotten better or worse since I started? Definitely worse. And I think a big part of the reason why it's worse is, one, people are getting bored with it. So there are the diehards that'll keep doing it, like me, even when they're bored of it. But people are getting bored of it because it's been the same thing since 2015 when 5M first became a thing. And with the game engine that old, you can only improve it so much or add, new exciting things to do so much, unless you have a 50-man dev team that you pay very good money, like NoPixel.
Which 4.0 is about to come out as well.
Oh,
if I'm not
they already put
mistaken.
a trailer out and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's not even GTA 5 anymore. Okay, it's GTA 5.5. It's halfway in between 5 and 6. I don't seen that shit. And the technological advancements and improvements that they've made to the whole engine, that ain't even GTA 5 no more. It is 5.5.
Hmm.
And that's the proper GTA remastered. Yes, they did. They so the NBA team joined uh the no pixel dev team, so all the shit that you see, like the sewers and all the new effects and stuff, those are all completely like server sided. So you don't even have to run MVE on your client side anymore. It's all run through the server.
Which is mental. Fucking
Hmm.
mental. But, so obviously you don't have to name server names and everything like that, but would you say you preferred when you started RP then to what it is now? So let's go for a couple of different sort of topics to revolve it around. So if we look at the amount of things to do back in the day compared to now, where a lot of it's more mechanical, you don't have to use your imagination as much, it's all scripts and it's all there for you. Or do you prefer it back in the day when it was very much you slash me your way out of anything? Which is your preference?
So I think that the evolution of 5M and what it's become and all the scripts and things have kind of made people a bunch of washed out, whiny,
Bitches.
ungrateful assholes.
Yeah.
And let me tell you what, the amount of fucking entitlement in the GTA RP community these days is absolutely insane. And like, you got guys like me, like I'm not a real developer. I'm just a vehicle dev. But like, like me staying up half the night last night to like fix the vehicle damage stuff because it broke again. And all you get is people bitch about it nonstop, or like blame you for this, blame you for that. Like, go fuck yourselves, buds. I can't really say this in like the Ascend general chat when people start bitching about it, but go fuck yourselves, okay? I work on this shit. I stay up late to fix the shit. And it's like a never ending fucking task that I have to like keep putting my time into because it shit just breaks. And yeah, y'all don't need to be fucking negative about it, or else I'm just gonna stop doing it. Y'all can just suffer.
See, I will say, obviously, I am guilty of that as well. Obviously, last night when that announcement went out and I saw the thing about Redline, I saw about Redline in the car in Ascend. So obviously,
It
people
is
in
it
Ascend
is
would
like
understand.
absolutely you have to be like being fucking stupid
Mm,
to have that take effect. Because even
yeah.
if you do redline your car, it's not just like, oh, you hit the red line, shit's gonna break.
Mm,
Like you have to like hold it there, and even then, there's only like an 8% chance that something will go wrong.
yeah. Yeah.
So
Which is fair enough. And obviously, not many people do it, but obviously, people should be. I know they have the staff appreciation thing in Ascend, but people should be thanking more for the work. Like, look at the amount of cars that we had that were absolute snowflakes. The moment they were tapped with a wall or something like that, they would literally fall apart like it's Lego. Um, so back in the day, I remember I used to get pissed off with my little Lotus because the moment that had contact with anything, that thing was ruined. That was red. That was dead. It was awful. I remember Roxy having to calm me down after that. So there's a lot of shit like that happens, which it's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad at the same time. See, like you say, you do work on it and everything like that. But so if you take like import vehicles, should we say, and obviously if we think back to old revival days, I don't think there was that many imports. I think there was probably 20 to 30, compared to I think Ascend's 50 plus, at least maybe 80 plus or something. I don't know. I know there's a shit ton in there. But if we compare old revival days, when you look at that in terms of not looking at it from a vehicle dev, which obviously you are now, but looking at it from an RPer, you prefer imports or prefer locals? That's the question.
uh
So I will say this mechanically, as a mechanic shop owner, I prefer local cars because you can actually modify them and do things with them, make them look cool. Imports can't do shit. There's only a select few. So where would you be sitting with the imports and the local cars? What side of the fence are you on?
One sec.
No, you're fine. While you're typing, Roxy, what side of the fence you on with that?
Oh, I like the locals. You can do a lot to them, and I mean they kind of look similar to like imports,
Yeah.
but the imports they look nice, but then like you can't really customize them to make them your own.
Exactly my argument.
So
So yeah, because I mean, if you take a look at
I like a little bit of personality with my car. I'm not gonna lie.
if you look at is it the Ocelot Imus or something like that? I think it's based off an R8, an Audi R8. It's not that far off. It's a little shorter wheelbase. Apart from that, you won't tell much of a difference. And the badge is basically the Audi badge cut in half. So,
All right.
yeah, T, what side of the fence you sit on? Because me and Roxy are both basically the same. We prefer local cars. You can do more to them, and yeah, they don't look far off from the real thing. So obviously, it's better for RP servers as well. But from an RP point of view, not a vehicle dev point of view, if you were in my shoes, where would you sit? Just a regular RP?
Lore friendly. Because they're okay. So when you look at the grand scheme of things, right? And you take like all the local lore friendly cars, even the ones that have been built by other people, but they're still lore friendly, they're still hell a lot more optimized than 90% of these imports are. They're smaller, they're less intensive on the server. There's a lot more you can do to them customization wise, and they're just overall better for people's happiness and server health. Majority, I'm gonna say, of like import vehicles are ripped from other games. So like the Viper that Tiessen always drives, in a sense, that's straight out of fucking Forza Horizon 5.
Yeah.
Right?
The Lambos that you drive.
I
Those
was going to
aren't,
say
but
the amount of I can tell that you have influence on the vehicles in the city. The amount of Lambos that are in there, boy, you've got to be like bullshitting hard if you tell me you haven't had influence in that. There's so
in
many
what?
Lambos in that city that's ridiculous. So many Lambos, like every other car I look through in that list,
Even
there's
your
boom Lambo,
kid
boom
has
Lambo.
Lambos, so I mean,
I fucking love Lamborghinis, man.
I can understand
But
why they're a fantastic car.
There's a fair balance of everything, though. Like, I'm not overly a big Ferrari fan, but there's still like 6 different fucking Ferraris.
Yeah, I was
in
gonna
there.
say
there's 4
they're
Lotuses,
still kind of
which
ugly.
you don't typically see. Too, they're not very popular cars, but there's
No.
like 4 or 5 Lotuses. There's
But
6 or 7 Aston Martins. There's
what about McLarens?
actually here. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna do you one better. I'm
Isn't
gonna
there
tell you
one
exactly.
McLaren?
No,
one.
there is 3 McLarens.
3? Oh.
Is there? Okay. I might have to go get
Hold
myself a
on.
McLaren then, because I can't remember seeing any.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Somebody else is on there. Never mind.
Oh, he was gonna go into the big boy box and he was gonna find out exactly what's in there.
Yeah,
So-
I was booting up the box, but
When we look at it from a cop point of view, then, from a cop point of view, would you prefer to be going around in the cars you're in at the minute, or if they were, I don't know if they're the law cars that you're on about that you use at the minute, but if not, would you prefer to go to law, or would you prefer just to go back to vanilla GTA cop vehicles?
lore friendly ones. Okay, so the vanilla GTA cop vehicles I don't like. I don't like the lighting.
To be fair, I don't think anyone likes them. I'll be honest.
Yeah. Now the lore friendly ones, like y'all remember Terry, my buddy Reed.
Yeah.
He makes some really nice lore friendly ones with like new and improved lights. They look really nice. So shout out to him. I mean, obviously this has been a kind of like couple of rough patches and communities with certain people, but like, nothing but respect for Reed. But he makes some really damn good cars, and the lore friendly ones that he makes are like, I will send you a couple of pictures here.
Sounds
and
good.
you can put them up on your stream if you want to.
Sounds good.
Where's my DMs with Sauter?
I'll see while he's doing that. Roxy, question for you again.
Ooh. Okay.
So if you had to
You're really gonna
pick
like
your top
Mhm.
2 most used import cars, what would they be? And your top 2 most used local cars, what would they be?
Okay,
If you know the names.
so import my GTR, Liberty Walk, and my Lambo or Venton are like the 2 that I use right now. Really popular with me.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously the GTR I've always driven.
And that is actually the OG GTR from Revival.
Yeah,
The
I
OG Liberty Walk
literally
GTR.
like that car is my
Mhm.
favorite. It's been with me since Blake and I were like, in
Mhm.
Revival.
But those pictures I sent you, they're from a different server, but whatever. Reed
Um,
made these, and those are lore friendly cars that Reed made. So they're based off of the Vapid Scout.
All right,
Sorry.
that's all right. I'll show those in a second. So Roxy, what was
and
your
then
other ones?
the I guess vanilla cars, I would have to say like the Cypher.
Yep.
That's one because it looks like a BMW kind of mixed with something.
Yeah, like a
And
BMW
then
M1 or M2, I think it
Mhm.
is.
And then obviously there's the electric one. I don't know what it's called, but I think it's like
What does it look
it's
like?
electric. It looks kind of like the Urus kind of, but it's electric. I don't remember what it's called.
I think I know
Yeah.
the one you mean.
Yeah, I just don't know the name of it because the
I think
names are
it's
like
I
really.
think it's a benefactor something. I could be wrong, but I think it's a benefactor something.
I don't remember, but like that car is really nice too.
Okay, fair enough. So
Yeah.
let me get up here then some of the photos.
Yeah, sorry to be rude. I was just
No, you're cool. I'm sure she
You
won't mind.
rude? No.
So I'm
only sometimes.
just gonna cover up us for a second. So on screen at the minute, people will be able to see the photos. So just tell me about these photos again, real quick. What are these cars from?
So they're from a different server. Not gonna really talk much about that server because I don't really know a whole lot about it. But my buddy Reed made these, and they're based off of the Vapid Scout, which is a GTA car. Like they're built onto the Vapid Scout, so they
They
have
don't
all
look
new like
bad to be
lights,
honest.
and they have all new lights and shit. It's beautiful. What you can do with lore friendly stuff.
Hmm. Okay, so that's what we just showed on stream there. That's the kind of thing you'd want to be driving. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm just saying that you can make something look good, right?
Right.
Like you can make the GTA cars look good. You don't always have to have these high expensive fancy fucking imports.
I was gonna say I can imagine it costs a lot to get a lot of these import cars into the actual city, like buying them and everything like that.
Not really.
No.
No, some of them, yeah. I mean, some of them I've had for years that I've bought, and some of them I've like converted from single player mods. So majority of them I've converted from single player mods.
So going back to the original question, then let's take part 2 of this. So, do you feel People's RP was better back in the day of old Revival? 1.0 Revival times when you started, or do you prefer it when we are where we are now in terms of People's RP, their stories, the immersion, things like that? Would you say it's better or for worse?
The stories in the RP is worse. I'd say that it's a lot more interactive and a lot more fun for some people with all the scripts. But at the same time, having what?
Me probably being one of them with the whole mechanic stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, there is also a lot of people out there. I feel like with the evolution of all these scripts and game mechanics, have made people extremely fucking entitled whiny bitches that just complain about fucking everything. So that's the downside to it.
Yeah. So you'd say like RP in terms of creativity has gone down since the start. It's now
because it depends more now. Like everybody bases their RP around what they can do mechanically than what they can come up with and make and put into existence.
Yeah,
using their imagination.
Yeah. I mean, I have to admit, there's a couple of things I've been trying to start recently. For example, on my Stream Deck, I've binded a load of random emotes. Roxy watched me do it the other day. Just stood there in the mechanic shop while we've got nothing to do, and I've picked up a load of random ones that I know I could use within my RP. I'm trying to make it a little bit more funny, a little bit more immersive as well. So we do have those now going for us as well. But I feel emotes are quite crucial in terms of RP, and I feel like not enough people use them, or use them correctly anyway. Like the amount of times you see like a group of, let's say, between 3 and 10 people standing in a circle or in a group talking. Everyone's just standing still. Maybe the odd person smoking a cigarette, which is very common. But everyone else is standing still. It's very static. There's nothing going on. And entertainment-wise, especially as like a streamer when you're streaming it, there's no entertainment there at all. Unless you're sitting there talking to your stream, but then you're talking over other people. So again, it's not any good because you're trying to like fight over other people's voices, and it just sounds awful. Because I've been there before, but. I mean, with the emote menu, looking at it again from an RP point of view, an RP player point of view, of Roxy, I'll ask you first, with the whole emote stuff, do you feel it's utilised enough, or do you feel it should be utilised a little more, and do you use it?
So there is, like, a lot of people that do use it, but some of them just use, like, the basic ones, I guess. You know what I mean? Like the normal ones that everybody else is using.
Like the cross arms cigarette.
Yeah. Like, well, for me, it's like weight 11. That's been my go-to all the time. So I do that. And then, like, I change it. I don't know. I use them for, like, a lot of different things. Like, I was going through them for, like, an hour the other day. Just because I was, like, curious. And then I know that some people use them for, like, pictures. Like if they're together or something, they'll like take pictures with the shared ones.
Yes, I've seen quite a few of them actually.
Yeah. So like it just depends on the person. Some people are just really basic and just stick to what they know rather than going through the emotes and making it more, entertaining.
Yeah. I mean, T, same question for you. Do you feel like the emote menu? Obviously, for those that are in Ascend, you open that with your F4 muscle. But do you feel that's used enough? Do you use it? Do you want to use it more? How do you feel about emotes in our?
I feel like it would be used more if other people could see the emotes, but they can't. A lot of people don't know that. Like if you use a prop emote. No, like if you use a prop emote to like carry a sign. Not everybody else can see that sign.
I mean, it just depends on who it is because, like, sometimes I can see it and sometimes I can't.
Exactly.
Oh, I think we were trying to sell some houses the other day, and I used the briefcase one, and I think everyone could see it because everyone kept questioning me why I'm in a haze outfit with a briefcase selling a house. It was the most back to front thing.
And then you got in your car and your car NATO'd.
Yeah, and I don't think. I didn't realize I had to put the case down, so I got in the car thinking I was all badass. So I'd done this cool walk away thing. And then as I got in the car, suddenly it turned into a tornado, and I was going like half the height of the building. It was fucking ridiculous.
And then he fell out, and I was like, yeah, the car's not usable anymore.
Yeah, so that was quite eventful. But no, I feel like emotes need to be used more often, man. Especially for those people that have a Stream Deck. I know not everyone does. There are other applications out there and other little products that don't have to be an Elgato Stream Deck, but I feel like you need to utilize them more. You can really enhance that stuff. I know people have like /me's binded up to buttons as well, so they just press a button, and especially medics, because they write the same shit every time. There's certain lines that they may as well just put on. They do, so they just click one button and they do that. I mean, Roxy, do you obviously you do a bit of medic stuff? Is that something you do? Do you have that like binded or
no?
Not?
I have some of them binded, but
do you have just lines binded or emotes or a mix?
The emotes, because like when you're doing like surgery or something, you can't really just keep typing what it is. So I mean, I have it binded just for memory.
What about you, Tiessen? I don't know if you have a Stream Deck or not, but do you use any of that for your day-to-day cop stuff?
Absolutely fucking not.
No? Why is that? Because I don't think I know any cops that have stuff pre-binded.
Actually, most of them do.
Do they? Okay. I just don't talk to them.
Yeah, I've just never had a Stream Deck. I've never been able to really afford one. And even if I could afford one, I don't think that I have the brain capacity to figure out how to set it up. I have this little audio interface that I have. Right.
Wait for him to cut out. Wait for him to cut out. Yeah, there's all the cracks.
Little
Wait for it to
audio
cut out.
interface that I have. It took me 6 months to figure out how to set this fucking thing up.
So you're not tech savvy. Got it. All right.
I
Not
would
really.
lift my XLR one up to show you, but the problem is it's so sensitive. If I do that, it actually freezes my system.
Broke.
So
Broke.
I hate Go XLR with a passion. This the biggest regret of a purchase I think I've ever had. Sometimes it's great, but a lot of times it's useless. But I have to admit, Elgato Stream Deck, simple as hell. Took me literally a matter of an hour just to set up, and plus there's so many videos on how to set things up. It's great. But yeah, I mean, moral of that whole section of conversation, if you're watching this, whether it's live or back, use your fucking emotes in RP, will you? Make it more immersive.
Exactly.
Get some stuff going, because it's not only entertaining for yourself, getting immersion, you know, for your personal benefit, but also you don't know who you're interacting with. You could be interacting with Mr. Kazakhstan over here. You could be, you know, interacting with the crazy Latina. And if any one of us are streaming and
Or
stuff
you
like that,
could
it
be
makes...
interacting with horrible tall colonizer over there. So you know.
Yeah, I was waiting for that to come out. I was seeing how long it took.
Fucking
But
Jolly Green
like,
Giant over
it's
there.
fuck off. It's one of them things where
He's not very jolly though.
I am jolly.
You're
I'm
right.
happy.
No.
I'm glad that you're happy.
But it's one of them things where people, all right, if you're not in the mood to RP or, you know, go to the extent of being immersive, then what the fuck are you doing in the city? Just get out of the city, because there's people that will be streaming. I've been guilty of it before. I've gone in the city depressed as hell, and I've then left again.
I'm just gonna double back to one of the questions that was asked earlier.
Go on then.
Probably a little bit less of a happy answer and a little bit more somber of an answer.
Oh, here we go. Let me get out the violin. Fucking hell.
One of the things with streaming is just to constantly push yourself. I'd say that like my default mental state is depressed, honestly. And I'm gonna say 5 out of 7 days a week, I wake up and I don't want to stream. I don't want to do anything. I just want to stay in bed. But I just you push yourself. You fucking put on a smile, and typically after after I start my stream and I get going a little bit, things just get better. You know, it takes your mind off of it.
Change your mood and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's just like just pushing yourself and just giving yourself a kick in the ass when you know, when you're feeling down, like just being your own biggest motivator. Just hit the fucking go live button. Just go do it, whether you want to or not, and just like put on a smile. And that's probably like the biggest motivator you need, because I feel like it's what happens with a lot of people. They get discouraged, or they're not growing with they as fast as they hope, or they're not getting whatever satisfaction that they want out of streaming, and then they start beating themselves up and they start losing motivation, and they just give up. And sometimes you just got to kick yourself in the ass and just fucking do it anyway and push
your
through it.
motherfucking hand.
You just
This is
just
not
gotta
class.
push through it.
I'm
That's
raising my
it.
hand because that's me. He's describing me.
Because well, no, and I'm describing me
He's
too.
describing most, people.
Yeah, I
don't
mean-
If I
feel the way he
just
does.
if I just gave into my moods every single day, I would only stream twice a week, and I'd probably live in a cardboard box.
I probably wouldn't even do that. I mean, look at the period where I just didn't stream at all. Because I remember I kept coming in your stream, like, when the hell are you streaming again? And it was every day I had the same thing as you. I woke up tired and I was like, yeah, you know, I'm too tired to stream, can't be asked. Ain't doing it. By the time I finish work, get home, I'm like, maybe I'll just hit live and see what happens. 10 minutes in, we're like, let's fucking go, right? Let's do this today, we're going to do that today, do the other. So it does change you. When
You just
hit
need
that
to
live
big
button.
yourself up. That is it. Like
Yeah.
you need to be your own biggest motivator.
Yeah.
And
Be your own supporter sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I lost recently, I'd say, my biggest motivator that wasn't me. So
Yeah, and I think a lot of people will know who that is as well. Yeah, I think everyone will probably know who that is, to be fair, because a lot of people that are with us live at the minute are obviously from your channel, so they will know exactly who you're referencing. For those that don't know, I will say, I'm hoping I get this name right now, but it's Icelander, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so obviously a massive name in the community. When he says lost him, he's not dead.
He didn't die.
He's not dead.
He just
Just
retired.
for clarification, but yeah, he's left Twitch, shall we say. So,
Yeah, like
Yeah.
he was like my manager and like one of my best
He's
friends.
such
yeah,
a
he
good
played
person.
a big role in in like your channel. I'd say I'm not saying like none of that work was yours, but he done so much.
No,
like,
he
from
definitely
coding,
did play,
announcements, everything.
and he definitely did play a huge role. And a lot of people don't know it too, but on the bad months, he would support me a lot financially too. And that's the problem with streaming, right? Is that like you're not guaranteed to make a bare minimum every month. It's really hit or miss. My streaming income probably right now is at an all time low than it has been in like the past 4 years.
Last 2 months, I've
Um,
not even made the threshold for a paycheck,
yeah, like I don't know.
so it can be low. And I think that's what 50 is it 50 or $40 now? I think it lowered in my
50
country.
bucks. Yeah, I think
But
it's $50.
yeah, I
But
don't even reach
I guess that was kind of like my bad because Icelander would always kind of like pick up the slack because he wanted to see me succeed, like with me financially. And I guess I didn't really, because I'd always say like you don't have to do this, but I guess in a way I kind of did take advantage of it, and that's shitty of me. And I guess it kind of put him in a little bit of a nutshell financially. So he needed to focus on doing what was best for him, and I respected that. And I still talk to him on Snapchat and shit. But
Same.
um, yeah, it was just one of those things. I didn't really like. I knew that he was a big part of the channel and keeping me going, not even just financially, but like mentally. But I don't think I realized how big of a deal he was until he wasn't there anymore. And I'm not talking about financially. I just mean like with the mental day to day, like the days where I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore.
The pushing part that you were just on about is that.
Hmm.
And I mean,
And him being like, "Are you done being dumb?"
yeah, I feel like
So,
every streamer either needs someone like that, and this is like, it's not. I don't want it to seem like a direct attack, but it's like everyone that's either watching live right now or watching this back, it's all the same. If you watch any one of us three in here, if you're a viewer and you go to that person's Discord, you DM them privately, you send them a whisper on Twitch. If you just any kind of communication with the streamer and just take a minute out of your day, literally 1 minute, to say how much you appreciate the content or what you liked about it, what you could change or anything like that, that is the equivalent of having a personal motivator. Like for me, obviously, it's not, it's not something that people don't know. Obviously, people will know that me and Roxy did obviously date for a period of time. And when we were dating and everything like
fucking
that.
too.
Well, here's the thing: when we were dating and everything like that, she would push me to be like, sort your shit out, go live, go get your shit done, get it sorted. And to be fair, I started getting back at her for it as well because I noticed that she had just slacked it off completely and started calling her a hypocrite. And then she started to pick up a little bit, died off again, but now it's coming back again. And she's gonna carry it on again, aren't you, Roxy?
I'll try.
Yeah, exactly. So she's gonna carry it on again. But like, if you don't have that personal motivator, I'm not saying it has to be someone you date. Obviously, for Tiessen, it was Ice.
Could be your best friend.
It could literally be anyone. So
Friend.
if you take literally 30 seconds out of your day and either DM the creator directly, or like I say, in their Discord, or even go in Discord general and get other people talking as well, get that community feel, that will uplift the streamer, the YouTuber, content creator, whoever it is, so much. And that will be the motivation they need to then press that go live button or press that upload button next time they go to do something. Those little comments are what keeping like people going. Because like T says, some people, yes, come in with a mentality of money, money, money. Others don't. Those that don't, the thing that motivates them isn't the green stuff that comes through every so often. And I'm not talking about weed. It's not the money. It's the comments, it's the compliments, it's, maybe change this, or the constructive criticism. It's not about how many subs you get in a month or anything like that. It is purely about the feedback you get and the community you get as well, because at the end of the day, it turns into a family, and I'm sure Tiessen could agree, because he's got about 50 fucking family members on a daily basis. So it gets to a point where, like, obviously we started this podcast talking about how you get to know people on a personal level. I'm sure Roxy has some in her stream, I have some in my stream, and Tiessen has some in his stream, where you know these people on a personal level and you become just best mates to them, and it's those people that will take time out of their day to say good things, and maybe you should try this, or I saw this happen, is everything okay? Or, you know, why don't I try help you with this, or something like that. Those little bits are what push people big time. And like, either one of you two may agree or disagree with me, but that's how I feel. If it's not, as long as you're not doing streaming for the currency, that is payment in a way. That is the payment that pushes you to do it. And that's the cost of people viewing your shit. You know, if they're watching you and that's what they give you, that pushes you to carry on. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's where it is.
And on the flip side of that too, I want to kind of like emphasize that if you do decide um to become a streamer, you're gonna have people that are gonna be positive influences, and you're gonna have a lot of fucking haters,
Big time.
and that's just something that you have to deal with.
I'm not naming the shaman, but I remember
We went through that. So about a month ago, I cleaned out half of the SASB command, and I was literally getting death threats over it.
Jesus.
What?
Yep, over something that happened in a game. People were literally messaging me. There was somebody, I'm not gonna really name names because he already had his 5 seconds of fame or whatever, but that I had to ban from his end. And he had like a lot of issues with staff. Like we give him chance after chance, and eventually it was like, can't have you here anymore. And yeah, he was threatening to kill me, threatening to kill my sister, my family. Fuck's sakes.
Yeah, I mean that.
Because you get haters.
I mean that's the same as what football/soccer is promoting at the minute. There's no room for racism, and that goes around like the whole world. And there's no room for threats like that either. You know, you can't. You can have criticism towards someone. You know you can be negative. You can hate. That's fine. But when it gets to that level, that's ridiculous.
No one should be giving you a death threat over what happens in a game.
Exactly.
That's a little bit too much.
Yeah, 100%.
You'd think
You're
so.
being extra.
Some people are just extra though, and that's the problem.
But I mean,
like that's some weird extra. Like you need a 5150 for that one.
I can't remember their name, and I'm not gonna, even if I do remember, I'm not gonna name and shame them. But I think Tiessen, you might remember this person. There was someone in my stream when I was doing flight sim. I used to do little short flights, about 20 minutes in a A320, because that's the only thing I could fly. And I used to hand fly everywhere, pretty much, because obviously flights are so short. And this person started complaining.
You didn't know how to use the autopilot.
Yeah, people don't need to know that though. Like there was this one person
you know how to use it now?
Yeah, I know how to use it now. Sort of. There was someone in my chat that was very much telling me how I should be doing it, and he really didn't like my content, things like that, and just kept coming back in my chat to complain about the way I'm flying a plane in a sim.
And those are the people that I'm like, listen, motherfucker, I will kick you right in the fucking balls.
Exactly.
My thing is why do you come in here if you don't like what I'm fucking doing? Like, if you don't like what I'm fucking doing, go
find someone else. Yeah. Because I remember I messaged, I think, was it you, T? I think I messaged you about this person. I said, look, what do I do? And instantly your reply was just 2 words. Ban him. That was it. And then that's exactly what I done. Yeah. And then after that, things just kept going up from there again because people were enjoying the content. It was that one person.
So that's what you have to watch out for too, right? Because people are fucking sneaky. You get people that will come in and they will do shit that just like disrupts the whole fucking juju of your fucking vibe.
Fucks up your mojo.
And that you know, that radiates onto other people in the chat, this, that, and the other. I have a little bit of a different approach at first. Like if people come into my shit and they start talking shit or they're being a troll, I just shit talk them right back. Like I will shit talk them until they leave on their own because I just destroy their whole entire fucking existence. But if that doesn't work, then I'll ban them. But I always have a little bit of fun with them first.
I've noticed you do that.
But it doesn't happen as much as it used to. I think people have just learned, like, hey, I will throw words with the best of them, like, you know. So people don't really try it anymore. But it used to be quite a frequent occurrence to the point where I think like part of the stream was like the way that I would deal with trolls.
Yeah. So We've had another question coming on the form, and once again, a little plug here for people wanting to ask T a question that obviously, if you're not on this podcast, is fine. You can still get involved, so ask a question via the link I have put in the chat. Type out your name and your question in there, and we'll be sure to ask T the question when it fits into the rhythm of things. And this one fits now, which is put in very early from a Kenny Wallace. But this kind of goes back towards the whole RP thing. And I feel like we're approaching this kind of area now anyway. So how, T, this is obviously directed at yourself, how did you get involved with Ascend RP? Obviously you were part of Revival.
Yeah,
there was a couple of bus stops and then you're here.
So I was part of Revival almost from the beginning. But I'd had quite a few years with Revival, and then there was some drama in the community, and the community kind of split in different ways, and I decided to find my own path. So I went my own separate way that wasn't really the way of anybody else, and then a whole bunch of people followed me to that place. And
That was me.
I'm not going to go too much into the details on why that didn't work out. There was a couple of things. There was a specific person, and then just kind of the way that the situation was handled. And I had been getting bothered because, well, I wouldn't say bothered. I'm going to call it harassed um, by people like Waddles and Apollo and Horn and Kaylin and Jade and Alexi.
Holy
Baba.
fuck, this list.
For a very long
My
time.
sister, my brother, my aunt.
For a very long time about going to Ascend. And I'd always said I was never going to do it just because I didn't want to. Not really like go back on what I said, but I was trying to like avoid the drama because I knew there was going to be lots of it.
Because
Right.
just to clear it up for everyone as well, there was obviously a lot of heat there involving a certain person in that community, and that was probably sort of making you second guess the move to Ascend, if I'm not mistaken.
No, not really.
No?
It was
Okay.
just the fallout and the backlash from a lot of my friends that I knew were going to 100% not be okay with me making the decision that I was making, yada yada yada. But a lot of my longtime friends were at Ascend, and I miss them. And I went there for somebody's in-city wedding. It was Shelly and Russell's in-city wedding, and I was hammered. IRL hammered. Like I had been drinking all fucking night because I was just like, woo. Because I'd only been there one time before, and that was for Curly's memorial service that they did in city for when he died. But so Russell and Shelly's wedding, I was hammered. Horn and I got to talking. Next thing I know, I'm having a conversation with Calvin about fucking joining the department and shit. And then I think we gave it a couple of days and then announced it officially. But yes, rest in peace, Curly, who was a very long time friend of mine, actually. So funny
Massive
story going
Flight
back.
Sim community member as well.
Yes, going back, Curly was one of the first people that I met when I started streaming Flight Sim. 2016, somewhere around there. 2016, yeah, 2017. Yeah, he was always one of those people that would make your day better. He was just a good friend, and we kind of drifted apart over the last like year or so before he died, and I always kind of kicked myself for that. But
he never had the best quality mic or anything like that, and it was always hard to
oh,
understand
and
some
he
of
was
the things
always
he said.
and
But
he
I
was
tell you
always
what, he was
fucking
funny.
He was always screaming too. When
Yeah.
he got excited, he was always fucking screaming.
Like it sounds like he's talking through a fucking microwave, but I tell you what, he was funny.
Mhm.
He was fucking funny, and obviously big shout out to, now I don't know as much as this other person, but obviously shout out to Tracy, obviously RIP. I don't know as much about Tracy. Don't know if you can put a couple of words in on there, either of you two, but I'm not too familiar with her. I know about Weasel News, but Yeah.
Yeah.
Tracy was one of those people that always like tried to see the good in people, and she was always there to give people a second chance or just help them make better decisions. Especially with like a lot of the new members that would come into the community and just have they would either like be horribly breaking rules because they just had zero clue or they just weren't very good at our peers, and she would always just go above and beyond to help correct their behavior instead of just doing what most of us on staff do, and that is just warn them a couple times and ban
And she
them.
wasn't staff when she was doing that, was she? Or was
She
she a part of
was,
it? She was part of it. Okay.
but even when she wasn't, she would
Still
always
doing
be
it.
there to help people out,
Hmm.
and she touched a lot of people. And I wish that I had got to know her a lot better than
Same.
I could have. And a lot of the time I blame it on like just like I'm always busy. I'm always doing something. But I mean, maybe if I slowed down a little bit more, then time would go by so fast. But yeah, she was a very, very kind-hearted person who would go above and beyond for anybody for anything. So definitely a huge loss to the community and to her friends, family, and everybody else.
Yeah, big shout out to those two, and hopefully they had enjoyable times and good lives and everything like that as well. So obviously I know they were both enjoying the city, and I think do they still have a monument in or like a little memorial thing in Ascend, or is that now not there? I
I
know they
think
did to
we're
start with,
working on yeah, we're working on putting it back
putting it
in.
back, yeah. But obviously, yeah, if you're part of Ascend, keep your eye out for that, and fingers crossed that'll return again very soon.
Hmm.
Um, but obviously, Tiessen and Roxy, you know what I'm on about. There was something I
Mhm.
had to do, obviously halfway through this, so I'm gonna go get that done now.
Yay.
So,
All right.
Can we like
Roxy,
just take a 5 minute BRB so I can rock a piss?
you know what? In fact, yeah, we'll
That
do that.
sounds great.
Yeah, you know what? We'll
Yeah,
we'll do that. So
just let
yeah,
me
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. On we'll go, finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest, echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by the
Welcome back.
Sorry, had to be done.
horizon, turn us to thousands.
Had to be done.
And we'll grow
Let me pull out my preschool chair.
It's a beautiful place to there.
Let me pull out my non-sponsored. I need a sponsorship chair. Just sit on this very uncomfy hard plastic chair.
I remember when I was in school.
You need one of those button things.
27 months of being so for your ass though.
27 months. That's mad. I've done double that on yours.
I'm not sure if it's quite double.
I think it's near it. I know it begins with a 4.
Yeah, probably.
I think it's 44, 45 I'm on. Fast F
Yep.
is fucking loving. Well, was loving the music before I turned it off.
Yo, Fast F is just, he's a hype man. He's always hyping shit up. It's good.
So, we're going to go straight into the question from Mad Guy before we attack another one from Roxy's list. But Mad Guy 996 has asked, Tiessen, do you have any suggestions for new RPers who want to get into GTA RP? Fucking banger. Let's go.
Okay, so I could give you all the cliche answers about how you could just watch my stream and get a good idea on how it's gonna go, but honestly, it's not really gonna help that much. When it comes to RP, I find the best way to figure it out and to get a good understanding and feel for it is just to jump in it. Start small, like
Trial and error, basically.
yeah, this is a big trial and error thing. Make sure that whichever server that you end up in, make sure you read the rules. First and foremost, because they do change from server to server. It's not like some blanket rule of this is just how all RP servers are. Like even for me, when I go to a new server, even if I'm just testing it out, I always read the rules. I read through the documentation. I got to kind of try and get a feel on what that community is about, what the expectation is, and then just kind of like jump in there. I feel that most people probably do the best learning just by doing. Not all servers will have documentation outlining everything that they expect, like NoPixel does.
Yeah.
But Mm.
You have to read
Yeah,
through
you
an
could read.
encyclopedia to get in that place.
Yeah, you could read for days. Um, but yeah, just trial and error, and try to be genuine.
I'll say be a little more friendly as well when you first get in, obviously, because you need to get to know people. So
Yeah, you don't wanna have everybody out after you right off the bat. That will
yeah,
never be. That will never. Well, I mean, it works for some people, being the shit disturbers. We
I'd
have a
say
couple of those.
don't go on the defensive. Don't go into a city and go all defensive like, oh, I need to avoid people because I don't want to get robbed. Like, fuck that. Your pockets are empty anyway. Like, the best time to be robbed is the first day in the city because that's when you got the least amount of shit on you before you've even done anything. So that's what you need to do. So, in my opinion, it's, be as friendly as you can the moment you get in there, to be honest with you.
Oh, the first day I was in the city, I met Blake and
Oh, yeah, that went
he
down
took
well.
me to the liquor store.
The rest is just history. That's how we ended
True.
up with the Hudsons.
So, you know what? That links us on perfectly. Someone's going to think we planned this. That links us
That's crazy.
perfectly to question 6 on Roxy's list.
Ooh. So, what made you decide you wanted John and I as your family in RP?
Because y'all are like my family outside of RP too. I've always tried to be there for you guys when you guys are going through some shit, and you've always been there for me when I'm going through some shit or when I need a friend. You know what I mean? So it just
I
kind of
will
made
always
sense.
continue to be there for you.
So it just kind of made sense. You have your good support group, your good friends, those people that make a difference in your life, and you want to keep them close. It made sense.
Mm.
It was just right.
But
Except for this
the thing is, though,
bozo over here with the funny accent didn't change his name.
Fuck off! I've pulled my headphones out again, man. Honestly, I need to get a better headset.
What's mad?
Again, not
Well, now's the
sponsored
time.
with a headset, but I could do with one.
Now's
You
the time
need
to talk that
AirPods, you know?
shit.
But no, like it could have been anyone though. Why me and Roxy? Like it could have been anyone out of character. Why us?
Could have been, but I don't know. It just we meshed right. Chemistry was there. It felt right. The way that we bicker with each other like a family.
Hmm.
To be fair,
That
that's
was
how
a
we
big
are
part of it.
outside of it too.
Yeah.
I mean, not only that, but obviously I'm fucking fabulous.
Yeah, you are pretty fabulous. You both are.
Yeah. So.
Yours is debatable.
What do you mean? I'm debatable. At least I can reach the middle shelf in the supermarket.
So can I if I climb.
John's the one I can be like, yeah, he's got my sense of humor. Roxy's got my looks. It's okay.
Fuck both of you. Fuck both of you. Jesus, I can't even get on board with that. That's outrageous.
Why not?
That's outrageous. I've been done dirty there.
My thing is, neither one of us could reach your height, so.
Yeah,
I could.
Yeah, that's a good point.
How tall are you? 6'7", right?
No, 6'5" now. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know when you stop growing. Isn't it 24?
For guys, it's different than girls.
Physically or mentally, I think it's 24 for males. But apparently males don't fully mature until they're in their 40s.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, so for me,
No,
I've still got another year and 2 months yet to keep growing, so I could get 6'6". I'm aiming for it. I'm drinking plenty of milk. I ain't. Actually, that's a sabotage. I've already had my pint of milk, so I ain't got milk anymore. That's a shame.
You can have more than one fucking pint of milk a day, bro.
I know I can, but I've already had like 6 today.
There you go. For anybody who doesn't know, the whole backstory behind just milking it thing is this man loves milk. This man would suck milk out of a cow's fucking teat.
Mate, honestly, that's why I'm banned from so many farms. I've been trespassed from so many farms.
Oh my god.
They're just like, oh yeah, I've got that tall guy. He's laying underneath Daisy again. Who's Daisy? I was the prize-winning cow. Oh, okay. Same udder? Yeah, same udder, same teat. Yeah, there's just
and then
me.
I have to drink like the lactose milk. I don't even drink it that often.
Are you actually?
Yeah. Yeah.
I never knew that.
Or I'll drink like the milk, like what is it? Almond milk? It's not even.
Yeah. That's quite common, to be fair. I know a lot of people like that. But I noticed that it's more of a across the pond thing. Like we still have it here, but it's not as common.
It's just
do you want to know why?
Better for you. I don't know.
Why? Because you want more almonds out there?
No, because people in North America are fucked. and you cannot change my mind. Where the fuck is a tit on an almond? That is not milk. There is no tit on an almond. There's no
Okay,
tit on
they
a
juice
coconut.
the almond to get the milk, okay?
It's not milk then. It's fucking juice.
No.
I will just confirm as well for anyone that's wanting to experiment. Don't worry, I've experimented for you. I've tried the grow your own tit schedule, and yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't produce milk. So
Grow your own
I'm
tit?
doing pretty good
What?
for myself right
mate,
now.
I tell you what, when it comes to the tit category, I'm packing. Like I'm packing more than I'm packing in other categories. So
Okay, so you see this, right?
my name's Callum mostly, but then it's Camilla when it comes to my chest. Like it's completely different. And I'll tell you what.
Y'all want to see some shit?
Oh, here we go. I have a funny
No, I
feeling I know
don't
what
want
this
to
could
see
be.
your OnlyFans.
No, I have a funny
It's
feeling
not
this is
my
a this is going to be a photo of him when he was bigger than what he is now.
Shirt.
Yeah, it's bigger than what he is when.
No,
No?
this is me 5 years ago.
Were you jacked, mate? It's blurry. I can't see it.
Oh yeah, here I'm just gonna send it to you. You can show
I
it.
was going to say it's like it's age restricted. Why is it blurred?
Because I have the depth of field thing on.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, this popped up on my Facebook.
Shit.
2 days ago from 5 years ago.
Oh hell yeah!
I was beastly.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I am just as a disclaimer, I am saving that to my PC, but only because that's the way I've been showing the photos.
No, that's fine. But
Don't lie.
Yeah, that's going.
yeah. So this picture was how good of shape I was in 5 years ago.
See, I've got your permission to show it, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. All
And
right.
this is what I'm working on getting back to, which is why I've been like working out and running again.
It is currently on screen. So this is Trooper T before the Trooper phase, right?
This is before I. So one thing I noticed is like when I started streaming full time, it became very hard to motivate myself to stay in shape because I spend most of my day sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? So yeah, that was me 5 years ago. That's what I'm working back at. It was jacked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leg press. That's when I could leg press 1,100 pounds.
Jesus. To be fair, that's where my muscle is. Like it's all in the legs for me. Upper body is like a little bit because of rugby and stuff like that in the past, but apart from that, there's not much there now because I've been battered and all sorts in bloody rugby when I was doing that. So yeah, that was a bit chaotic. But all right, Roxy's turn. I'm joking. Don't feel panicked that have to. Yeah, don't worry.
I mean, you can show my face. I don't care.
No, it's all good. You do what you want to do. But to be fair, I know when it comes to like trying to stay in shape when you're streaming and things like that, I know it's difficult. I'm currently going through that phase. I think naturally in my genes, I'm meant to be a bigger guy. I've never been thin. Like the size you were in that photo, I will never probably see the light of day if I was that size. I will. If
you worked out every day, honestly, so like the biggest
achievable.
thing. Back when I was reffing, like I had to be in peak shape, right? So my diet consisted of whole grain pasta, chicken, sometimes some rice, vegetables, and occasionally a Caesar salad, and that was like my cheat. That was like me cheating, was the Caesar salad because I make them so saucy.
Yeah.
But it would be like wake up, fucking pasta and chicken. That was breakfast, pasta and chicken, right? And then you run 7 miles in 90 minutes. You come back and you eat pasta and chicken for lunch.
See, for me, it was kind of like almost, especially for. So I'm not going to go too in depth in my like obviously childhood story. I'm pretty sure you two both know it though. But obviously, I wouldn't really say it was much of a childhood, but still, like when I was doing rugby and things like that, it was kind of like when you're not training, eat what you want, but the moment you're training, you're getting smashed around, and the bigger guys always get hit harder because they want you to take harder hits. So I'm being thrown around like a fucking ragdoll half the time. And then, you know, when we're getting in scrums and things like that, you're getting punched, but it's just to work your core up so you're used to pain and things that you can power through it. And then after, it's a bit like what you had. It's nothing but like pasta, chicken, fucking salad stuff. It's all stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to admit, since I stopped playing rugby, one, it's better for my health because now my back isn't as broken as what it used to be. But to be fair, it's that kept me in shape big time. I don't think I'd ever get like to a thinner shape. But I think naturally I'm going to be a bigger guy. So if I was going to get fit, I'd get fit in a way of I'd put muscle on and I'd end up looking a bit like fucking, not to the same size, but I'd be like a bit like a Brock Lesnar build in a way.
Yeah.
Like big shoulders and everything like that, quite a wide stance. I'd never be someone, you know, a lot thinner or anything like that. It's not naturally how I'm going to be. I mean, you should never ask a lady about their height, size, and all stuff like this. But I mean, who cares? It's Roxy. So, Rox, with you, obviously you're obviously shorter than us. Obviously, you are smaller bodied as well. Have you always been like not the height you are, but the size you are? Or has it been like very up and down?
I'm
like,
really
super-
hoping that
like, I'm
her
not
answer
super-
is that she's gonna be bigger now than she was 3 years ago. I'm really hoping that's what her answer is gonna be.
Wow. No, I'm like, okay, I'm not like super skinny. Like, I'm not a twig by any means. Okay, but like, I don't know. I
Krista,
did
you're
like
literally 80 pounds. Shut up.
Krista, shh. No, but like, I don't know. I did like sports and I did like dance and I did all of this stuff just to wind up being the same.
Were you
So,
ever
like,
a gymnast at all? I feel like you've got
no,
the build to
but
do all the
like,
swingy bits on the fucking pole and all that
no,
shit.
but like when I was in dance, like we had to stretch or whatever.
Mm.
So part of our stretching was to do the splits for like 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So you had to completely stay in split for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Part of stretching. But like, I mean, there's some things I can do that like, you know, I mean, would be, I don't know, different. But like, I mean, my size hasn't really changed too much, maybe.
Yeah.
It's gone down and then gone up.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't complain at
No, Krista, no, girl, no.
that. If you want me to show a picture of you on
I mean,
here, I
could
can
just,
do it.
like,
You just have to send me one
it-
via Discordia. Then I can show it via there. But yeah, no, I think when it comes to streaming and trying to keep fit at the same time, it's not easy. Like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I now go to the gym with one of my mates from work, and he kind of pushed me to go there. So, all right, let's do it. And I have to admit, fitting it all in is difficult and it's tiring, but I can already start to tell a difference, which is a good thing. So, when you get started and get it going, it's okay, but it's that getting started process, I feel, especially when you're streaming.
I
and stuff like
disagree.
that. No? I feel for me, it was getting started. The moment I was going, it was like, oh, I can
Staying in shape.
I think it's like consistency.
Yeah, staying in shape is a hell of a lot harder than getting into shape.
See, for me, it's
I used to cheat all the time because when I was reffing, we used to have high intensity fitness tests that we had to run twice a year.
Yeah.
Right. So I would like work out, but it'd be like a fairly consistent routine. But then I would go extra hard for the month leading up to that fitness test. Just to make sure that I was in pristine shape for those fitness tests. But the moment that I stopped working out, it like all deteriorated super fast. That's the thing, right? Like it's so easy to get out of shape.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, if you start at a good time, like when your body is young, like in your 20s, getting into shape isn't so bad. But if you stop, you're fucked.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I don't really take that into consideration because obviously there's not a massive gap between us, but obviously I'm the youngest one in here. And,
wait, Roxy, how old are you?
Older than him.
Yeah, she's older than me.
You older than me?
No.
No,
I didn't
you
think so.
Yeah, I was gonna say that there's a reason why you're the father in RP. There's a reason you're the top of the tree there. But no, there's a little age difference between me and Roxy, but it's mainly that I'm obviously being the youngest. I guess I'm in that spot where I'm in at the age where starting's not too bad. But for me,
And for you, one thing that you need to remember too, since we're on this fucking age conversation, right? Is that you are still fairly young. So when it comes to
True.
like your podcast and your streaming and stuff, it will come in time, right? Because you have more time than I do.
Yeah.
Like I'm 32 next month, right? Like I'm already like 32, right? You're 22?
Yeah, 22. 23 in February.
Yeah. So like you got lots of time to keep that momentum, keep it building. Don't feel like you're running out of time because your life ain't even started yet. It doesn't start till you hit 25. Just so you know. That's when you have your first midlife crisis, is at the age of 25.
What?
Yeah.
Did I miss that?
Yeah, you might have.
Well, there we go. That's going to be
I
on the
had
news
my
tomorrow.
first midlife crisis at 25 because I realized I was halfway to fucking 50.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, to be, I feel like I've already had that though. Like when I hit 20, I was like, fucking hell, 20 more years and I'm 40. It's like shit. I need to do something with my life. And well, here I am, still doing absolutely jack shit, doing fuck all. Sitting in front of a screen.
You're doing podcasts.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but we need to get. To be fair, that's something I need to work on. We need to get sponsorship going for the podcast. We need to get someone to sponsor the podcast. That's what we need. We need something like that. That'd be cool. So that's something we'll have to work at as well. But yeah, to be fair, you're not wrong. You know, there is still plenty of time to go. Fingers crossed. If I could win the lottery at some point within the next year, that'd be great as well. Have a bit of money in my pocket for once and not worry.
I mean, I don't know if it'll go anywhere, but I can talk to my road contacts, see if they want to sponsor a podcast.
Fuck it, sure, I'll take whatever. But yeah, I mean, like the whole age thing. I think, to be fair, like going back to the whole fitness with streaming and things like that, I'm completely opposite. I can keep the fitness thing going, not a problem at all. I feel like a jackass doing it because I'm those that don't know, I'm incredibly insecure, massively.
Yeah, I don't know why.
No, I'm massively insecure. There's not many occasions where I don't feel insecure. Apart from right now I'm okay. Right now I'm okay, but yeah, most of the time I'm very insecure and everything like that. So it's one of them things where I'm at the gym and feel a bit like a knob because I feel like everyone's watching me when obviously they're not. But then the moment I come back, the consistency problem is in my streaming, not in my fitness. Big time my streaming, but that goes back to the whole motivation conversation we had. Obviously we won't go over all that again because I don't want to bore people, but yeah, it's that whole motivation thing. That's what I lack with the whole streaming stuff. So once I can get the motivation going, everything will play into hand. I think I'll be 10 times happier than what I already am. And to be fair, I'm not exactly like not happy now. That's not what I'm saying, but things would certainly look up a lot more rather than sort of bleak. But that's me anyway. Roxy, do you do anything like fitness wise outside of the gaming world, so to speak?
So my mom is trying to be a living donor for my dad, so she's been doing like walks and like runs and stuff, and I go with her on those.
Big shout out to Mother Roxy for that, by the way.
Yeah, so my dad has a rare liver cancer, so she's trying to be a donor for him. So when she goes and like does her walks and stuff and like runs and like she has to just eat like certain things, she's just trying to like lose a little bit because her liver is a little bit fatty, so they can't do it until it's like the right amount.
Yeah.
So we just like go and do that stuff together.
So is she already a match?
She has like made all the qualifications. She just has to go like in front of a board and they have to like agree whether to do it or not. But she's trying to do it that way rather than waiting for someone who you may never know if it comes years from now to give him one. So
wait, how many livers do you have? You only have one.
Bro, I was literally thinking the same thing. I was sitting there and I was about to
You
stand up
only
going
get
like,
one, but,
where
like, I'm
is
saying,
it?
like,
Like,
So
where did I leave it?
wouldn't that cause a whole lot of health complications
So
for your
no,
mom as
so
well, long
my
term?
thing is they don't need the whole liver. They need a part of her liver to remove his.
Wait, so
We
she's
just
gonna
mutate organs now? Like,
So
she's gonna have a
literally,
hole in her
yeah.
liver?
your
So my
liver
thing
grows
is,
back, right?
yeah, your liver it does. It like heals over time.
Mhm.
So, but he has to take out most of his because he has like, like polyps and everything in there, like different little spots in there. And he has to get them out. Like he can't keep his liver because if he does, then it's only a treatable thing. It's not curable.
Yeah.
So he'd have to like live with treatments of chemo his entire life, or it's just
Yeah, I
something
feel like if that
he
was
doesn't want
me,
to
I'd
do.
probably just, kiss y'all goodbye. Like, I know that sounds like
No.
fucking terrible. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but
I
I
was
mean,
gonna
I feel
say
like
a way to
me
turn the
personally.
conversation. Fucking
No, I
hell.
feel like me personally, if I knew that I was going to, um, if it was going to be something that, I was never going to
Mhm.
recover from and it was only just going to prolong my life, I probably would.
But
I
like,
see where you're coming from with that. I do. I
but think
see
about
that
it.
point.
If put yourself in like my mom's shoes.
No, I
So
understand that part.
if somebody you love is absolutely going through this and
Mhm.
you want to do your part, that's what she did.
Yeah, and
So
I'm not
like,
bashing her decision at all.
but
Just
like
like,
she's been there for him for a long time. They didn't even get married until like what 10 years after they've been together.
Hmm.
So they were together for a long ass time and they finally got married like last year. Before he got cancer. I think he was diagnosed like 3 years ago. And he's just been like doing it ever since, and he's been going to chemo and going to doctors, and I think she's just tired of seeing him struggle, and she wants him to be there for like, the long run. She wants to be really old and sitting in a rocking chair with him, like the
yeah.
old little married couple.
I mean, ultimately, that's how every couple wants to be in a way, really, isn't it? Like, you just
Not,
got
Yeah,
not in this day and age, man.
but
Ain't
she
nobody
just
got no
literally
loyalty
just
no
like,
more.
I don't think she could
hopefully.
like do it without him. Like she literally like,
Yeah,
probably be in a ball curled up somewhere.
yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, to be fair, if I was in that situation, I'd purely be doing it because I want the company.
So like
I'm a
she
sucker
started,
when it comes to not having company. Big
yeah,
time.
like especially if it's like someone you absolutely love and
Mm.
know you like, you couldn't go a day without seeing them because you see them every day.
Yeah.
So she started
Yeah, I
like a
feel that.
GoFundMe. She started doing all of this stuff to make her like liver healthy for like him because she doesn't really drink. She doesn't like, she doesn't smoke. So all of that was good health wise. So
Mm.
that's what she's been doing.
That's fair enough. I mean, if you're in that kind of relationship situation as well, that's understandable. I know that there's people that have even done stuff like that for their best mates and things as well. And I actually had an interesting message in the chat while you were talking about that with Krista. She was considering, or she is planning on donating a part of her liver to her ex's mum to keep her alive for longer. She believes it's the same thing as obviously what you were saying with your dad. So, yeah, some deep shit.
Yeah. And then, I just have to help take care of him.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you just
So,
got to
like,
be there as a support,
I go to like
really,
the
haven't you?
classes for him to learn
Yeah.
how to take care of him after all the surgery and everything,
Yeah.
So
Tiessen, stop trying to nut on my stream. I'll turn them off for a reason, There's a reason I turned all them off because I knew
we're getting
shitbags
all
like
deep,
you.
and then he's over here trying to nut. What is this?
I know. I knew there was
I told
shit.
you I was fucked up.
Mate, he heard that your liver can grow back. He's like, oh wait, that grows back and sperm count as well. This is great. Yeah, let's go for another one. Fucking
What? Liver
shit.
grows back? Time to stick my dick in it.
Yeah, your
Oh
liver
my
heals
God.
over time.
To be
but,
fair,
like,
I'm working out day by day that I'm more like an octopus. Like I can now regenerate body parts. Like that's fucking brilliant. I may as well be a fucking octopus.
you
by this
can't
point.
regenerate your
Octopus are very
arm.
tasty, are you?
Hold on.
Oh God.
Hold on.
Do it. Do it.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
it barely fits anymore.
He used to wear this all the time.
Oh, that fucking hat has got to go.
No. We need this hat. That
No,
hat is
no,
epic.
now I'm tasty. Now I'm tasty.
You need to wear that
That's
for the
gotta
rest of the
go.
podcast. You need to wear this.
It's got his little sack as well at the top, but the problem
Yeah.
is it flops back too much. So
Yeah, we definitely. He needs to wear this for the rest of the podcast. It's my one request. It's my one
Jesus.
request.
Deep convos make him nut. Yeah, apparently so. Apparently so. Oh, actually, hold on. Speaking of like octopuses and stuff like that, it's going to be a completely different topic to what we were just talking about. We need favorite animals. Tiessen, favorite animal in the whole world. Can be anything, extinct or still alive to this day.
It is my life goal. One day I will own a Siberian tiger. A
That's pretty
white
badass.
Siberian tiger.
It's pretty badass.
All right, are we ready for mine?
Oh, here we go. It's fucking unicorn. Calling it.
Mine is an alligator.
Oh, fuck.
Just move to fucking Florida, bud.
I was gonna say
I don't
like,
have to. I'm literally near like Louisiana. I'm good.
why? So yours has made me curious out of most of them because to be fair, Tiessens is badass. It's not that common. It's rare. Yours is common as fuck, and you can find them everywhere. Why an
Yeah.
alligator?
Because are you gonna go near an alligator?
I mean, yeah.
Are you gonna go near a Siberian tiger?
I mean,
Yeah.
when are you fucking gonna see one?
When
The
I'm
zoo?
walking it down the fucking street, that's when.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Oh no, if I had a Siberian
No,
tiger, I would 100%
so,
take it for
like-
walks.
Alligators, like, you know, badasses, complete badasses. Like, I want to be like that's my, like, you know, animal. That's the energy I want.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
So if I was to put an alligator and a crocodile in front of you, you're still picking the alligator?
Actually, I want to be both and like just cuddle them. That's it.
She wants
like
to
both,
cuddle
but I
the
like-
scaly thing. Why?
Hey,
Tiger
Roxi,
cuddle.
I don't know if you ever consider this, but obviously if you want to hug them things, here's a 2-for-1 deal for you. You could consider donating your liver and then hug your dream animals.
No, I could donate my arms to the alligators because that's what's gonna happen.
You'll be donating a whole lot more than that. They ain't gonna just settle for the arms.
They're
They'll be
gonna
taking
take
the
my
whole
arms
fucking lot.
first.
No, they'll be taking the whole lot. They ain't gonna like. That's what I'm saying. Get the liver out first. Take the rest. They're not stopping at just the arms. That's not how that works.
See, but my thing is, I like alligators. I've always liked them. They're interesting, and like just because they're like, you know, mean as fuck doesn't mean that they don't, you know, have feelings. Okay.
Well, Chris
Why
has
do you
just put.
like octopuses?
You can't. An octopus is smarter than 90% of the population on planet Earth. That is
Bro,
mental.
have you met 90% of the population on planet Earth?
Exactly. But here's the thing, though,
Most of them
right?
are wearing
Hard.
octopus hats.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing with it. So with an octopus, I remember seeing this clip, and this guy got a pet octopus. He was in America, put it in a standard fish tank. That little bastard found out exactly how to undo the lid and climb himself out. The next morning, the guy woke up, and this thing's like spread out wide on the guy's wall, right next to the heater, right next to the radiator. And so this guy's nearly turned himself into sushi, for fuck's sake, like straight away. So he's
Hey, I like sushi. I don't care if it's a him or not.
fuck's sake. he put this bloody octopus back in, put a rock on the fish tank. Guess what happened next? The motherfucking octopus still made it out. So he had to chain the fucking lid down for it to actually stay in the tank. And obviously you see it where they drop jars and shit like that in with an octopus, and it manages to unscrew the lid, work out what's inside. Literally, it'll put itself inside this tiny jar, which is like only big enough to fit in your hand, and this octopus is like bigger than you. It'll fit itself all in there, get what it needs, and swim away with it again. And plus, their fucking life story and shit like that is incredible. Like, everything about an octopus is fascinating, but obviously there's that big theory that they are like alien and all that shit, but
Bro, have you seen
So you
half
like it
shit in
because it's the
fucking
opposite
ocean?
of you. Got it.
I just love an octopus. I've caught a few before, obviously in a safe
Like
manner,
tentacles.
and released them in a safe manner, but yeah, I like them. And that's the exact reason I don't tell everyone that I like octopus, because the first thing they go for is, oh, you just like tentacles, don't you? It's like, no, I don't just like tentacles. I like the fucking animal. It's like everyone, the moment tentacle porn became a thing, it was like everyone was like, oh my god, he loves tentacles, that's why he likes octopus. It's like, oh, fuck off. You little dick.
Maybe that's part of it though.
No, it's not. I have no fascination over the tentacles at all.
Do you have like, I don't know, an octopus fetish?
But I will tell you one thing. 1, 2. Where's the third one? There it is.
Are you
This one here.
counting?
The third tentacle, if you were to spread every tentacle on octopus around, right, out, like spread him out wide. Third one on the right. So if you're looking, like, say this is the one that I'm wearing on my head. This, you know, you're facing the same way as him. Count the tentacles around like a clock. The one that's on 3 o'clock, that's the tentacle that does the sex stuff.
Of course you would know that.
So fuck off. That one is the one that they taste you with. So when an octopus has like got its tentacles,
say taste you with?
yeah. So when an octopus puts its tentacles like on your hand or something like that, it's not latching on because it just wants to hold on to you. It's tasting you to find out whether it's trying to work out if you're like whether you're safe or not, friendly and all that shit. They can just tell from, I guess, the taste. Obviously, they will detect that. I guess, you know, you're not a threat to them. However, they possibly can get that through their head. And then, yeah, that's why they just cling on them with all their tentacles. It's the third one on the right that has all the sperm in it as well. And fun fact, they have the most boring sex life in the world. And it's going to sound really odd, but the male will find a female. They only live for 2 years. So he's got to be quick about it. He's got to be a hoe. The moment he can swim, he's got to be a hoe. So he finds a female that's sitting there, right?
So you picked the octopus because he's a hoe.
No. So he finds the female, right? Again, third tentacle on the right. This one here. They put that inside the female tentacle head. You know the little tube that comes out their head?
That's so weird.
They put that tentacle in the tube, right? And it doesn't move. Once it's in there and lodged in, they sit there for 3 hours. 3 hours, not moving, sitting there. Dead still, blending in with everything around them. And after I think it's 2 to 3 hours, it then shoots out the sperm and that's it. And then he fucks off, he finds another one before she eats him. Because obviously they're like spiders. She will just turn around and be like, yeah, you know what? Fuck you, batty boy. And then she'll just eat him.
Yeah, you know what's funny though? I think it's both penguins and wolves will only ever have one mate.
Yeah. Yeah, whereas every other animal in like the animal kingdom goes for like as many as they possibly can. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Especially octopus because they've got 2 years to do it in, and if the male survives all the times he's had sex, he'll die after like 2 years anyway. So, yeah, no, octopus are fucking goats, man. They're brilliant creatures. I'm gonna have to take this off though because it's giving me a headache. It's too tight. I need a bigger one. I'm gonna have to order a new.
Fucking worse. Fucking worse.
Hold on.
You're saying your head is like massive. And the hat is small.
It actually is. I bought a Peaky Blinders hat and it's too small.
Oh god.
I bought the XL one and it's too fucking small.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly. I got a Christmas hat though.
Hey, there you go.
I don't know if the Christmas hat fits me though. What way do you even wear these fucking things?
On your head.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
so
you know what?
I'm
That actually fits me.
Oh no.
Yeah, that fits me. Right, we're going with this for the rest of it. Let's go. Let's go.
So how did you get into dev work for Ascend? Any advice for people wanting to get into dev work?
That's a loaded question and I can't answer it in its entirety.
All
but
right.
long story short, I started playing with like vehicle stuff a while ago, and it was just something I picked up on, and then I joined Ascend's dev team as one of the vehicle devs, and my main job is just to make things handle decent.
So with the vehicle dev stuff, did that come on from like your passion for the whole graphics thing? Obviously, technically that is developing work. And the amount of shit you've done there is ridiculous, but yeah.
What started it was me trying to fuck with the vehicle files client side in 5M, which was an epic failure. But it taught me a lot. So I was like, what if I just change all this shit on my side and like make my 5M do something different? No. Didn't work out that way.
What was it that actually got you into the whole graphic shit anyway? Like, just I remember one stream, all of a sudden out of nowhere, you were like, "All right, I'm doing this Patreon thing. Graphics are up. Let's go." And it was like, "Oh, what's going on here?" And it was like,
I hated the way that GTA 5 looked. Still do.
yeah.
Like if I, it sounds terrible a lot of the times, unless it's somebody I know. If I tune into a stream and they're just running vanilla GTA, I leave because it bothers me.
That's me.
It bothers me.
I would run graphics, however, every time I've tried to run your graphics, my just everything's so slow for me. I haven't actually tried it on this new PC though, because obviously that was my old PC. So I haven't tried it on this one, which is a little more powerful, and the graphics card is a little bit bigger. So I might give it a go tonight actually after the podcast and just see. But
Envy, it's a lot more user friendly now. It's a lot less demanding.
yeah, true. But I want to try out one of yours to be fair and see if my PC can now handle it, because obviously my previous one could just about do it. This one should be okay. So, what about Roxy? What about you? Do you run any like graphics mods or any that you kind of like be like, oh yeah, I'm going for this?
I just have NVE, but then someone else is gonna help me. Like
I will
with
murder
their
you.
eyes. Like yeah,
I will murder you. I will fucking murder you.
Don't
I run
murder
the monopoly.
me.
I run the fucking monopoly of graphics mods here. Okay. And
Yeah.
Colton can kiss my ass.
Don't tell Colton to kiss your ass. That's fucked up. His pictures are really good, to be fair.
I'll give him that.
Like,
the photos he takes are
Yeah,
fucking
his
phenomenal.
photos are fucking good.
But I'd say, see, I've not seen. I don't know if Colton streams or not. And
No,
if
he doesn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say if he does, I've never seen his streams before. But I reckon for photos, his are incredible.
Yeah.
But I reckon for non-stop like streaming and shit like that, I'm
I don't
swinging
know,
Tiessens' way.
His are really good. Like, I don't know, like he'll like screen share with me when I'm like at work or something, and he'll just like show me what they're doing in study. I'm like, I like the way that his contacts just look.
Yeah.
But like Tiessens, of course, are like, fucking phenomenal.
They're definitely a different look between the two of them.
It just depends on which look you want to go with. Like, that's for you.
So keeping on like the whole graphic thing, then, T, what else have you done graphics for? Because I know you've thought about doing other games before. I know you mentioned iRacing once. I don't know if that's a possible thing or not. If it is, awesome. Because I might.
I could make a reshape preset for iRacing.
Honestly, if you've done that, I'd run it, because my PC can run iRacing now quite well without any frame loss. So I would so get on board with that and promote it. What other games have you done though? Are there any others or?
GTA 5, Red Dead Redemption 2, Flight Sim, X-Plane, P30, WWE 2K23?
You've done one for WWE?
Yeah.
Fuck
I have a reshape preset for WWE. I haven't released it.
What stems that game? Because obviously there's a pattern of all the other ones, but that one's a bit of an outsider.
It's just something I play in my free time to keep me entertained when I'm bored.
Okay, right. That's another thing we're going to be talking about then. Fuck me, there's some hot topics of WWE right now.
I've made 2 in the past for Arma 3, 1 for DayZ. I was actually currently working on one for DayZ, and then I raged to uninstall DayZ. Made a couple for GTA 4.
Do you still play that?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Just I deleted it to free up some space. I've made 3 different ones for the Hunter Call of the Wild.
Yeah.
I have made one for Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, the original.
Fucking hell. Right.
Yeah.
Come on, next game's going to be Minecraft. I'm calling it.
No, but I do want to make one for the new.
I was gonna say you can. There's some games out there that are really shit graphic wise, but you can make them look fucking amazing. Minecraft being one of them. I would love to see you do a Minecraft reshade.
So I don't even. Okay, there's so many like good graphic packs out there for Minecraft to make the game look like real life.
Yeah. That
you wouldn't even need reshade. It's fine.
That's true. I've seen some incredible ones out there. Yeah, that's fair enough. Right, well, I don't know how... Well, actually, no, hold on. Now thinking about it, this topic is perfect, because all 3 of us, I believe, watch or have some form of knowledge in the realm of world wrestling entertainment.
Okay.
Because myself...
I just have a whole lot of controversial opinions and...
Lovely, that is music to my ears right now. So... here's the thing. Obviously, not a lot of people know, or barely anyone does. Every time there's a WWE pay-per-view, me and Roxy tend to sit there and watch it. Obviously, if Colton's free as well, Colton will join. But we'll literally, and this has been a habit for how long has it been, Roxy? Like what, over a year or something? I
yeah,
think.
something like that.
And yeah, so there's been some mental pay-per-views go down. There's been some real shit ones. Luckily, they're all on the weekend because I have to stay up to like 3 a.m. to even watch the start of the show. But let's talk on some recent topics then involving WWE. Number one, my childhood hero has returned, and I was shaking when he came out on Survivor series on the War Games recently. Randy Orton, the Apex Predator. Mental when he came out, I was shaking. And then about 10 minutes later, another person came out from Chicago, who a lot of people will know, and has caused some major controversy. I want to say major, I mean there's backlash and all sorts. There was a lot of off-camera stuff.
Okay, so I'm going to touch on these real quick.
Go for it.
Randy Orton's the last of a dying generation of good wrestlers.
Yes.
I've never been a fan of CM Punk.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I've never really either.
And honestly, I think the bigger headline was Edge joining AEW.
Yeah, that was pretty. Thing is that I feel like the CM Punk thing outdone it because of the whole CM Punk and AEW back and forth. They get Edge, but they got Edge a couple of weeks before War Games, and then WWE are normally terrible at keeping secrets. So when they kept a secret right up to the pay-per-view, and still the crowd were chanting CM Punk because obviously they're in Chicago, they're going to. But the fact that people still didn't really know that he was actually coming out that night was incredible. Because it was confirmed in the news as well that he would never be signing for WWE again because they won't let him in. And all of a sudden he appears. It's fantastic. But obviously one man.
I personally think that CM Punk is very overhyped, and the only thing that he really brings are his promos. I don't think he's that great of a wrestler. I think that he can spin a promo pretty good. And he's really good at shit talking. The administration of the company, which everybody loves to see anyway. It doesn't matter what it is. Why? Because everybody loves talking shit to their bosses.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what job you're in. If you work at McDonald's and you get a chance to lip off your manager, you go and get it. You want to take that chance.
Yeah. Very true.
So that's just my 2 cents on it. Randy Orton is like the last of a dying breed.
The legend
because he's getting old now.
He is, unfortunately.
He is old.
He's getting old now. You have to remember, right? Like I was brought up on a generation of wrestling that was like the Attitude Era and the Ruthless Aggression Era.
Yeah.
Right? Like when I stopped watching WWE, John Cena wasn't a big thing yet. Just take that into.
I started watching WWE when Brothers of Destruction were kind of getting to their prime. I was probably then again I'd probably start watching 2010. I'd say 2010, 2009 because I was about 8 or 9 then.
So that was about when I stopped. It's like when people ask me who I think who my favorite wrestler is, it always throws them off.
Oh god, I got to hear this now.
Goldust.
Yeah, that is a bit of a throw off. When I heard it began with G, I thought, it's Goldberg. But then Goldust. Like,
I think honestly, one of he was given a shit gimmick. An absolute shit.
Made it work though, didn't he?
And he did, and that was the thing. Is I don't think anybody else could have made that work.
Yeah.
Because look what happened with Cody Rhodes, his little brother, when he tried to do that whole fucking Stardust thing.
Yeah.
Right. It didn't really go over too well. It couldn't sell it as good. But Goldust just being this absolute fabulous gold bastard coming out and just being extremely, it's not really PC, but gay.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the stuff he did was like blatantly shock value,
Yeah. I mean, I will say one thing. It wasn't big back then, but Cody now is like the face of wrestling, really. Like the American...
Bullshit.
Nah, I'm sorry, but he
He's
is.
everywhere.
Roman Reigns.
No, you say
I fucking
Roman.
can't
No,
stand that
you
man.
say Roman Reigns,
I can't
but
either.
everyone does the whole, put the ones up, acknowledge him, and everything like that. But there's so much more hatred behind him because he's turned into an even worse Brock Lesnar. He doesn't even turn up for pay-per-views no more unless he desperately needs to. Like, there's just no point having him there. You don't have. That's the only reason they brought in Seth Rollins' title, because he's an actual champion that's actively defending. And
Okay, but
Roman
then
wasn't.
look at well, use the Undertaker for example, who is like my second favorite wrestler of all time.
What's up, Kelly? By the way, hello.
For the last 10 years of that man's career, the only time he ever made an appearance was at WrestleMania. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The odd pay-per-view for the year, like he'd show up at Royal Rumble, SummerSlam, Vengeance, and WrestleMania, and then that was. And I think that. I mean, yeah, he was also getting old, and he didn't really have anything to prove at that point. Because if you want to know how to sell it in an arena, just bring the Undertaker back for a day.
Yeah, that's very true.
Or like there are certain names out there that you hear their music, and the pop that you get from the crowd is just insane.
I feel like if you brought back
when Edge came back to WWE and he came back as Brood Edge.
2020 Royal Rumble, when he came back then? I know.
I think it was slightly after that. It was when he came back as Brood Edge, and that was I
remember do you remember the Brock Lesnar one? The one where I think he turned up at the end of like a Royal Rumble or something like that, but he came back as like a cowboy Brock Lesnar. Like, he came back with a different kind of gimmick and things like that, or even like his returns before, because obviously he was very
WrestleMania 39.
Oh, okay.
When Edge came back at WrestleMania 39, it was I'm just.
See, there you go. There's a common one. Savage Fire 1989 in the chat right at the minute.
Bert Savage. Here, I'm gonna send this to you if you wanna show what I'm talking about.
My favorite.
Stone Cold. Well, Savage in chat said Shawn Michaels, their favorite.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Mad Guy the same.
Texas, so.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, because you had the big names back then, right? You had Stone Cold, Shawn Michaels, The Rock, Triple H will always be a GOAT.
I cannot stand The Rock at all.
I will say he's not a legend, but our truth. He's not a legend, but I'm sorry, he's been around for so long.
His
but he's so
promos are so good, and he's actually been around a lot longer than people know.
Yeah, right.
Because he used to go by the name K Quick.
So what I'm going to do,
early 2000s,
is we are no longer on screen. I've got the WrestleMania Edge Fiery thing. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Obviously, this is not our content. This is obviously WWE's, but I do remember this already seeing it, because I remember saying to Roxy, the first thing I said when I saw him, I was like, dude, there's a fucking disco ball on the screen. I was like, well, what is this shit? Because I've never seen it before.
Yeah, best wrestling match of all time is still a Hell in a Cell between The Undertaker and Mankind.
Yeah. I have to admit, if I was going to say the best match I've ever witnessed, has to be end of an era, Triple H versus The Undertaker, Hell in a Cell, Shawn Michaels, special guest referee.
That was a good one too.
The best match I've ever seen, because that did symbolise the end of an era. Because after that, that's when the whole Undertaker thing went downhill, and obviously that was the build up to him losing that streak, which obviously, as most people will know, shouldn't have happened. But yeah. That video is now finished playing on there. But that was a fantastic little segment.
Eddie Guerrero was another huge one back in the day. I mean, obviously, I don't condone what he did, but Chris Benoit was another huge one. Another person that I actually used to really fucking hate too in pro wrestling that I ended up being a giant fan of was Kurt Angle. Yeah. Because he really embraced the whole "you suck" thing.
He did, and that worked so well. And then look at where it landed him. You know, he's still in powerful positions within the company, and obviously him and Triple H work so closely together as well. Now, if I was to throw up two tag teams, I want you two to like pick a side here. You can pick for the same one, but
only if I get to do the same thing after.
All right, that's fine. But for the people in chat as well, I'm going to put up 2 tag teams, and I want you to let me know what your
Mhm.
pick is going to be for best ever. No, it's not the Usos. They're the best currently, but they're not the best ever.
You're gonna throw up 2 tag teams, and I'm gonna tell you it's neither of them.
Yeah, probably. But you've got to pick one of the 2, though. You've got to pick one of the 2. It may not be your 2, but you've got to pick one of them. So one of them is going to be DX.
Okay, so are we talking Shawn Michaels and Triple H?
We
are.
are.
We talking X-Pac and Road Dogg?
No,
or are we talking...
We're talking Triple H and Shawn Michaels. The one where the views really skyrocketed.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the other corner, we're having Brothers of Destruction.
Shock Value Brothers of Destruction actually selling shit, like selling out DX.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Roxy, who are you going with out of those 2? If she's even still there.
I'm here, I swear.
Which one are you going for? If I put DX in one corner of a ring, Triple H and Shawn Michaels, you got Kane and The Undertaker, Brothers of Destruction in the other one, which team are you either siding with, support? You're Paul Heyman in this situation. Which team are you backing in that corner?
I don't like him, but I'm probably going with like The Undertaker and
Good choice.
Kane.
Good choice. Yeah, I'll be that team all day long. All day. Right, T, give your 2 teams. Give your 2, it could be individual wrestlers as well. Give your choices.
We're going to have a fatal 4-way tag team match here.
Okay.
So
spicy.
In the first corner, you're going to have the Hardys.
Yep.
In the second corner, you're going to have the Dudley Boys.
Yeah.
Edge and Christian in the third corner.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, and here's where it gets a little finicky. Right, you're going to have the APA in the fourth corner, the team of Bradshaw and Farouk.
Now, see, this is where it gets a little easier for me, because I don't know much about the APA.
No,
I know barely.
They were a horrible tag team. They were a horrible tag team, but their promos were god tier.
I know more about the team of, I can't remember what their name is. They always used to have these like big red shoulder pads, spikes coming off of them. 2 big guys, like massive. Look like dwarf Big Shows. Kind of like come with wide shoulders down to the ring. And I know more about those 2 than I do APA. Apart from the name, obviously.
So actually, I'm going to remove the APA out of that. And I'm going to throw in the tag team of Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero.
I was literally thinking of that when you were saying your teams. But I have to admit, I would pick the team Hispanic. However, I will say, if they were in there, it has to be the Dudley Boys. Like if they were in there.
Mine's always been really torn between the Dudleys and the Hardys. And
Hardys are better high flying, better entertainment, but the Dudleys have so much support.
You can throw Jeff Hardy in any fucking match, and he's gonna put on a show.
I mean, you could throw Jeff Hardy full stop, and he'll do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Jeff carried Matt a lot in that, like in the entertainment side of things. Well, but the best all around tag team probably was the Dudleys.
I see Jeff Hardy as a bit more of a like Daniel Bryan wrestler. Like he's kind of more foot to the ground, can do some quick stuff, can do a bit of high flying here and there. But Jeff Hardy was Rey Mysterio in him.
Jeff Hardy was suicidal. That's what it was. This man dropping swanton bombs off the top of the Titantron and off the stage and off the top of ladders onto other ladders onto tables.
Yeah.
You know, like he really didn't give a shit about his health.
Oh, and Crimson's just said he's thinking of Road Warriors. There you go.
Road Warriors. Does anybody remember the Headbangers, Mosh and Thrasher?
See, that means nothing to me.
They were extra. Like they would come out with outfits where they'd have like plungers over their nipples, like toilet plungers, wearing like fishnets and skirts, with like their face paints all up. Yeah, it was weird. It was weird. It was really weird.
I will say though, when it comes to people being suicidal, high flying, all this stuff, like, well, not necessarily high flying, like doing like, you know, for swantons and stuff like that off top ropes and things, but suicidal people, top 2, definitely got to be Mankind and Shane McMahon. They were suicidal as hell. Like they put their body through hell, and yeah, they done amazing.
Shane's definitely up there.
Yeah, I mean, before we dig into that a little bit more, I will say this. Roxy is gonna.
Yeah.
She's obviously got to shoot off, so
Yeah.
we're jumping down to 2, but we're still carrying on.
All right.
So she's gonna lurk, but she ain't gonna.
We love you, Roxy.
She ain't gonna be in there with us. So
I love you guys too.
everyone in chat, say goodbye to Roxy. Roxy's now departing from us,
Bye.
but
Twitter.
What?
part timer.
Yeah.
Shut up, you wankers.
No, I appreciate you being a co-host today. Really do appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
So
it was fun. Sad I have to go, but
that's fine. If you want to do another one, you have to just let us know, and we'll arrange it.
Sure.
Because we will end up getting Rusty on again. We'll get Tiessen on again at some point as well. So
Alright.
yeah, but right,
See
enjoy
you
your night.
later.
Me and Tiessen are gonna carry on and see where the night takes us.
You still look goofy with that fucking hat on.
I love this hat.
I don't know.
Fabulous.
See ya.
Bugger off.
Bye.
Right. So yeah, I mean, if we're talking about high flyers, I'm sorry, but for me, with suicidal people, Shane McMahon and fucking Mankind were just.
Well, Mick Foley wasn't really a high flyer. He just.
I'll say, and yeah, he's not high flyer, but he's suicidal, is what I mean.
He was just willing to put himself through a lot of physical pain to sell a show. Like getting dropped onto thumbtacks, getting put through the cell in the hell of a cell, getting thrown off of it onto a fucking table.
Yeah.
You know, like, there's a lot.
100%. 100%.
Favorite ECW wrestler?
I don't know ECW that well, to be fair, at all, so I can't really.
Probably Rob Van Dam.
I know Rob Van Dam, though.
Or Rhino. Be RVD or Rhino.
Yes, very true. To be fair, now thinking about it, one legend that's still in the wrestling scene, maybe not in WWE, Chris Jericho. How long's that fucking guy been going for? And don't get me wrong, he looks like he's 60, but he's still going. Yeah, I mean,
Edge and Christian being on AEW is pretty legit too.
I was gonna say that trio there, those 3 massive names in there, and then you had like the young and upcoming people that maybe didn't make the full height at WWE, but they've still got a good solid name with some weight behind it. As I know him, and other WWE fans will know him as Jack Swagger, or whatever the fuck else he's known as at AEW. He's he didn't reach the heights he could have reached. But I tell you what, that boy has some skill. He went in MMA, and dominated. So
another one that I never thought was actually going to get as big as he did, somebody that I could never stand and never saw the potential in that actually did quite well, though, is Dolph Ziggler.
I'm actually really upset that he's not with WWE anymore.
Yeah.
But I do have a couple of people I work with that are massive AEW fans and wrestling fans altogether, and we've kind of pieced together. It's only a matter of time until it's revealed Dolph Ziggler's on AEW.
AEW is not going to exist for very long. AEW only exists to give the WWE something to fight for. And I know it sounds like shit when I say that, but look at TNA. TNA they eventually just became another stepping stone for WWE. It didn't matter who they signed as talent, having like Samoa Joe and Abyss, and I think Jeff Hardy was over there for a hot minute, and I think Matt Hardy was over there for a hot minute. Gangrel was there for a bit. A lot of like older, big name wrestlers went over there. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
Why? Because WWE has monopoly.
Yeah, that's true. But Mad Guys just said in the chat, WWE merged with UFC, and I feel like that was a big move and a big play, but not much has happened since the merge has gone ahead. I haven't noticed
because
much
they
change.
Didn't merge. They're basically just under the same ownership now.
Yeah.
Right.
But
so
they do have a percentage over creative though.
Yeah, they do, but I can't see us having an overlap in the WWE and UFC anytime soon. It's just the most thing that you might get is Brock Lesnar making a couple of appearances on UFC again.
What about the other UFC guy that came over just for a couple of entrances and that was it? Like he teamed up with Rey Mysterio. Was it Cain Velasquez? Did he get arrested? Did I?
I'm not sure.
I can't remember. Maybe someone in chat could tell me. But Cain Velasquez, if anyone knows or can Google it,
Anybody
let us know.
anybody in the chat know who the first UFC fighter to come to the WWF was back in the day?
Fuck, I don't know that. Ronda
Rousey was
Yep.
in the UFC.
Frank Shamrock.
Well, it was Ken Shamrock, but you're close enough.
Same Shamrock, different person.
Yeah.
Then Dan Seven.
Yeah.
See, these names going one ear and out the other. They mean nothing to me at all.
Yeah.
I would say the oldest wrestler I know of, that I know a little bit about. One is probably Finley, Hornswoggle's fucking defender. And also,
Can we talk for a
Ultimate
second
Warrior.
about how risque that was for the WWE?
whole
Hornswoggle
yeah,
thing?
Yeah, big time. Big
Mhm.
time. And then who else?
The other one that was really controversial, I'm not sure how many of you guys can remember this name, but Eugene.
Name rings a bell. I just can't put a face on it.
The guy, so he wasn't actually handicapped, but he played a handicapped guy. Hold on, I'm gonna send you a clip.
To be fair, talking to the handicap and like wrestling and things like that, did you see the match of that one-legged wrestler who went against Big Show and Brock Lesnar came out and helped him and everything like that? Did you see that?
No.
He was on a podcast fairly recently and he was talking about how the WWE just treated him like, I think it was just like crap. Apparently, like straight after that, like he had won the match against Big Show with one leg. He didn't have like a prosthetic leg or anything like that. He was just hopping around. But he done some cool moves, top ropes and all sorts. But
yeah,
Eugene
they was
threw him out like trash. So
exactly. Yeah, Eugene was they brought in a handicap gimmick.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was, I can't really find.
That's it. Crimson's on one tonight. Zach Gowen. Zach Gowen's the person I'm on about with the one leg thing. Yeah, Brock Lesnar came out to help him. I don't know if Kurt Angle got involved as well or not. I can't remember. But yeah, I think there was something. I think Vince put him there for his own entertainment or something like that. And then I think Brock Lesnar and Kurt or something like that had a feud with Chairman at the time, so they decided to go out and obviously sabotage the match and make him win. But again, another massive wrestler, literally. Big Show, shout out to him. He's making his return to the ring as well after some major knee injuries. He's now back. Obviously, he's commentating for AEW, and I believe he's now making his in-ring return. So I was really stoked about that because that was a wrestler I'd linked myself to a lot. So,
another actual group that I really liked watching for entertainment purposes only was Too Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're old enough to remember.
Name rings a bell, but again, that's all.
It was Rikishi, Scotty, Too Hottie, and Grandmaster Sexy, and they always used to do their little dances.
Do you know what? Scotty Too Hottie, I saw him live recently. As you know, at the age he is, yes. So there's a local wrestling promotion called WAW, right? And they just had their like WrestleMania, right? And it's called Fightmare. They just had Fightmare 5. And this is this WAW place is run by the mother and father of Paige. You know, Paige or Soraya. The really pale white British girl that won the Divas Championship, like youngest Divas Champion or something like that. It's her debut night and she won the title. It's her family that run that show. And they're called the Knights. There was a whole film about them. Some people in chat may have seen it or heard of it, called Fighting With My Family. And that's all based on them. But yeah, they just
I think he goes by like Scott Garland now or some shit, right?
Well, he was just, because this was like a one-off thing, he was just introduced as Scotty Too Hottie because that's what people, I guess, know him as.
Yeah, well, that would be what people know him as.
Most. But there was also another group there, or another tag team, and I can't remember what their name was, but they were massive. Was it WWE or somewhere else? And these guys were kind of like, I've got to be careful because the way I describe it would probably be seen as very offensive. They, I swear there was a T in their name, like literally T something. I could be wrong. Let me see if I can get the Fightmare 5 fixtures up, because yeah, there was some big names, to be fair.
Hold on, I got it.
Here we go. So, oh, LAX. Sorry, no, it didn't have a T in their name. LAX or Lax, as some people just call them. But LAX are fighting. Then you had Tajiri. I don't know if you know Tajiri.
I remember Tajiri. Yeah,
he was also fighting
the
that
poison
night.
mist.
Yeah, he was fighting that night. Yeah, Scotty Too Hotty was fighting that night. Any other big names? I think that could have been about it. Yeah, that's about it for names that you'd probably recognise anyway. But that's a wicked night. That was absolutely amazing. And Scotty Too Hotty at the end of the show, when the cameras went down, they then done the whole, oh, this is a dance you used to do a Rikishi thing, and they done it all in the ring. It's fantastic to see. But he's still in good shape, Scotty Too Hotty, really in good shape.
That's good, because a lot of them end up dying of heart attacks and shit.
Yeah, no, he's in
it's
really
sad,
good shape.
but it's true.
Same with LAX. They look like they don't look like they've aged that much at all. Tajiri, I mean, he looks older, but he's still moving around like he's Rey Mysterio. So, Scotty is a firefighter IRL. Oh, I mean, there we go. That's where the fitness comes from then. And I guess if he's a firefighter, then I could be wrong, but I'm gonna imagine that a lot of his health and lifestyle was all natural rather than drug inflicted. I'm not saying all wrestlers use drugs, but there are some that have been confirmed and some that have been rumored. So,
do you remember Maven? No, he has a YouTube channel where he talks about a lot of like WWE secrets. Hold on.
Okay.
I will
I'm getting hot on this out now. Take it off. Oh, my curls have come out. Fucking hell.
I will send this to you. But yeah, he talks about a lot of wrestling related stuff and like the hidden secrets, this, that, and the other.
Okay.
He was never like huge, but he was in WWE for a while.
Gotta be honest, not a fan. Not a fan.
Oh,
hey guys, my name's
I've seen some YouTube shorts from this guy. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I've seen some stuff about this dude. Yeah, no, I'll subscribe to him and I'll go check out some of his videos at some point. But yeah, no, I know there's also a podcast.
He was the first person to ever get F5 by Brock Lesnar.
Jesus. Well, there's something to clutch onto and put on your CV. Jesus. That's a move to take as well, from that man. If there's anyone that's going to intimidate me in a ring,
Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, it's Brock Lesnar.
I feel like the Undertaker still be more intimidating just because of the whole mystique that surrounds the whole persona.
Yeah, I guess that's fair enough, but I don't know, something about the way that Brock moves and the way that he's bouncing around all the time, considering his size and the weight that he must carry with half his fucking muscle on his body. Like that man bouncing around like that, and after like 6 suplexes in a row gets up, a little bit of red in the face, but that's literally it. Mental. If I saw that, I'd be like, I'm not getting back up. Just pin me now, mate. I'll let you.
There was also guys like Bobby Lashley and Batista that were way too fucking big.
Yeah.
Like you looked at them and you were like, dude, lay off the fucking sauce.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, there was like the thing about John Cena. Everyone was saying how natural he is and, how he's so strong and everything like that. And then people realised that there's certain pills out there that we won't go over, but there's certain pills out there that made your veins pop when you take them. And obviously you look at John Cena's body, he's got veins popped all over his body. So there was, I know that the people are still 50-50 on whether John Cena consumes substances that he shouldn't to get his physique. So, but yeah, there will be a lot of things over the next sort of, I reckon, year or two, where some of those wrestlers that we know from back in the day and things like that either will pass away or obviously leave WWE. Like, for example, Randy Orton. he says he can go a long while and things like that, but I don't know. If he doesn't have any good storylines, and there's no reason for him to stay, he may as well go and enjoy his time with his family. So, because obviously his kids are going to be growing up. But yeah, it's going to come to a point where WWE is going to be a bit of a weird place because all those people you did once know are all suddenly gone, and it's all the youngsters and all this young talent.
And that's why I don't watch it a whole lot anymore.
I mean, I feel like this whole with Punk returning, it's going to be very much now Punk versus Seth Rollins, because Seth Rollins off camera went off on one, swearing, just all sorts, just going crazy off camera because he really hated the idea of Punk being back. They despise each other, IRL. So yeah, I thought that was going to be kind of a little interesting, but I think that'll be the feud that goes ahead, and eventually Roman Reigns will leave WWE because he already confirmed that he wanted to go into what The Rock was into, which is movies. He wanted to be a Hollywood star rather than WWE wrestler, so which is fair enough. He's now got the fame to do it. He's got the physique as well. You know, he's not quite as tall as Mr. Momoa, but I'm sure he could have taken some of Momoa's roles off of him. So,
well, you know what's actually really funny about the way that WWE works, though?
What's that? Oh, by the way,
So
bit
The
of dad,
Rock-
appreciate the raid. Sorry, Karen.
The Rock, Roman Reigns, and Rikishi are all related. And Rikishi is the dad of the Usos, and Roman Reigns is the cousin,
Or The Rock,
and The Rock is the cousin of Roman Reigns and Rikishi. Like, it's his whole fucking thing.
yeah. Because you got the Usos, but not only have you got them, but isn't is it Nia Jax? Isn't she related as well? Then you've got obviously Solo Sikoa, who's also related. There's a younger guy in NXT currently who's also related.
But like a lot of people don't know that the Usos' dad is Rikishi.
Which surprises me because I'm not a very knowledgeable person when it comes to families and all this links with wrestling, but even I knew that. But their family tree is massive. It goes on for a stupid length of time, and the amount that are in the same company as well at the same time is crazy. There was someone recently that came out and said that they're part of the family tree that no one expected, and I can't think who it was because they look nothing like any of them. And I can't think who it is. There's like one person you think, what? You're related? How?
I will send you this. You can play it on the stream.
Strem? Alright, let's have a look.
Yeah. But it was probably like one of the best return moments ever. It was in like 2012 when they had that whole Heath Slater versus WWE Legends thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of people really didn't know who the Usos were because they were so small at this point. But so Rikishi has his match with Heath Slater. It's like 40 seconds long, and then they do the two cool dance with Rikishi.
Yeah, we got it on at the minute.
Once eliminated 7 men in that matchup.
Look at the girth on those legs.
Yo, Brock Lesnar's daughter looks like Brock Lesnar. It's scary. She ain't getting no boyfriend.
I haven't actually seen it, bro. I didn't even know he had a daughter, to be honest. Bro, can you imagine trying to be someone that's trying to date Brock Lesnar's daughter? Like, screw that. I have to admit, I'm not gonna lie, now thinking about it, I do miss Heath Slater. He was lost every time, but he was great at what he done. He was great at being shit. Umaga has a
Umaga's dead. That's
Come on, Heath! Even the ropes are groaning right now. But not as much as Heath. Oh my goodness! Welcome back, Rikishi.
No, this is the best part though. Like the whole little family reunion.
Jesus, I remember when the Usos were like this. I remember this.
Rikishi dancing again, live on Monday Night Raw. Here we go.
That's right, Umaga is related to Rikishi and The Rock too. It seems like most of the Samoans that come in though are related.
Oh man, Rikishi getting down in Vegas. Rikishi. Oh my goodness.
Back when it was more entertaining, I think that either we've ended up in a situation now where WWE is just everything's been done, and it's really hard to be original.
I mean, what I was saying,
or it's just too washed down.
What I was saying to one of the guys that I work with is, I feel that there's not enough contrast between the two different types of character you can have. Yes, I know there's face and heel, there's plenty of faces, plenty of heels, but there's none of these demonic characters anymore. You look back at WWE 5 years ago, you had Masked Kane, or Unmasked Kane, either way, still evil. Undertaker, Bray Wyatt and the Wyatt family, R.I.P. Bray Wyatt, missed very much.
Yeah, rip the Bray.
But you had obviously him as well. He was one of those dark figures. You had Boogeyman, who was, alright, didn't show up a ton, but he was still signed. So he was also a dark figure. Go back a little further in the past, you obviously had Mankind, again, bit of a demon there. But you had all these dark figures and all these dark personas and everything like that.
Gangrel.
Yeah. But
the original Viscera. Boy, was he a big fucking guy.
Well, here's the thing, right? You take all the names we've just mentioned, you don't have that in the modern day WWE. You don't. No. There are no longer any people like that. The closest person to it, and I don't know if you've seen it recently, do you know who Shinsuke Nakamura is?
Yeah, I do.
They're trying to turn him into a dark...
He is the son of Taka Michinoku.
Is he?
Yeah.
Not that I know who that is.
He was a wrestler way back in the day.
But they're turning Shinsuke into like this dark personality, demonic kind of thing, and evil. And that's the closest they now have to a modern day Undertaker. And I'm not talking down on Shinsuke at all, because especially the kind of people's Shinsuke, the face, when he first came to WWE and everything like that, I loved him. This new persona they're giving him, I think it's awful. I think it's awful because he's not made for that. He can sell tickets if you keep him face and get him chased on a title. He'll sell them tickets.
Yes,
he's King of Strong style. He's got that leg on him.
Yeah, the WWE/F always has this like really bad habit of giving people really horrible gigs.
Yeah.
And then switching to something else.
Yeah. The moment it's like me with my name. I was like, the moment it didn't work, it changed.
It's kind of how John Cena went from being like this ruthless aggression prototype to being the white kid that raps.
Yeah.
Then going to the hustle to loyalty, respect. And
yeah. And to be fair, exactly what Crimson said. Every time they've tried to make a persona like Undertaker, they failed horribly with it, and they have, because there will be no one ever like him. The problem is they need something like him.
You know where they fucked up?
Where's that?
They fucked up when they made Kane, because that left no more room for there to be a persona like that. Because the only way that you're going to be able to top that is you have somebody taller, bigger, and scarier. Right? Than Kane or the Undertaker, that can actually, sell their gimmick.
And I mean, there was someone that was that, the Great Khali. However, that man can barely walk because he's that tall. Like he stumbled in the ring.
You realize that the Great Khali was a fucking murderer, dude.
Yeah.
Like he literally killed somebody because he chopped them the wrong way, in the face, and killed them.
Yeah, that's like Ray 619. Someone.
Yeah,
killed him.
That wasn't Ray's fault though.
No, I know, but still, it happened. It's one of those in-ring things that happen. But
the Great Khali was very dangerous.
The problem is I think
who was the other one? Giant Gonzalez. I watched his documentary with The Undertaker talking about working with Giant Gonzalez, and he was like the worst sick fuck thing he ever did. And he was scared the whole time that he was gonna have a broken neck or some shit.
See, I want to say the match where I saw Undertaker and the Great Gonzalez, where Undertaker got taken away because he's knocked out, then came back. you know, after being in that knocked out state with that chloroform, whatever. That match looks safer than 99% of the Great Khali's matches. Because the Great Khali stumbled everywhere because of his height and his size, whereas Gonzalez didn't. Gonzalez could control his own body. The Great Khali hit the top half of his body, looks disconnected from the bottom half. Like, it doesn't work.
Well, because he's he's a little top heavy. Like, you can't deny that. He's a little fucking top heavy.
So he shouldn't be in the ring at all anyway. And then when I saw him on one of the matches, I think Jinder Mahal was the Maha Raha or whatever they called it. You know, he was the king of, literally Triple H's version. He was the king of kings. At that point, he was the face of the company, the WWE champion. He had the Singh brothers that were his like security, and then they done the match inside. I can't remember what they called it. There was a something cage. I don't know if they called it the Punjab cage or Punjabi cage or something like that. I know it had that kind of link to it, because then they said the creator of the match then came out, which was the Great Khali, who then climbed the cage, and it was against Randy Orton. And when I saw that, I had to look away. Like, the Great Khali on his feet's bad enough, but when he's climbing something that's not even probably structurally that safe, mental. So the fact they even trusted him to do that is ridiculous. But here's a question for you. So still on the wrestling theme. If you were to be signed by WWE after this podcast and they said, we want you, what gimmick do you want? Who do you want to be like? Who are you picking? You can either pick one or you can mix two together. That's your two choices.
I mean, it would never happen.
No, but if say this did happen, right? Literally right after this, you got a phone call and they said, look, you can either be a mirror image of someone and we'll call you their son and you'll be exactly the same as them. A bit like how Dom Mysterio was at the start before he turned heel. You know, he was a spitting image, copying everything Ray done. So you could either do that or you can mix two people together.
I would ask why the fuck the WWE is paying their creative department to ask me what the fuck I want to do.
I mean, that's true. That's true. But who would you pick, though? You've been given a choice. That aside, who are you picking? It's in your hands, and you can now play the creative role. Because you could either, you know, be a spitting image of someone and technically within the storyline be related, or mix two people together and, you know, take your own path.
Don't even know. Don't even know where to start.
No?
No. Probably like some offspring of The Undertaker and Kane, but
See, I'd like to be the love child of Braun Strowman and Brock Lesnar. Both absolute powerhouses, but you've got the height of Braun Strowman, the width of Brock Lesnar, and you're a fucking monster regardless.
Just because the timeline would add up and it would make sense, being Kane and Lita's love child would be something.
Yeah.
Because they had that whole storyline where they like had a baby or whatever, and it was fucking weird.
Oh god, Savage Fire in chat.
Chris Benoit. Yeah, I'd probably kill my whole family.
Jesus, it'd be hard to choose.
Oh.
It would be. That's why I asked the question, because it's a tough one.
I think that just while we're like wrapping up the conversation about wrestling, Lita is probably my number one for the best female wrestler of all time.
Mine's between two. No, mine's between three. But there's one person I'm really picking out of that. But the three names are Kelly, back in the day, Divas champion, just dominating the division no matter what. But then not only that, you have the man, Becky Lynch.
No.
But now, see, the name I'm going to say, you're instantly going to say no to it, and you're probably going to pull a face. But I've got to support my home girl. It's got to be Paige. She changed the women's division.
Isn't fucking Rhea Ripley British too?
No, she's Aussie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, she's Aussie. No, Paige is literally, she lives 20 minutes down the road from me. Or like her growing up household is 20 minutes down the road from me. She obviously doesn't live there now, but yeah, we grew up in the same city. Obviously, she's older than me, so I didn't really grow up side by side of her. But I've got to support the home girl. And to be fair, it was her, Becky Lynch, and there's one other diva. Might have been Bailey. but they changed the women's division for good. All these cage matches and shit.
Oh, my top 4 it has to be Lita, Trish Stratus, Stacy Keibler, and Tori Wilson.
Yeah, see, that's the difference in when we watch WWE. See, for me, these are the most inspirational people in the women's division, whereas for you, that's them, and that I can completely get on board with as well. I can understand that completely.
They're the ones who changed women's wrestling back in the day. Lita brought like a new element to the Divas division that nobody had ever seen because she was a lot like Jeff with the high flying shit.
Yeah.
You know, being reckless, breaking her fucking neck.
Yeah.
Suicide diving to the apron. You know, like the whole 5-year rivalry with Trish Stratus. Somehow having a love affair with Kane and Edge.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just
No, I think obviously they changed it for the best back then, but then obviously the modern day, the trio that changed it was obviously the 3 I mentioned. So it's
okay. Best cruiserweight ever was the Hurricane. I said
it. Yeah. Yeah, I can get on board with that. I can get on board with that. No, that's solid. That is right. Let's switch it around because as much as I'd love to sit here for hours on end and talk about wrestling, I know not everyone's here for the wrestling, so we'll keep it.
I was just about to ask if we can take a quick 5 so I can take a piss.
Yeah, no, we can do that in fact if you want. So what we'll do is we've been going another hour and 19 still, so been going solid since the last break. So what I'll do, chat, again, same as before, we'll take another couple minute break. Be a little shorter this time because there's only 2 of us to come back. So yeah, I'll put the BRB screen on. We'll put some music on again, and we'll be back.
Do yourselves a favor. There is a question form. Fill it out.
Yeah, please do. Like, actually, please do, because we've already gone through all the questions that were in there. So we do need some more. So
I am allowed to pee. Okay, I cannot pee where I sit.
If you guys could send questions, that would be great. And you've got an unlimited amount, so send as many questions in as you like. Just fill out your name every time you put it in. But yeah, that's the form. Go to that link and yeah, go get some questions. But for us, give us a few minutes and we'll return.
What's up?
And we are back. There we go. 5-minute break has been and gone. Time flies when you're having fun. Right, so we are kicking it straight off with the question that came in. The only question that came in over the time. Come on, guys, get your questions in. Let's go. But this one comes from fucking Krista, the amazing drug dealer and boss of all.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big name. It starts off with why you gotta be a bish. JK, love you. Anywho, question. If you ever made your own server, what would you do differently? What would be things you focused on? Would you ever even do so if it wasn't so stupid and expensive? Also, would you ever make another character besides a Cop and Chad? Like we could RP make a duo. Or make an RP duo, sorry. So you've got about 6 questions to answer in one. Good luck.
Alright, what was the first one?
So we'll start off, we'll split them up. So first serious one is, if you ever made your own server, what would you do differently, I guess, to like the ones you're in currently?
I feel like it's a hard question to ask, or to answer rather, just because there's so many variables. And I think that if you have a specific vision for your server, you need to stick to it, regardless of what that vision is. Because if you get established as a server and then slowly start changing and catering away from that original vision, then you ruin it for others, right? Like there'll be people that have been there from the beginning because they like that vision or that structure, or just the general goal and direction, and you will lose those people by changing it. You could lose new people if you don't cater to a new audience. But you got to find a balance that doesn't stray too far away from the vision. So that would be it. Would be trying to figure out where that middle ground is, where people can enjoy being there and have lots to do, but still match the vision of what you want from your server, right?
Yeah. I mean that's fair enough. Makes sense. So the second part 2 of that, what would be the things you focused on? I mean, you sort of touched on that in a way, but what would be like your main?
Definitely,
focuses?
there would be a fuckload of things to do when nobody else is around. And I'm just gonna give a little shout out to the other server I've been playing on here right now, Rising Dawn, that I stream at sometimes.
I've been tempted.
And I mean, and there. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not perfect there. There are some bugs. There are some like little whatever things. But nothing is ever perfect. But there is but they do recognize that they are a new server. They don't have a 24/7 pop or a huge pop, and they've made it so that there's still things to do, so that you can have fun and enjoy yourself, even if you're the only person in that server.
Yeah. Which
And
for me
I
is
think
quite
that,
common.
yeah, and that's why like I haven't ever tried to like, like I went through this with the revival, and when I started streaming INRP, and then I ended up getting banned from Revival for poaching, for advertising INRP on my stream. Like I never went out of my way to be like, "Hey, come join this place," or like, "Come over here, it's better." I never did any of that, and this is just not something that I do. Yeah, I don't poach people, but so I've already been through that, and I'm glad that that's something I don't really have to worry about with this end, because they like, I always tell them ahead of time, like, "Hey, I'm gonna be playing somewhere else today, or streaming somewhere else today," and they're cool with it. But um, but yeah, just a little shout out to Rising Dawn there too, because they have really focused on that aspect of things where you don't need other people to have a good time. Whereas I feel like Ascend is very much based on the person-to-person interactions, which is also a good thing.
The next part of that question, part 3, is would you ever even do so if it wasn't so stupid and expensive? I mean, that's kind of a 2-parter in itself. I mean, first of all, would you ever do so? Second of all, if yes, would you do it at its current rates? I think is a better way to put it.
I guess y'all just have to wait and see, huh? That was a baited question, and I know why it was asked, and the only answer that you're gonna get out of me is wait and see what the future brings.
Coming soon to a GTA 5 near you.
What?
I said coming soon to a GTA 5 near you. That's what all the cinemas say when they say something could be coming out, but we don't know when, who, what, why.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of them situations. So maybe not. Also, I've got here on part number 4/5. Would you ever make another character besides a cop and Chad? I guess obviously your little recent one, he doesn't count towards that because they're a cop as well. But yeah, would you ever go outside of that and do something maybe like just have a regular civ, or maybe a different style of crim, or even a gang member?
I do have a character that is neither, that nobody knows about because it's my gang admin.
Yeah, but that's an admin. That's a staff character. We're talking like an actual RP character, like someone that I think. Let's again. Chris is like calling me a bitch for changing our words. So let's take Chris's question and say it's a character that you would actively stream on your channel. So it couldn't be a
I don't know, because I kind of just stick to what I enjoy, right?
Yeah. Because the thing is, I could turn around and say, oh, you can make one, you can come work at Hayes. But the problem is, not only from my streams, but obviously my feedback, and you see from other people that work at mechanic shops, they're not always busy, and you find yourself standing around quite a lot of the time. Unless you're going above and beyond, they're not always busy. It's not always the most on the edge of your seat stuff, which is why I think that's one of the reasons why my views are so low, because obviously it's not the most entertaining thing in the world, because you're literally sitting there watching me talk in a little box in the corner of the screen.
That's why you gotta find things to kind of, keep it fresh.
Keep it going, yeah.
Use your imagination just like you used to. I don't know what happened. You stopped using that imagination, right?
No, there have been things I've been thinking about recently. One of them was actually debating getting John back in the force. I've had a couple of people ask me, a couple of people give me advice on whether I should bring John back as a cop or not. So I have him doing that as well.
And you could.
I could. That's still up in the air at the minute, but a couple of people have given me their pointers on it and what they think. So we'll work from that. But yeah, there's there are certainly ups and downs with being a civ in general. Just being a legal citizen it does have its ups and downs. But you're in that ground where you can be friends with cops and crims, because when the crims do something, you don't have to tell the cop, and you're not technically lying either. You just don't say anything. Like, don't know. And then it turns out you know more than both parties. So it's actually quite good. But yeah, it's being the middleman is sometimes fun. Just depends what you're doing in that role. So like, I feel like a good role that's in the middle, where you're working not only with cop but crim, mainly more towards cop side, but SADOT's a good job that's very much in the middle. And to be fair, there's always something going on with SADOT. You can always just drive around and find aimless local vehicles anywhere. Obviously, from people crashing into them or randomly bugging out, you can always find something.
From them just being parked illegally, like...
Yeah, there's always something. Always. So SADOT's a very good job. So actually, big shout out to... Is it Bubba that runs SADOT still? Yep. Yeah, so big shout out to Bubba and the SADOT group. They do a fantastic job. Obviously, if you want a good job and have a civ character that's kind of best of both worlds, you can't really do anything illegal while you work for SADOT, I believe. But obviously... you work both with criminals, obviously not knowingly, but you work with criminals as well as cops. So, yeah, obviously get yourselves involved with that. And the last little bit of Chris's message isn't really a question, but it states, like, we could make a RP duo. So, would you ever, I'm going to turn it into a question, make a RP duo with Krista?
Sure.
Perfect.
Her and I can sit down and talk about that, and we can make something happen.
There we go, Krista. You have your answer. Job done. I'm your wingman. You owe me. You owe me $20 for that. So I've had another question come in from the man himself, from OP. Starts off with, "Can I have a hug?" Double question mark. So he's pretty desperate for this hug. So
I'll give you a hug.
he wants a hug.
I can give him a hug.
And if anyone here knows heartbreak, it's you. There you go. That's the second part. Any tips or tricks on how to get past this shit other than suck starting my Glock?
I mean, I think that everybody kind of goes through that healing process a little bit differently. The thing that, I mean, I don't know if you guys have noticed the pattern, but every time I get out of a relationship, I just binge streaming. Like, it's just like, fuck it, we're doing a subathon. I'm going to spend the next 40 days just all day, every day, nonstop. Take my mind off of everything. Because if you can't think about it, it doesn't exist. Now, is that a very healthy coping mechanism? Absolutely not. The other thing that I typically tend to do is drink heinously, which is also not a very healthy coping mechanism. Um, but I think the thing that's helped me the most, especially with the last one, because that was a big, big one, and that is just surrounding yourself with positive people that care about you and that are there to be there for you. Your support group, it comes down to that whole like you're a product of your environment thing. So if you're in a constant negative environment, then it doesn't help. But if you put yourself into a positive environment, then I think that it makes it easier to kind of cope with the day to day things and to move past them. So good friends, surround yourself with good people, and remove yourself from whatever it is that's hurting you.
I don't want to keep bringing up shit. You don't have to mention the name. Who was the last one? If you don't want to mention it, don't worry. We can skip
her
over
name
it.
her name is Bailey, and we'll just leave it there.
Yep, it's clicked. Okay, no, some reason I thought your other one was I thought the last one was Rain still. I was still in that like mindset.
No, that wasn't really like a heartbreak type situation. That was like a mutual decision between.
That's why I was getting confused because I was thinking, who the fuck is he talking about? I was like, that can't. Nah, surely. So that's why I asked because I wasn't too sure.
And I haven't talked to her in a very long time, but I still have nothing bad to say about her.
I've spoken to her, I think 3-4 weeks ago. She seems to be doing okay. So
that's good,
yeah.
And I hope that she's doing okay.
I don't know if she's still doing RP or not, but she's still doing okay. So, yeah, hopefully all is good for her over that end of the woods. Thanks for being serious. Love you. Gonna go cry hard real quick. Well, once you're done crying, come back to the podcast.
Honestly, and that's the other thing, OP. I'm gonna go there for a sec.
Go for it.
Don't fall into that social expectation of needing to man up. If you need to go cry, go fucking cry. If you need to have a moment, go have a moment. You're human. You feel emotions just the same as everybody else, and don't be ashamed if you're fucking sad. That's straight up. You need to cry, go fucking cry. It doesn't make you any less of a man.
I've definitely been. I can vouch for that as well. I've definitely been there. Several times. I've been there several times, so it's mate, it's exactly the same as after a curry night. It's better out than in. You always want to, you know, if something like that's building up, you got to let it out. So yeah, what Tiessen said is 100% correct. Apparently, Gummy's throwing up at the conversation, so I think it was more the name you mentioned than anything else.
Yeah, it was the name mentioned.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you know, these things do happen, but hopefully, like seriously, you do have support from many people, obviously from all the names you see in the chat and everything like that, and for the 2 people you see on your screen as well. As gorgeous as we are, we're not just looks, but yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, OP, one thing I will say is carrying your streaming, because to be fair, your streams are very entertaining. I tend to lurk in there a fair bit. I don't always talk because sometimes, well, normally when I'm watching you, I'm racing as well at the same time. Because I do the same with Tiessen stream as well. So don't always message, but your streams are very entertaining, mate. So keep up that work, and like Tiessen said, that'll probably help distract you. So, right, we're gonna go on to a big topic now, and Opie, if you want to hear about, I'm gonna say it and get out of there now. Grand Theft Auto 6, you want to stay because we're gonna move on to that big topic, but. Just to make it clear, we are going to watch 2 clips before we talk about it. We can digest and dissect 1 clip, which is the actual official advert, and then there's 5 seconds from a YouTube Shorts from Moist Critical, as some of you will know. He's obviously probably one of the most influential people that will ever grace the platform of Twitch. First 5 seconds of his YouTube Shorts I'm going to play. And we'll discuss that because that is a major talking point if it is true. I can't say if it's fact or false or what. You have to do your own research, but yeah, we'll go from there. But so first things first, what we'll do is we'll get the GTA 6 advert up, and we'll play that for you. I will keep quiet while it goes on. We'll watch it through once, and then me and Tiessen will kind of go over some bits of it. And possibly replay some sections where we're talking about things. But yeah, we'll go over this and let us know what you think. So 1 minute 30, here we go.
Lucia, do you know why you're here? Bad luck, I guess.
There was a girl I knew. She said she cared about me. She tried to make my world the way she thought it should be. Yeah, we were desperate then to have each other to hold, but love is a long, long road. Yeah, love is a long, long.
Well, look who's back. The only way we're gonna get through this is by sticking together, being a team. Trust?
Trust.
So there we go. There's 1 minute 30 seconds of that. So first question then of this, I'd say quite awesome advert, to be fair, my opinion. Let's go over the first thing that's the most touching thing for everyone. The date, 2025. What are your thoughts when you saw that right at the end of it?
I didn't have any.
Were you expecting that?
Yes.
Interesting. Because I could have sworn they said the end of 2024.
I also the end of the 2024 fiscal year, like financial year, which bleeds into 2025. So
Yeah.
it'll probably be mid 2025.
Yeah.
And estimated about 2027 for a PC release.
Oh, okay. Is that a fact, by the way? 2027 for a PC release, or is that just rumored at the minute? Because I haven't seen anything about a PC release yet. So is that just a rumor at the moment? Is that just like speculation?
It's speculation. We'll go with that.
Okay. Yeah, I did notice how it's coming out on console at that date or that year, and I was like, okay,
yeah, it'll
that's
be
awesome.
released for the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series S and X. And then it will be released for the next gen consoles and then the PC.
Now, one thing that, if I'm not mistaken, with GTA 5, when that came out, is we had to wait a year until RP was a thing. Roughly around a year until 5M was born, if I'm not mistaken in saying. So, what do you think GTA 6 will hold in terms of RP. Obviously, anything that you state from here on in, we're going to take as not a fact, but as speculation and purely opinionated rumours. But with RP, GTA 5, obviously after the release, it took about a year, I believe, until 5M was the thing, and then RP started to grow. GTA 6, were you going to see it straight away? Or
I think was...
Because GTA 5 came out in 2013, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it was 2015 when 5M became a thing. So
okay, so take that as an example then. 2 years. How long would you expect us to wait as PC gamers? So it comes out in PC time. How long do you think we're going to have to wait till we see RP? Or is it going to be straight away? Do you think it was in the same year? Like, literally on PC release? Or you think a couple months after?
No, it'll probably be right around the same time.
Okay.
That ties into Rockstar acquiring CFX and 5M.
Yes, because they had that recent partnership, which obviously, if some of you don't know, Rockstar have now partnered up with CFX, 5M, and all that jazz. So obviously, those guys will be working together as hard as they possibly can to get everything working as smoothly and as quickly as possible. So, okay, enough about the date then, because that makes me depressed the more I talk about it. Obviously, it's going to be mega. I think in the first 24 hours, I had some of my mates monitoring it. It had over 81 million views. It was just ridiculous, you know. And I think I worked it out on stream one time, and I worked out if I took the base price that's been rumored at the minute, which is 70 USD.
That's a little low.
Yeah, but I took that as an example, and it was way over 7 billion. So this is gonna absolutely shatter GTA 5 records. And copies of GTA 5 are still being sold now. Yes, heavily discounted price, but they're still selling. But this GTA 6 game is gonna absolutely be ruthless and shatter records. But at the same time, I think they're gonna take a little bit of a hit, because judging from advert number 1, from what I've been told, there's gonna be a few, but from this first advert that we've seen, there's obviously one thing you notice is there's a lot of ladies on there wearing bikinis, representing models, twerking. There's obviously a cutscene of a strip club, people twerking, money being dashed all over them. So, taking this all into consideration, things like that, I think there's going to be a lot less parents out there buying it for their children that are underage, because obviously we know full well there are people underage playing GTA 5. It's not,
there's lots of them. And one of the things that you have to realize, though, is that Rockstar has always banked on the shock value, right, and being controversial. Like, people have literally tried to cancel them in the future, or in the past. And I think that whether or not some of the more politically correct people want to admit it, I think that GTA 5 is going to be the best-selling video game of all, or GTA 6 is going to be the best-selling video game of all time.
Yeah. I mean, with GTA 5, it was a lot less, I want to say, I don't know if sexual is the right word, because it's not really sexual, but you know what I mean? With, like, for example, the cutscenes we saw of the model wearing, I think it was like a Gucci swimsuit. I think it was that anyway. And then you had the girl twerking on the car, the girl twerking in the strip club, things like that. So you didn't see as, yes, okay, there's lap dances and things like that in GTA 5 and the strip club and single player. There's topless women than that, but there's going to be that and more in GTA 6. Or very likely anyway, from what we can see from the advert. So I think there's just going to be a lot less people underage playing it, because their parents just won't be happy with it. So I think they'll take a little hit for sales there, but at the same time, I think that'll eventually claw its way back. Because once the first few people start doing playthroughs of it, then parents will probably catch on and just be like, yeah, you know what? That's what it is. I'll just stop them from going in here and using this or something like that. Because I know a few people that I know, even at the ages of 16, 17, I know it's still underage legally. Their parents had said they can have the game, but they are literally banned from going in the strip club. So I know people that were just under 18 that had that ban on them. So I think they'll take a little hit, but it'll be such a minor hit they won't notice it in terms of sales. But yeah, one thing to obviously sort of take note on. What I'll do is I'll get it back up on the stream here. I'll see if I can actually find the point of where it is. So here it is. So there's a model that does, I guess you'd call this like a hair swish to the camera, and she's wearing like a white swimsuit, which to me looks like it's representing Gucci. Obviously it's got the pattern that we see in GTA 5 as it is at the minute. But one thing I want to say is it looks like they're doing the same again, so they're replicating brands closely again, if I'm not mistaken.
So that is just
or are they still just using GTA 5?
Dan Houser said it the best in 2016, where the Rockstar and Rockstar North team have created this entire universe, basically an immersive open world universe that is completely their own. Why the fuck would they taint it with real world brands? Right?
I mean, yeah, that's true.
That's their thing. It's the reason why they don't have any real brands, why they don't have, real vehicle brands or clothing brands. It's their world. They've created this whole world from scratch, this whole GTA universe from scratch. And it would almost be like insulting to suggest that it needs real world things in order to be better when they've made this entire thing on their own. It's been doing perfectly fine. I mean, as long as you can remember back, Grand Theft Auto has always been their own thing. It's always been their own universe with their own storylines, their own timelines, their own brands, their own, political bullshits. And a lot of that will reflect the real world, things that are going on in the real world loosely, but it's their own thing. So they don't need this, the real world stuff in order to make it better. And yeah, like I said, like Dan said, it is semi-insulting to taint their universe with real things.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously I'm a car freak. I'm a glorified slut when it comes to cars. So I have to ask this question. I know we're going to focus on what's in the advert, and to be fair, there are some cars in there. What do we think with the whole import and local car situation? Are they going to carry on what they're doing at the minute? Like what you said, why would they tarnish what they've built up? Are they going to carry on with things like the Ocelot?
Yeah,
the Yanis and things like that,
be real world car brands in the GTA title.
Okay, so because I know that they'll allow people to modify and put their own cars in servers and things like that in GTA 6 if they make them from scratch. So they can't.
Yes, but they cannot infringe on the intellectual property of any real world brand.
Yes, so they have to make their own style.
Yeah, so you can't. So generally, what they want you to do is, make a new vehicle line for Vapid, or for Obey, or for Pegasi, right? And make it your own, like, making a new vehicle model. I mean, sure, some things will probably closely represent in some way or another some sort of IRL brand. GTA already does that on their own. GTA,
not an F Cabrio. All right.
Yeah, exactly. The whole Obey thing, it's awesome. Pegasi, Lamborghini, Grotti, Ferrari. Dubacci, Austin Martin. Like, I think that, there are going to be some similarities because we're at a point in history, I think, and just our timeline as people where everything's already been done. Like, how do you do things much more differently until we evolve to a spot where we get like flying cars? And, you know what I mean? Like, everything's going to kind of look similar. That's why every Kia for the past 20 years has kind of looked the same. Or, every Honda. It might look a little bit different, but...
I mean, with the potential Rockstar have shown in GTA 5, with like I can't remember what they called it. It was the car they built off the Honda Civic. That thing is like a spitting image of the real thing. Like, people can't complain that that's just, it's a local car. No, that is a spitting image of the real one. The
Ballista, Canjo?
No, it's not that one. It's the newer Civic. Newer one. The Type R, I think it's called. The real one. But it's...
And the Flash GT, I think was what it is in GTA. But
no, the Flash GT is based off Ford Fiesta. Fiesta.
That thing.
That's quite nice. But to be fair, the other one that they done was the Yanis, or the Anis Euros. Don't know if you know that. Based off
like
the
350.
Yeah, 350, 370 kind of love child.
Yeah,
that thing again, beautiful, local car. But I tell you what, I'd have that every day of the week.
Well, I mean, if you look at that trailer, the GTA 6 trailer, and like I can name just about every fucking car that was seen in that trailer. Not the real world counterpart, but what they are in GTA.
Yeah,
I know what they all are.
Yeah, like you can match them up.
And people being like, "Look, there's a Hellcat." Nope, it's a Gauntlet. There was one person that was like, "We might have real world brands." You can imagine who that one person is. The one person that hates lore cars in our community. And he used the Chrysler 300. It's actually a PMP 700.
Right.
Yeah. So like, so something that I saw that it was really interesting. In that trailer was that the Cheetah Classic is back. And that's the one that looks like a Ferrari Testarossa.
Yeah.
It was like in one of the first shots of the thing. It's the white car. So the Cheetah Classic's back. The Coquette's back. I'm not sure exactly what it was. It was either like a Reaper or a Tempesta that was seen in there too. So they do have like a lot of their the GTA 5 cars that have been modernized, which happens with real world companies anyway, right? Like you take a 2016 Honda Civic and a 2019 Honda Civic, not a whole lot different about them. You might change the headlights, change the tail lights, give it a few more fucking nays under the hood, and there you go. New model.
Yeah, I mean, they just do a great job. I mean, I can't say much for the bikes. I don't know much about the bike stuff. Sanchez's, though, they're a really good version of the Yamahas and things like that. But that's about all I know. But yeah, the vehicles I'm looking forward to. Now, let's have a little chat about something vehicles are going to be involved in. Map size. Map size is going to be mega. If I'm not mistaken, I counted 3 different areas / we're going to go with the Minecraft term, biomes. I noticed 3 different ones at least in that advert alone. So how big do you think we're talking like this map is compared to what we're on right now for GTA 5?
Okay, so yes.
Yes. just yes.
I gotta word this properly.
Okay, that's right. Take time to answer this. No rush.
It's going to be bigger than GTA 5. There are 4 metropolitan areas. So
4,
that's
okay.
a little bit different.
Okay. I've heard on the grapevine there's 4 airports as well.
Yes. And I would be shocked to think that so here's kind of like the interesting thing where when you think about it in perspective, if you think about GTA Online, because if that's not going to be their launch goal, they always focus on the actual storyline of the game first.
Yep.
in the campaign. But they've taken it to a certain level of ridiculousness with GTA Online, where you have like the Oppressor, which is just like a fucking
Flying bikes, flying cars, submarines,
fucking guns. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get around faster, right? So that's enabled Rockstar to be able to open up the open world concept. I mean, if you look at how big of a map Red Dead 2 is,
Yes, yeah.
right? It's a pretty big map. Like it's about 2 or 3 times the size of GTA 5. And I'm gonna say probably, if you were to put it in perspective, GTA 6 is probably 3 times the size of RDR2.
Okay.
So
See, my
a lot
main
goes
thing
into it.
is, if obviously GTA 5 we have what, 3 airports, 3 vanilla airports, and it
4
takes 4.
LS, Sandy,
Yeah,
Zancudo, Jersey.
it takes what, the
5 if you
longest.
count Cayo Perico, because that is part
Oh,
of
that's
the base
true.
game.
Yeah, that's true. So it takes what, maximum of 30 seconds flight time to each one. Nothing at all. You get there in a heartbeat. So I'm hoping
It is my
that,
personal belief that airplanes will play more of a role in GTA 6.
I'm hoping that to fly from one to the other, it'll take you a good couple of minutes at least. Even if that means they don't put in jets in the game and it's just prop planes so they're slower, or they make jets really slow, doesn't bother me.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it takes longer than 30 seconds to get to another damn airport, I'll be happy. Because then it feels like you've actually travelled somewhere. Whereas in, like, even for example in a car from the main airport, LSIA, to Sandy Airport, if you were going flat, we're talking GTA driving style, so if you're going flat out, you're driving there, 2 minutes tops, if that. Like, I want to feel like I'm actually going
if you drive
somewhere.
like a normal human being, it'll take a couple minutes. But
Yeah, it's like, take an RP scenario, for example. If you're starting, say, in the bottom left of the GTA 6 map, which we don't know what it looks like, but we'll take it as an example, and you decide you've lived your whole RP life on the coast, and you're like, right, I want to go do some camping. Or go on a camping trip, because obviously that was quite common. I know you've done 1 or 2 in the past before in your RP stories. You go on a camping trip.
10 minutes.
Yeah, and it'll take, a good sort of, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes in your camper van, because the map's that big. You actually travel to somewhere that's kind of central in the map, but obviously it's in the wilderness. So, that kind of thing where you actually, when you travel, you feel like you've travelled and not just kind of got in a car and then jumped up 20 seconds later and you're there. That's the biggest drawback for me about GTA 5, is the fact that I can drive somewhere for all of 30 seconds. I'll be the other side of the map in a heartbeat.
Yeah. You also have to remember that when GTA 5 was built, it was extremely ahead of its time technologically. The map was huge, the whole open world concept, the way that the AI interacted with each other, with the player, that was completely fresh. That wasn't some shit that people were used to seeing. The same thing happened with GTA 4. It was very ahead of its time. The whole, their open world concept, the way the AI and the people physics, like the ragdoll physics, the running physics. If you go back and play it now, it looks horrible. Before its time, that was otherworldly.
Yeah.
San Andreas was the same thing, way ahead of its time.
I like in GTA 4 when you especially shoot out with the cops. When someone goes down, I love the whole mechanics behind it. Because I remember watching your stream when you went back to go play it, and when I was watching you shoot down some of the cops, I was like, yeah, I miss this shit. Guns look awful, sound awful, but it was great.
And they actually, react not very cinematically, but more realistically to, like, if you get shot in the shoulder, the arm. Like if you shoot a cop and he doesn't go all the way down, and you will see another cop come in and drag him out in GTA 4. Those are the small things a lot of people don't think about. Like the other cops will actually come in and drag them out. And if that cop gets shot in the leg, he will limp away.
See, the limping thing we don't have anymore, but I know in GTA 5 you will have the whole, if one of the cops gets shot, another one will come in, try and drag him and lay him behind a vehicle. And then they'll get into that injured state before then regaining, effort to get back up on their feet and then carry on fighting again, but you can see that they're injured, so it's just one more shot would actually kill them. So I know we do have a little bit of that in GTA 5, but yeah, nowhere near as good as what it was in GTA 4. I also feel like GTA 4 is a little better in terms of how many different peds there were walking the street as locals. So many different ones in so many tight areas.
It feels like it because of how close quarters everything is in Rockstar's version of New York, where everything is very condensed and compressed and close quarters, right? I think that there's a wider variety of NPCs in GTA 5 overall, like number wise. But because of how close everything is in 4, you definitely notice the diversity a lot more.
Yeah. So I remember one thing that always made me laugh was the really big guys in GTA 4, like the really fat guys that tend to have like a little Glock in their back pocket or something like that. The little, I think they were like MC guys or something like that.
Yeah.
They were always brilliant. I thought they were quality. Like fat people done correctly for a game is very rare, and they nailed it on the head.
They did. And I think that they went backwards a lot with GTA 5. There was a lot of things in 4 that they should have kept, and they didn't. It's a shame, but you know.
Yeah. And I think that with the whole things that GTA 4 could carry over and could benefit GTA 6 with is one, the way different peds move. I know GTA 5 does really well with like drunk peds, hobos, and things like that. But I feel like with the different size, body size, and things like that, one, it would help with having these fat people walk around and stuff like that. Because GTA 5 does it, but I feel like they're nowhere near as good in GTA 5. Like the way that bigger people move in GTA 5. But also, I feel like both 5 and 4 will influence more of the, like what we saw in San Andreas, with the player you're controlling. He will put on weight, lose weight, things like that. You'll move differently and things, So I feel like that could be really good as well.
Yeah.
So I feel like that could be a good key feature. But so, what are your thoughts? Speaking of main features, we'll go on to main characters. So the two main characters here are obviously, I guess, a couple, as we saw by the end of the trailer. The male and female. I'm guessing you'll be able to switch between the two, which will probably show you the crime life from the male point of view and the female point of view.
So
what do we think
I'm not
about
going to speculate too much on that.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, their stories intertwine with each other. I'm not going to say how, but it's definitely going to be an interesting plot twist there.
Okay. So a little cliffhanger there for people wanting to know, but yeah, that's going to make it a lot more interesting. I prefer how it looks at the minute compared to what we've had in GTA 5. GTA 5 was cool, but I don't know. I feel like there certainly could have been better ways to do what they've done. But so, taken from the trailer and maybe other stuff that you may or may not know, give me a couple of features that you're most looking forward to in GTA 6 we haven't seen before.
The new physics system.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Rage 9 engine has been reworked to completely redo physics of everything, which you saw a lot of in the trailer with like the hair flicks, the body physics, people's blubbing when they're walking, the water physics that you can see, the aerodynamic physics, the vehicle physics. That's going to be a huge one. I guess another new feature is the overall improved Rage 9 graphic engine.
Yep.
Which, once the game is polished, the graphical advancements in GTA 6 will be bigger than the graphical enhancements between 5 and Red Dead 2. This first trailer, that's not a finished product.
No.
So
obviously there's
still going to be more polishing.
See, I don't know if I don't know the whole rules on it, on whether you're allowed to talk about it or not. So correct me if we're not allowed to talk about it. But obviously there was a leak a while back by a young 15 or 16-year-old. Managed to hack into Rockstar and acquire some footage and I think some gameplay as well.
That gameplay was from 2018.
Okay. But one thing we saw in there that they haven't come out and said that it's not going to be in the game, but they also haven't said it's going to be in the game, is interacting with locals. Like in a much better way than what obviously we can at the minute. You can point guns at them, you can do gestures, and that will either piss them off or make them run. Whereas now you can actually rob people and have somewhat conversations with them.
It would be extremely illogical to not have a better NPC interaction system.
Yeah.
A lot of the leak stuff that was released was from the mid 20 teens. Extremely old stuff that hadn't been polished yet. I mean, it wasn't very damaging to Rockstar for that stuff to leak, just because of how insignificant it was in the bigger picture of what 6 is going to be. That makes sense.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly grab the clip from Mr. Moist Critical, and I'm literally playing the first 5 seconds of it. And I'll play it on stream for everyone. I'll turn it full blast so you can hear what he says. But this will certainly bring up some questions. So yeah, people in chat watching live, people that are watching this back, have a listen to the first 5 seconds here.
GTA 6 publisher believes games should be priced per hour. That doesn't necessarily mean that the industry has pricing power. This was...
So the first 6 seconds of that clip. Now, let me just, for those that either didn't hear it or anything like that, let me just say that what he was saying there is there's potential that it's not confirmed, it's not denied, but there's one of the people from Rockstar have come out and said that they are, I think, looking into or potential of charging the game per hour of use rather than a flat charge. So rather than paying you, as an example, your 70 USD at the start, you pay X amount for an hour. Let's say, I don't know, it'd be something ludicrous, probably like $6 an hour, right? So they're looking, apparently the rumor going around at the minute is that's being looked into. So T, share your side on that. Share your light on that.
That was stated by an ex-Rockstar North employee, developer, and that was his own personal opinion.
Okay.
Now, certain games, yeah, the whole pay for what you play could be a thing. It does not match Rockstar's business model at all, because as they proved with GTA 5, they can literally suck a diamond out of a stone. I mean, it's been 10 years and they're still milking the shit out of GTA Online just on shark card purchases, and people still buying the game. So, and I don't have the information up in front of me. I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on.
Yeah, go for it. Also, just a quick thing, Sassy Daisy. I've seen your question that you've sent in for Tiessen, but we kind of already answered that in a way. So Tiessen says that he thinks we'll see GTA roleplay, GTA 6 almost straight away. So
in 2027. So the game's going to come out in 2026 or 2025. It'll come out on the current PS5 and PlayStation X and S consoles, and then it'll get released in 2026 for the next gen consoles, and then more than likely 2027 for the PC. And because Rockstar acquired CFX, and CFX is the group with all the RP knowledge, it'll probably be a out of the gate type deal. But just to put that into perspective of what I was saying about Rockstar's business model, GTA 5 has generated over $8 billion in straight revenue for Rockstar between the launch in 2013 and December of 2022. So that's not counting the last year.
yeah,
$8 billion. That's a lot of fucking money. They're not hurting. Now, the difference is, though, okay, is that I think gotta get good sources. So GTA 5 cost Rockstar Uh, about $140 million to develop. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Estimates right now is that GTA 6 has cost them almost $2 billion.
Jesus.
That's B. Okay, that's billion to develop. That is, you could solve global poverty with that much fucking money. Right? That is how much this game has cost to develop. It is. We can talk about it all we want, but at the end of the day, I don't even think that we can begin. What's the word I'm looking for? To speculate just how big of a turning point this game is going to be for the gaming industry. Period.
Yeah.
This is going to be like.
It's going to be game changing.
Yes, it's going to be a pivot point, I think, for the gaming industry.
Yeah.
This is a lot of money going into something that is probably going to be very scary in the long run. We're talking about like AI learning, artificial intelligence. Yeah, it'll be nuts.
Yeah, and there's good things that people can see down the line of, when we're talking about AI and things like that. There's obviously bad things. I'm very mixed on it, but to be fair, I don't think about it until it's here. So what happens, happens. But yeah, I think GTA 6 is going to be a lot more obviously advanced than what we've ever seen before. Obviously, there's going to be some major differences between GTA 5 and 6, like with map size, vehicles, the whole lot. There's going to be so much that's different. A lot more to look forward to as well. So the question is then at the moment, how are they going to do GTA RP servers? Is that going to be something that Rockstar is going to officiate? So they operate as a bit like a what do you call it? A server provider. So you buy your server off of Rockstar and you name whatever you want, and then you can do whatever you want from there. Or are they just going to be official Rockstar servers and you just got to pick the right one? And they'll be like DayZ, where they've got all the official servers and you just pick the same number.
It's too early to speculate on that, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah, because it would make sense for Rockstar to offer that backend support. However, I don't think that the community would be 100% okay with Rockstar monopolizing that backend support.
Yeah.
Because then you run into like the really hard questions, like will all GTA servers accept shark cards by default? Will it just turn everything into a play to win because you can just buy shark cards from Rockstar and buy shit in game?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So having that separation would be very smart. I don't know if that's going to happen. It's really just too early to speculate on that.
Yeah.
But I think that's a big question that even Rockstar is probably asking right now.
Yeah. And I think depending on what they decide, I feel it could make or break RP.
Yeah, they could definitely fuck it.
Yeah, and I think if they do, say they make the wrong decision, what are we gonna see? What do you think we'll see? Do you think we'll see everyone just go back to GTA 5 and just be like, you know what, we'll just keep modding this and just keep moving forward with it?
I think
will RP die out?
Yeah, I think you'll get like Rage MP and Alt B, those groups that'll probably kind of emerge into the 6 scene and do a little bit more with that.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, no matter which way you look, and it completely made sense, but CFX sold out to Rockstar. They just.
Yeah, that's understandable. Probably a very good business move by them, to be fair.
The fuck is this?
What's that?
Yo, did Pred? Oh no.
If you're looking at what I think you're looking at, I was curious too.
So did
Pred's
Cal just open his own
server? Possibly. I saw his stream title. He went live halfway through this podcast and
Or is
talking.
this No Pixel 4.0? Oh, it is their own server.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just witnessed a point in the podcast where Tiessen's found a new server that he's going to attempt and apply for.
I'm applying for it right now.
Yeah, so bear with us. But no, in fairness, it's probably going to be a cracking city. Carl Pred knows how to run shit, to be fair to him, and I imagine there'll probably be some people from No Pixel that followed him over.
Wolfabell did.
Who?
Wolfabell.
Who's that again? I know the streamer name, I don't know the character name. Who started streaming and created a new server? Carl Pred from No Pixel. He went live and there was a little difference in his stream title. And I'm creeped the hell out because the chair I was sitting on, the red acrylic preschool thing, is next to me and has moved. There's no one around me and there's no one inside this room with me, and it suddenly turned to face me. So I'm shitting myself. Yeah, that's kind of worrying. But yeah, Tiessen's now applying for a different city. So this new city. Let's have a little gander at some questions while we're here. Can you answer questions and type at the same time?
Can I ask questions and type at the same time? No, I can't fucking multitask.
No, I ask you the questions, you answer.
Okay, sure.
So I think I know who this is. Question from your most favorite girl in the entire world, brackets that's not your mum.
Okay, hi Krista.
Yeah, I was thinking the same name. So the question is, you think I should stream?
I think that once you are able to sit down and focus on it and not be a chihuahua with fucking ADHD chasing a squirrel, yes.
That's very specific, but I rate the answer. GTA Wise Guy is one of the devs and owners.
Mm-hmm.
Oh damn, that's big. That's big. Squirrel? What? Squirrel? Oh fuck, yeah, sorry, I know what you're on now. Right, we do have one other question, because we've blown through the others. Mad Guy has made an appearance again. And for anyone that's obviously just joining the YouTube chat or anything like that, Twitch chat, sorry. That link there will give you a link to the form. Just fill out your name and give a question for Tiessen.
I'm going to focus on answering questions. I'll finish out the app later.
Okay. If you could own any car IRL, what would you have? And I have a funny feeling it begins with L.
2007 Lamborghini LP
Fucking
640.
know it.
Listen, 2007 Lamborghini LP 640. Oh, sorry, Lamborghini Murcielago LP 640 Super Veloce Roadster. It was the last model they ever built with a stick.
So he wants a car that he can ride after he's finished driving it. Basically, is what you're telling us.
No, I want a car that I can grab my own gears and not have to worry about fucking paddles.
Paddles are fun though. Paddle cars are good fun.
So are stick cars.
Yeah, I know, but when it comes to like racing and things like that, they're not as quick.
Lamborghini built a limited edition. There was only 2 of them ever made. They were Reventons in 2011 that had sequential shifters.
Right.
So they work the same as a paddle, but it was a shifter and it only went up.
Yeah,
and down,
literally up and down. That's what
right?
they use in
So
Rally.
down.
Yeah. That's what they use in Rally. I have to admit, though, the sequential shifters, they do look fun. They look like a lot of fun, but it's the whole H shift pattern. Trying to remember that way, trying to go through like apexes and hairpins and all sorts. Like, nah, I'm alright.
It becomes second nature.
Yeah, it will, but you think about how quick the car actually is in itself anyway. Like, you're approaching that corner. Yeah, you're approaching that corner way too quickly.
Listen, I would be the guy in my Lamborghini that would be doing. So in Canada, like our speed limits here where I live, they're all 90 kilometers on the highway.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be the one putting in 50 in the fast lane in my Lamborghini. Just putting. Like, I would have it sitting in third gear, sitting at like fucking 8,000 RPM, just screaming while everybody passes me, just because I like the sound of them. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. See, I think if I was to go for an IRL car, though, I wouldn't go for that. I wouldn't go for something high end.
No, I was gonna say if I couldn't have a Lamborghini, it would be a 2011 Aston Martin Rapide.
Yeah, I could probably get on board with that, to be fair.
4-door Aston Martin? A family car, man.
Yeah, I could probably get on board with that. Just trying to think what I'd have if like I could have any IRL car.
Probably a Skyline.
Skylines are nice. I feel like they're a little too common.
Sylvia.
Sylvia, again, same situation. Supra, same situation. I'd probably go for... Oh, fuck. It's difficult. There's so many names I could say right now, but...
2000 Lotus Esprit.
No, I don't think I'd get a Lotus, because you can't... Unless it's the Evora. That's the only Lotus I'd settle for having. But...
This man's talking about settling for a Lotus, bro.
I wouldn't drive it every day. Not an Evora. I'd want something that I could rag around every day. Like, I'd take something between a Honda S2000.
What about an NSX?
No.
Like an older NSX.
No,
like a 92 or 93 NSX. Because those things are rare as fuck these days.
Yeah, I don't like the look of the NSX. I think they're ugly. No, I'd probably go for something either like a Honda S2000, or I probably would go for a Nissan GTR Liberty Walk.
Yeah.
Just because I'm into the whole modding of cars rather than just having a bog standard car.
Yeah. That was the model of Lamborghini that I was
I mean,
Liberty Walk.
To be fair, I don't know if you remember your orange Lambo that I worked on at Beakers.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, that was nice because you could actually mod that and you could make that thing look completely different.
Yeah, it's an Aventador.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Swifty would probably turn it into Drift Car RL2. You know what? I wouldn't put it past me. I'd love to go out drifting for a day. I'd vlog it as well. Got my GoPro. I'd vlog that shit. That'd be sick. But there are so many cars you can drift though. So many. Yeah, that's what I'd probably go for. I wouldn't go for something as high. I could see why you'd go for a high-end car though. Obviously, one, you love for Lamborghinis, but two, obviously, that's such a big flex.
And that is
if you
it.
go
It's
around
not
a
even
supercar.
to like show off and shit. It is that I do have a love for Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, no, I can understand that. I think that's like the same for me and Lotus, really. But I only like Lotus just because it's my local car.
Yeah, that's the thing with you Brits. Y'all are very loyal when it comes to like football clubs, everything else. Y'all are loyal.
Yep. Big time. We're very, I guess, patriotic to where we come from. I think is the best way to put it. Bits driving the wrong side of the road too long. No, we don't. Everyone says that, but it's not true. It's not true at all. I have to admit, I think why would I rather drive? UK or America? Probably neither. I'd rather drive in Germany. Because, you know, fuck speed limits. Don't need them. Don't need them. Just drive whatever. Chill. Relax. But now, if I had to pick between the two, I'd probably go UK.
UK.
Yeah. Driving the UK is quite fun. Because obviously in America, there's not as many like roundabouts and things like that. It's mainly just lights after lights after lights. Whereas in the UK, it's like varied. And the amount of times you go to a car meet, there's a drift, and there's a roundabout just outside the car meeting up place. And there's always one bastard in a Toyota Chaser that's drifting around the roundabout. It's brilliant. So, yeah. So, Mad Guy, the roads in the UK are a lot smaller. A lot smaller than American roads. American roads are so like wide.
And they don't maintain them worth a dick either.
Yeah.
It's like off-road rally driving on a UK road.
Yeah. A UK country road, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Normally it's only just big enough to fit a tractor through. And I'm not talking about one of these big old American tractors either. I'm talking like a small little John Deere thing. Like I'm talking one of their smaller range tractors. Ones that you would normally see in the UK. And if one of them came towards you on one of these country roads, you've got to hope there's a hole in the bush you can pull into. If not, you're going to have to make one. And I'm serious. You have to do that. Because the tractor can't make way for you. So yeah, it is a bit like a rally non-stop when you're driving in the UK, especially in the area I live in, because it is all just country fucking roads. So yeah, it's not pretty. What's it like in Canada?
We only got 2 fucking seasons, winter and construction.
I like that. I like that. I like that.
It's the truth. You can say you like it all you want. It is the fucking truth. We have winter and we have fucking construction. That is it.
Yeah, we have that.
That is what we get.
I mean, when we have roadworks here, like in my area anyway, they're always at the same time. So they're always all within the same week, roughly the same day, finishing the same day. And the thing is about British roadworks as well is you'll never ever see a bastard working them. Never. There's just a load of cones out. There'll never be anyone there working. And you'll think, what on earth are they doing? But somehow work is done. But you'll never ever see the work that's done. So
fair enough.
But yeah, that's kind of.
What about you? What's your goals for your podcast?
Oh, I'd like to get some big names on here. Obviously, it's not going to happen straight away. No way. We've got a long way to go yet, but it would be awesome to get some big names on here. When I mean some big names, I'm not talking like maybe. Let me think. I'm trying to think of someone. I'm not talking Tiessen that big, because that's just never going to happen, is it? Let's be honest. But somewhere between myself and Kyle Pred, for example. Tiessen is what, 60+K viewers most of the time.
Pred.
6? I swear it was more. Maybe it was just his prison one he done. I think it was his prison one he done. He done like a subathon in prison.
Oh, you talking about Kai Sinat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kai, I swear, was like 60 or something.
You could aim for like Abdul.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Someone between me and 2 to 3K.
He hasn't been live in a very fucking time.
That's very true. But that's the goals for that, really. Just to get a few people on that quite a large name within the Twitch community. And obviously not saying anything bad against yourself or anything like that either, but I'm talking like, Abdul to Carl Pred area, like a good few K views all the time, stuff like that. It'd be quite kind of cool to get them in. But to be fair,
his last stream was on the 10th of November.
Damn, that was a month ago.
Yeah.
But to be fair, the one thing I want to do most out of everything is push my streams in general. So the podcast will go well as long as I still have my voice. It will go okay. But the streams, I want to keep trying to push them, and like you said, the consistency and everything like that. So that's one thing I need to work on. But one thing I want to get done and get through. That's going to be my main aim. I mean, 2023. Have you had any goals, stream wise, or anything like that you've reached or you've got still to hit?
Nope. I'm just kind of existing right now, and yeah,
Taking every day as it comes, then basically.
yeah, just trying to do the best with what I have. And
So 2024. Any goals? Any streaming goals? What do you want to get out of that?
nope. I've decided to not set them kind of goals because all that ever ends up happening is I don't meet them and then I discourage myself. So if I just focus on just existing and enjoying what I do have, hopefully bigger and better things will come.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. I mean, to be fair, there's one thing that's currently showing on my stream that I've been debating taking down for a little while, which is the whole like sub goal, donation goal, stuff like that. Because I'm the same as you. I keep putting them up, but I never ever even get close to them. So I don't see the point in having them because it just disheartens me every time I see. So I might just remove them completely and just what happens happens.
Fair
so, but I have to admit, for 2024, I want to try and hit 1K followers. That's my only goal. 1K.
Oh man, you could do that. You could easily do that.
1K followers. I'll take
Mad
that.
guy, thank you for hitting my homie with the biddies.
Hey, that's a quid's worth right there. Appreciate that. But yeah, that's my goal. I'm currently
I'm still trying to fucking
let's have a little look.
figure out what the fuck I'm doing for dinner over here.
So I'm currently at 626 followers.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
So I need to get another like 300 odd to get there. Which obviously in a year doesn't sound like a lot, but for me, I don't do well at getting new people in, to be fair.
Yeah, you're still working, right?
Yes.
So what you should do, honestly, you're gonna hate me for it. It doesn't matter what you're doing, but every weekend, every Saturday, every Sunday, just do a 12-hour stream.
Yeah, I probably could do that.
And the reason for that, have you ever noticed that, like, if I just do a normal stream, I've used, like, but the moment that I do a subathon or a 24-hour stream, they just stay high?
Do you know, I've never done a subathon, and if I wasn't doing a podcast now, I was tempted to do one for this weekend. So it would be limited, so it would be just the weekend. But I was so tempted to do one.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I've never actually done one. One, because I think it will be a flop, and two, because I don't really know. That's about it. I just mainly think it will be a flop. And I've never kind of sat there and thought, right, we're gonna go do this. We're gonna do a subathon and see how far we can get.
Yeah, fair enough.
I know you had that crazy one of like, what was it? Was it like 3 fucking months in a row or something? I swear.
47 days, I think.
No, I swear you had one that was longer than that.
No, it's 47 days.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would never hit something like that because I just don't have the viewership to hit that kind of length of time. But I would love to do one that starts off, let's say, 4 hours, because that's about an average stream for me. On a work night, it's 4 hours. So start off at 4 hours, and I would be proud if I made 8. So if the timer went up to 8 hours, I'd be impressed.
I mean, you just need to be lucky that Ice isn't around anymore, because if you knew that you were doing a subathon, actually, no, he might come back just if he finds out you're doing a subathon just to fuck your entire weekend up.
Maybe, but I don't know. I mean, to be fair, what day does that fall on? So
I'm gonna be doing one for my birthday / Christmas. I think I'm gonna start it Christmas Day, Christmas Day night, and just fucking send it all the way through.
I mean, I could do one starting the 23rd. and just do it till Christmas Eve. Like do it till not 24 hours, but like a 48-hour one.
Fair enough.
Because I feel I won't get past 48 hours anyway. So I feel like I could do that.
I think that you have a chance of making it.
What's that?
So you could. Yeah, I think that yours would be a success.
I think yes and no. It depends what I'm doing though, because I play a lot of games that people don't have interest in. So if I'm not doing GTA RP, which let's be honest, my RP isn't exactly the most on the edge of your seat stuff. It's not the most thrilling.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the main part of where I get my views. So I'd say a good stream for me at the minute would be holding an average of 4 viewers, maxing out at 7, for a 4-hour stream. That would be that for me is a good stream right there. That's good stats. So this podcast for one has smashed that out of the park, but it's going to be an anomaly.
Yeah, you're in the 30-somethings. I think,
yeah, that peaked at 30-something. It's gone down now, which is expected because we're edging closer to prime time in RP. People will probably want to go in RP by now. But yeah, it gets to the point where I will happily take the stats I just mentioned a second ago, but I would need more than that for like a subathon kind of thing. And if my GTA RP streams average no more than 7 tops on peak viewers, then I don't think I'd even keep 3 if I went on to a different game. Because obviously your viewer rate normally depletes by at least 50% when you switch to a different game from RP.
Yeah.
That's what I've worked out from all the streams that I do. So obviously the only other games I have is like EAFC, aka FIFA, Football Manager, the game I was playing the other day, which is actually quite entertaining and fun. I think it's called Bit Battle, something like that, remastered.
Battle Bit remastered.
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit of that recently, and that's actually really, really fun. But it's like little things like that people aren't interested in. So, and iRacing as well, love iRacing, but again, no interest. Not for my audience anyway. And for the people that currently follow my channel. So I could do a subathon. I just feel I'd have to do GTRP for the whole thing. I mean, I've done obviously a 24-hour straight stream before. That was for charity, but I've still got that under my belt at least. I remember doing that. I went for Sadot at the time. So I think it was 18 hours straight shift for Sadot, a 24-hour stream in total. That wasn't easy, I have to admit, because obviously there was quiet points in that where I'd be like, right, what do I do? So yeah, I think it could happen. There's potential, but I think it will be a struggle for me. I don't have that viewer retention either for my streams, so I think there's a lot of things I'd struggle with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't always have the viewer retention either, right? Especially that I'm like branching out.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm trying to do other little social media bits and things like that, but they're not going.
Well, podcast is definitely a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's not bad, but yeah, the other social medias and stuff like that, they're not going amazingly at the minute. The best thing I've got for me is my Twitter. Again, that's not the most popular thing in the world, but it's out there. So now it's just like constantly trying to find ways to kind of push myself out there more and try and get my name heard a little bit more and things like that. And obviously a good way to do that as well is upping my RP level again. Trying to just go more in depth and get more what do you call it? I can't remember what it's called now. Immersion. Get more immersion out of it. Get more immersive and things like that. So I feel if I could do that, naturally numbers will go up. But getting to that point in the first place is difficult. And like I say, it links back to our first conversation, motivation. It links back to that. So
Yep, and that is where it's the hardest.
yeah, I mean, if I have that motivation behind me to keep going and keep hashing out at it no matter what and things like that, yeah, I could probably do it. I reckon I could do it. But it's having that there is not easy. Not easy to find. So, but we'll see. We'll see. I might do a
He's done Flight Sim on stream. He sure has.
I've done it a few times. I'm not that good at it though, because I couldn't tell you how to fly a fucking plane even if I tried. I can get it up and down, but I don't do it the correct way at all.
It's not the only thing you can get up and down, is it?
No. Well, no, that's incorrect. I can get it up, but I won't go back down again.
You should definitely consult your medical professional if it stays up for more than 4 hours.
Yeah. Little do you know, it's been up the whole time.
No, that's fine, but you should probably get that handled. Maybe like your blood will start to rot in your pee, and then it causes severe medical issues. That's actually why they tell you to do that.
Actually,
Get
what?
Yeah, it's like this condition. Your blood will stay, like all the blood that rushes there will stay there, and then it'll start to like die. Essentially, the blood cells will start to die, and then you just end up with a bad case of rigor mortis, basically.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Better than me first time I roll over my plane. That's interesting. Yeah, I've never managed to do that before.
I'm probably gonna go stream Rising Dawn for an hour tonight or so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Well, to be fair, I think we're getting to the point where we're gonna be wrapping up tonight anyway. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and see if I can scrounge up a couple bucks, find something to fucking eat, and then probably stream that for an hour or so. And
oh yeah.
Eager people. I mean, it's just somewhere to take a not as hardcore as Ascend. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I might have a look at it. Like I said, I've been tempted, so I might potentially have a look at applying, but we'll see what happens. I need to try and get my head into RP a little more, but I think it's obviously what hasn't helped, and it's no fault of your own either. Your storyline, it's the fact that Tiessen hasn't been around. Yeah, exactly. So I haven't had the.
He was at the funeral last night. He ran the funeral last night for Baker.
Yeah, true, but John wasn't even aware that Baker was dead, so
yeah,
there's no point.
Tiessen didn't until he woke up out of the coma.
Yeah,
but that means that Tiessen will slowly be starting to come back. So
yeah, but I think it's because I don't have the normal group of people around me all the time anymore. I think that's kind of what kicked me out of RP a little bit. I was just like, it's not as good anymore. So I'll try and get my head back into it, and if we can, then yeah, like I say, I might have a look at applying that other place. But
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, we've just got to weed our way back into it. And if I manage to do that, then yes, maybe we'll look at doing a subathon. But we'll see. Till then,
it'd be good.
Yeah, it should be a good laugh.
Indeed.
Well, I think it's about that time. At 4 hours and 50 bloody minutes.
Might as well send it for another 10.
I mean, we certainly could. We could hit that 5 hour mark, that's for sure. So what we'll do is we'll call it question time. Last 10 minutes.
Anybody got any fucking questions?
Any questions at all for either myself or Tiessen? I'm going to spam the link in there for you. So any questions at all. Doesn't matter if you put questions in already or not. Just get your questions in. Type your name, and then just before you type out your question, in that little box, type who it's for, whether it's for Swifty or for Tiessen, and we will be sure to answer your questions. Can literally be anything, because then we'll hit our little lovely 5 hour mark. Well, one response already, Mad Guy, and this is probably more for you because I only know one of these things. Mad Guy says, simple as this: Timmy's or Mackey's?
So if I'm eating dinner, Macca's. If I just want coffee and I feel super Canadian, Tim's. And yeah,
I mean that's definitely
That's
more
more
for you, 'cause
Canadian. That's more Canadian heritage than anything. Speaking nowadays, because I'm not gonna lie, over the past couple of years, Tim Hortons coffee has gone to shit. Basically, what happened was McDonald's won a contract because these coffee companies, they fight with companies all the time, right?
Yeah.
So McDonald's actually has Tim Hortons' original coffee contract now. And we don't know who the fuck has Tim Hortons, but it's not as good.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah, see, when I saw Timmy's, I was like, yeah, that's no idea. Not to do with me. Don't know what that is.
Yep.
Seems like it's only mad guy asking questions at the minute. Well, Chris has got all her answers she needs. She'll go stream when she's not, was it being a squirrel or something like that? Being crazy. Here's a question for you, actually. So, the question for you, my friend, is from myself. The NNRP, the zombie server, will you ever be returning there?
Yeah, if I wasn't the only one returning there.
I stand at the same point, but the problem is I don't know if the server's up, down, in, out, hokey cokey, you know, all of that.
No, I saw somebody streaming on there yesterday.
Oh, okay, because I see some messages of people asking why it's not up, and then the reply being, well, it's just not, so. Yeah.
Typical Randall answer.
Yeah.
I love it. I love how he just is like, yeah, I don't really give a shit. This is my project. Like,
yeah, if I can deal with it. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't cater to anybody. He's very oriented on what he wants, and I think that's one of the things that I appreciate about it.
Yeah.
But you were the last person to be advertised going live on Halloween. Yep.
Oh, hey. Another question coming from Mad Guy. Unpopular question for both. Okay. Coke or Pepsi? Coke. Every day of the week.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Coke, sorry.
Yeah, that's an easy one for me. Every day of the week, Coke. I only get Pepsi if I have to get Pepsi. Okay, so next question comes in from Kelly. And I'll be completely honest, I did not know Kelly was still in it. He joined fairly early on and is still here now, so fair fucks. Fair play to you, Kelly. Why do you like Justin who? Justin... Oh, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Something beginning with T.
Trudeau?
Yeah, that one. Why do you like him so much?
Kelly knows what he's doing.
Does
and
he?
That's a baited question that I'm not going to answer.
Is that a bad person?
He's our prime minister. And that is a fucking baited question.
Oh, okay. Bro, that's how out of the loop I am on Canada. I didn't even know that was your minister. I instantly went to the point of, is that like someone really bad? I thought surely that's the only reason you wouldn't answer it, but well, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Actually, no, I won't do that to you. I was gonna ask you who's your favorite U.S. president, Biden or Trump, but then again, that's probably we're getting a bit too political, I think, at that point.
I don't know. Sometimes politics is good, especially to have. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good and it's bad. It depends what politics stuff you're talking about. Like, I can easily talk about all the American stuff, but the moment I start talking about the British stuff, it gets a little touchy. So I think when you talk about your own country, it gets a bit. Need to be careful what I say here.
Not really.
For me, I think it is. Because obviously in the UK, it's very similar to America, probably very similar to Canada. There are certain areas that are very much one political party. And you know how patriotic we are about our cars and stuff like that. So you can only imagine what it'll be like when it comes to politics. So that's why I try and tend to watch my mouth, really, with that stuff. 9 times out of 10, that's why I don't even bother going to vote. Because I'm like, you know what? I'm staying out of it. It's a fight. I'm not willing to be a part of. So Mad Guy has also asked a question, and even I can answer this, even though it's aimed for you.
Mm-hmm.
Has Tiessen ever seen an Antonov IRL? Yes.
Do I need to send you the video?
Yeah, you can do. I can show that. Because see, you were literally straight on about the video, and I was just thinking about the picture because I believe that was your profile picture on YouTube for like a certain amount of time. Because I was like, look what popped up on whatever it was. I think it was YouTube anyway. There was definitely some platform I'd seen it on where it was you with your. I think you had like a mohawk going on or something like that at the time.
Hold on. If I share my screen, you can.
All right. Yeah. That works. Makes it a little easier.
I do not have permission.
Huh?
I do not have permission to share my screen in here.
Hold on.
I need you to give me perms. Perms!
Hold on. There you go. Try now.
Nope, still not letting me.
The fuck? Alright, I'll make you me. Try now. Hey, there we go.
Okay, this was
Yes, this is where I saw the picture from.
I
don't know
want to
where
say
I
this
saw
was
this.
the month before it was destroyed.
The sound of that. Were you guys all on a roof at that point as well?
Yeah, I was standing on the roof of the building.
Fucking hell. That's
yeah.
The
thing, the video doesn't do it justice. The thing is fucking massive.
Wait, you said it's a what? A month before it was destroyed?
Yeah.
What do you mean destroyed?
Yeah, the Russians destroyed it when they invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, but you didn't take that a month before.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was taken in January and it was destroyed in February.
I swear it was a lot older than that.
It might have been. It might have been from the year before, but...
Yeah, I swear it was, because I remember seeing the photo. I can't remember where I saw it. You had that photo.
This is what it looks for now. This is what it looks like now.
Oh, God. It's going to be some really depressing photo of some plane that's just toast and... Yeah, I'm just not going to show that. I feel bad for anyone that loves the plane. I'm just not going to show that.
I cried. I legitimately cried.
I can imagine. Here we go. Right, so we've got 30 seconds, by the way, until we hit the 5-hour mark. So, Kelly's question will be the final question of episode 2 here. If you could live anywhere in the world, rent/mortgage free, where would it be? I know my answer already, but you're answering first.
Resolute Bay, Nunavut.
I don't even know where the fuck that is. I don't even know
where
it
is way fucking far north Canada, middle of bumfuck nowhere where no one will ever bother me, and my government can't even get to me because it's too fucking frigid.
Fair enough. Do you want to know
guess
mine?
what? Starlink, bitches. Yeah.
Mine would be in, well, it's potentially 2 places, but ideally 1 is between. So if I can't get these, so it involves people. If I can't get these people in the same place, same time, I'll be split. So it's either going to be in 1 bed that has me, you, and Kelly, or it's going to be I'm going to be sharing my time between your bed and Kelly's bed. That's basically where I sit, or where I lay, technically. So that's my like dream place, because technically that would be rent free. So I'm taking that. That's exactly where I would live, and I would live happily ever after. So I don't even know if he's taken that answer in, to be honest.
Maybe.
What is that? I don't even know if that answers me. What do you mean? What do you mean? Maybe.
Say it again.
I said my dream place to live depends on whether I can. No, depends on whether I can get the people that it involves together. So it's either going to be in one bed, me in the middle, you one side, Kelly the other side. Or I'm going to split my time between two places, which will be Kelly's bed and your bed.
There you go.
Because he said it's got to be somewhere that's rent-free, and that's going to be rent-free. So,
I mean, but he said it is rent-free, not that it has to already be rent-free.
yeah, no, he said it is rent-free, and that will be rent-free. Guaranteed. Because, yeah, things happen. More than mushy coming in right at the end of the podcast there, pretty much. You had all 5 hours and you picked to come in the last 5 minutes. How could you? Oh, dear. What are we doing for time then? 1:04 in the morning. Look at that. Roxy's still here. Was she always lurking? Nah, that's fair enough. That's understandable. It's okay. Right, well, as you can tell from 1, that sigh, and 2, the fact he's getting hungry, we are going to be pretty much wrapping up here. Because T needs food before he goes and streams, so obviously keep an eye out for that. He's going to be doing an hour stream. Where did you say, sorry, Rising Dawn RP?
Probably at Rising Dawn, yeah.
There you go. So if you want to go watch that, obviously go watch that. If you are watching this back on YouTube and you somehow sat here for the entire 5+ hours of this podcast, congratulations for 1. 2, obviously, link will be down below. Go check out Tiessens. I always do that. I always put a H in your name. Go check out Tiessens' socials and everything down below. So they will all be linked there, so you can go check them out. And the YouTube channel you'll be watching on will be rebranding, so hopefully it will be done by the time you'll be watching me say this. And it'll be called the Just Milking It Podcast YouTube channel. So
yep.
All episodes you'll find there in full, and you'll find highlights and shorts probably made out of them as well. But for episode 2, Tiessen, thank you very much for joining me.
Of course.
And obviously, Roxy, thank you very much. I know you're still in chat for being my co-host for this episode. Now, we do need a guest for the next episode, so I will be actively looking for someone to get on. I know there's a few people that outside of RP that want to get on one of the episodes. I'm trying to do mainly people that either RP or I know from RP first. Build up a bit of a back in there, and then we'll venture out into people from different places. But yeah, if anyone wants to get involved, obviously if you're in my Discord, there is a podcast request channel. So if you want to request to be a guest, make sure you put your name down in there, and we'll figure out a time and a place. But until we meet again for episode 3, I will be live again tomorrow with some GTA. I will. And in fact, I'm going to take Tiessen up on his 12-hour stream. So tomorrow will be a 12-hour stream. So I will see you guys probably about 10 or 11 a.m. my time. Do you
have somebody to raid yet?
No, I don't. So in about 9 hours' time, I will be live again. 9-10 hours' time, I'll be live again with 12 hours of something. 12 hours of me, I think is what we'll call it. And we'll go from there. So that is the plan.
I sent you a channel.
Perfect. Right. What we're going to do is we're going to go raid the person that Tiessen has given me. So they are
from Rising Dawn.
Yeah, they're in Rising Dawn at the minute. So what we'll do is we'll set up the raid now. Go check him out. And from me and Tiessen, much love. And we will see you. He'll see you later on this stream, and I'll see you tomorrow for the 12-hour. So appreciate you all chilling, and we'll see you again very soon.